Not without consent. If a person could wilt like a flower, it would not come close to how those words seemed to hurt the attendant. Apologies. I assumed too much. Thou seemed quite smitten, amicable to— Oh. Her brows furrowed in an oddly refreshing human expression, mouth starting and stopping in minute twitches. No, I must have misread. Apologies once again. Misread what? Assumed what? Rye likes you, not me. Elia's eyes flicked to the doorway. What were her chances surviving outside completely naked? We went straight outside, didn't talk this entire loop. Wait, are you in my head? An ethereal yawn echoed throughout her awareness. Hey, Elia, I just woke up. Oh my gosh, Elia, what did you do? Nothing. I just woke up and this creep thought she could non-consensually snuggle me like a body pillow. I'm not an anime girl. I'm not filled with feathers. Oh, she did? Sorry, what? The stare-off between Elia and the eyeless woman continued. Did you do that to her? On her face? No. She eyed the attendant as she rose, silently gathering her things. Maybe. Before leaving the room, she bowed in what was probably meant to be another apology. Elia sighed, sagging down against herself. Hordes of undead, poisonous magic casting spiders, a giant wielding a prosthetic snake, and this was what finally got to her? A single touch from a woman? In retrospect, maybe that was to be expected. She didn't have many people that were safe to hug in the maze, or as a child. Not like she had 19 freaking other family members, unlike someone. Is she that bad at cuddling? Or are you not into women? That's fine. I can't believe her having any intentions beyond empathetic kindness. She even fed your toad. Silently, Elia's head slinked into hands. Why did she react to human contact with instant violence? If it was something she didn't remember, some part of her left eternally in that maze, then there was no fixing that because she was never going back. If it was from before, well, that seemed even less fixable. The point is, I wasn't prepared, and she didn't ask. Oh, does not being prepared make it worse? Infinitely. She ran her hands through strands of hair. This was a safe place. All evidence pointed towards that. She was just jumpy, felt on edge. Maybe it was the deluge of human contact overloading her brain, or maybe it was because she knew she never had a brother, but could swear his name was Marcus. Say, you're awfully calm after your previous performance, little Spartacus. I remembered some things about my actual life. It wasn't quiet, and not quite how I imagined it. The outside world is dangerous, even in the heartland, and especially at night. But I have less holes in my head now. I feel better, refreshed. Say, did you also dream about summer and the wind and tomatoes? It was hard not to, the vivid impressions playing over and over as they vied for a place in her awfully limited long-term memory. For a few moments, it felt like she could name every odd farm tool, knew when every grain was planted and how long the harvest would take. It wasn't unpleasant, even in spite of the fear that their memories might be merging. Even if she didn't openly admit it, her short vacation and the dream had loosened her up, giving her a fresh mind to start the day with. Disco rooster. What? Disco rooster. That's our safe word now. You do know what a safe word is, right? As a matter of fact, I do. I have used it plenty of times, and am a big proponent of the idea. Quite the charmer, aren't you? She checked her pockets, making sure Quibble's nest and all her knickknacks were still in order. "You're not going to yell at every fucking time I need to waste an undead, are you?" "Lon, no, I don't know. The dregs are mindless. It's a mercy killing them. At least it should be, but I just can't. I can't say it's right, nor can I say it isn't. If they die, even if they get back up, they might dream for a bit like we did. Forget it all. Maybe be human for a while. Or it'll be just another prick in the endless repetition of suffering they'll face. Can we even give them a proper farewell? A proper death without a burial?" Sheesh, a little less caffeine, my little depresso espresso. "What did you just call me?" "Nothing." She eyed the many different clothing articles. A piece of cloth, a weird shirt-dress hybrid, a belt. "Say, since you're Roman, can you help me figure out how to wear this shit?" And there you go talking nonsense again. Your provincialism is showing. And no, I am not a Roman, whatever that is. "Hey, that's a loincloth, not a headband." No, you're doing it wrong. Give it here." Watching Rye bind her bits and bobs with one arm was fascinating, though the demonstration didn't last very long, as the tunic could just be worn like a long t-shirt that was fastened with a belt. Her belt was leather, but frayed so much it looked like a band of twine. Without the two large bags at each side, she wouldn't be able to carry much at all, nor save items in between loops. She loved having a belt, but she should really get a new one. And boots, too. And, well, a lot of stuff. There were many things she really should do. "We need to get to Lofton," she muttered as she finished counting her pebbles. "We? As in you and me? What happened to your vacation?" "You happened," she muttered before talking much louder. "We're friends now. Tit for tat, was it? You want to go back home, undead yourself, probably save the world, etc. Anyhow, City of the Gods? Seems like a good start for doing the impossible." "And you want to go there to kill the gods?" "Nah, I'm over that. Deicide isn't cool anymore." At least until she got some answers and a name. This world had many gods. She couldn't just go around killing all of them. It wasn't logistically feasible. One of them had to be responsible for her unceremonious start in this new world. Unfortunately, her lack of explanation wasn't enough to assure her cranial companion. "So, what's your real reason, then?" "Want to see how deep the rabbit hole goes? Maybe lodge a formal complaint. With the soles of my boots, if we ever get any." She shrugged ineffectually, trying to hide her lingering suspicions of the overly perceptive attendant behind a completely unrelated puzzle. "Shit, I'm stuck in another girl's body, in a world that has telepathic tomatoes. And now that we're out of the maze, I can finally start getting somewhere. Maybe even enjoy my second life. I'll join your adventure. Heck, I'll even feign some interest for all this civilized behavior you keep slinging at me." "An adventure? Oh, like the stories of Sir Geck and Lady Lovebell. It'll be us two on our journey back home. A knight and a maiden." Elia could practically hear a light bulb lighting up above Rye's head. "Since we're going to our capital, I can give you an introduction to our empire's glorious history, its people, inventions, and all the things good about it. You probably haven't even heard of the concept of concrete. It's like clay, but becomes hard like stone after it dries. We build roads with it, great baths, and the circus, too. I cannot wait to show you all great wonders you barbarians are missing out on." Great. Cultural re-education. Though the more she thought about it, Someone from ancient times calling her, a 21st century adult, a barbarian, was greatly amusing. I'm thrilled. As you should be. Don't worry. Once I'm done with you, you'll appear like a model Empire citizen, like the attendant. Yeah, because she doesn't appear a little too perfect, a little too nice and too caring. After patting herself down, checking on all her gear, she got up and left her room. Might be just coincidence, but I'm calling it now. Conspiracy is afoot. Conspiracy? Like how some people think birds are real? For the second time in less than an hour, someone managed to interrupt Elia's already chaotic flow of thought with an even stronger current of counter-logic. Yes? Wait, don't you have roosters and chickens? Yeah, and? They're birds. No. Birds have feathers. Roosters and chickens have scales. Elia picked up quibbles, still happily smacking his gums from the last of his feast. Right. Anyways, it's high time we got some rewards for our hard work. You're the worst negotiator I have ever seen. Elia tensed, barely visible. She casually wiped away the water healing her leftover wounds and rolled her eyes. All she had to do was trade some common bone shards for uncommon, at a set rate at that. How she managed to nearly screw that up would be a sticking point for ages. The merchant's an annoying prick. Undiplomatic. Rude. Crude. It's not my fault he kept on trying to convince me to sell my helmet. It saved my life so many times. It has sentimental value. Your helmet is so dinged up its only use is being smelted, and he was annoyed because you threatened him with your hatchet, the one I bought from him. That was half a dozen loops ago. It's not like he remembers. And we got what we came here for, so shush. She dug out a handful of shards from her pocket, fusing them to underline her point. You have fused Bone Shard, Uncommon, times 10, into Bones of Boons, Uncommon, times 1. The emerald die twisted in her hands, glowing symbols flashing on a million sides. Next to the great sea of greens, twisted blues appeared and disappeared in erratic intervals. Much to her dismay, gray was a still present, if only as a minority color. See? Traded 9 commons for 3 uncommons, and boom! Now we've got a new boon. Could have done it without so much fuss. Gotten it cheaper, too. The merchant probably hates us now. Potato, tomato. Here, this is yours. Ready to be disappointed? She presented the die with a dramatic flourish, an ethereal sigh ringing in her mind as the tingling will of another crawled down her arm. I don't know why you say it like that. This is supposed to be special, supposed to be exciting. Now I'm just sad. Elia was moments before saying something nice for once, but her lips had barely parted, and already the die had stopped its journey, landing right on the rim of the great cup of healing water. Elia squinted at the green symbol, a tilted diamond with many smaller ones coming off one end. Is that supposed to be a... You have gained a divine boon. Heavy hailstone bolt. Uncommon. Empty socket. What does it say? I can't look. Elia stared at the smoke for much too long, mind blanking. What? What? Is it that bad? Please tell me, Elia. Rye, get that smoke up in here, now! Heavy hailstone bolt. Uncommon. Empty socket. Gather your spirit to launch a heavy bolt of hailstone at your target. A cumbersome pattern of conjuration, this projectile submits to the laws of gravity in exchange for greater potential. Disliked by conjurers for its crude design, though its efficacy is undeniable. Magic? Rye stuttered. From me? But I don't have any. I didn't learn. I don't deserve. Calm your tits, brain bud. You just won the fucking lottery, and let me tell you, things are a-changing. Because this, she lowered her voice, drama oozing from every pore, is magic. Her excitement was infectious, like a particularly virulent disease transmitted by words. Magic. Magic. Magic? To be honest, I always had idle dreams that one day I'd go on an adventure, learn magic, and see faraway places. A real fairy tale was what I wished for. But now that it's on my platter, now I feel like I'm eating a stolen pie. Ha! I knew you were going to be disappointed. She grinned at her reflection, only for it to grin back just as stupidly. I had a bolt for a while. Really cool, didn't last. Stupid stone bird. At the immaterial sigh, she stood and stretched, thoughts jumping between the road ahead, a muddled past, and the attendant, standing wistfully some distance aside. This was not her world. Telepathic tomatoes were normal here. Scaled, vicious lizards the size of a rhino were normal too, domesticated even. Dying 1,000 times could be normal. Overly touchy level-up ladies could be normal, though she dearly hoped it didn't extend to other people. Does it make any sense to you why she did that to us? Who? The attendant. The dressing of wounds, the whole soul-leveling stuff. Oh, perhaps that is her purpose? She is a servant, after all, and she sure does appear to know how to dress wounds. She was trying to be of service, even towards someone as hideous as us. She possibly even has a boon or two to help us along. You should apologize to her. You were more than rude. Please, at least I'm not drinking in her face like it's hot chocolate. Your eyes roam, Rye. A lot. That elicited an enjoyable string of sputtered denials as Rye choked on her own words. They do not! You! Go now. Say sorry. Please. No, I don't think I will. Elia turned in the opposite direction. Now, Rye, since I know that my best buddy requires a constant diet of dopamine and serotonin to keep from becoming sad, emotionally destitute, and lonely, let's go take a look at the results your brave and selfless sacrifices brought. Selfless. Good joke. You died 5 times, clearly going against your lofty morals, all to help someone you didn't even know. You were selfless. Pragmatic, even. And she learned that lesson quicker than Elia ever had. If only she'd had someone like herself help her out during her humble beginnings. Now stuff it. We've got a quest reward to gather. After a short search, the pale lady came into view, lying on one of the upper stairs, her mask helmet resting atop her chest. She looked calm, at peace, the same way as a stalk of grass swaying in the wind. She didn't meet Elia's eyes, and only when she bent over, staring down at her unmoving face, did she react. Oh, a new face. Hello. Sup. Sup, she says. Unbelievable. The pale woman barely moved, but Elia didn't need her to. Solved your attachment issues? The woman blinked, as if waking from an odd dream. Rye screamed, muffled as if stuffing her face into a pillow. As charming and tactful as a rock slide. Gods, smite me now so I don't have to witness this travesty of a conversation. No lack of tact seemed to move the woman from her everlasting ennui. I assume I have you to thank, then, for putting my sunshine to rest. You seem more than meets the eye. Perhaps you'll make it further than I. As for myself, my capacity for adventure has been sated. I suppose I will lay here and wallow in my misery, sorry twice-lived fool that I am. The awkward silence returned as she closed her eyes. Elia found it hard to empathize. Too often did she return from death, only to find people oblivious to the time spent together, not even recognizing her name. She would have liked to say that she still tried to care, still tried to listen, but the time she spent in that maze never left her. Life, then, was all still about balancing the numbers, never letting the ratio of deaths to boons acquired tip too much towards the former. Now she was past basic subsistence, finally allowed to build up a buffer. If only she wasn't certain how that was going to last just as little. More shards would work wonders. Anything would, really. Food, bugs, essence, weapons, knowledge. Her gaze drifted to the side, an assortment of gear folded half neat at the top of the stairs. No, stop. You are not going to ask for her only spear. Just look at it. The flourishes, the inscriptions made with love and care. It doesn't look cheap, and probably has sentimental value. Like your helmet, remember? Elia tried not to ask. She tried hard, really, really hard. So, no reward? A single eye cracked open to the silent sound of rye sinking into a second round of second-hand shame. Still here? On second thought, service such as yours does deserve a reward. She pulled a ring off a finger on her third arm, staring at it for but a moment before placing it in Elia's waiting hand. Here, take this. You have more use for it than I.
Ring of Grace. Philia, the gentle watcher, crafted these rings in the hopes they would lessen the burden placed upon those undead, still loyally within her service. Upon death, the wearer loses nothing, yet the ring is shattered. Oh, this was nice. If she was in a particularly deadly area with a lot of souls and shards, Elia could slip this on and simply return unharmed upon her death. Though, in all likelihood, it was going to fall into the box for later use indefinitely. It was a consumable resource, after all. A simple spear would have been better. Or boots. How much was this worth to the merchant? Maybe another angle could reach another reward, should they die before finding the next checkpoint. It was an infinite source of rings before then, though whether a single ring was worth suicide was another question entirely. Elia. Disapproval and annoyance mixed in Rye's voice. What do we say? All right, thanks. I have a pantheon to audit, so be seeing ya. As she turned to leave, the woman stirred once more. My name is Avis, if it pleases thee. Avis of Vilm. Elia, of Portland? The woman named Avis failed to tear her stare away from the ceiling high above. Her pelt-covered frame belied a hidden strength, hidden weapons, too. She was tall, and if the dreg out back was any indication, then it would be better to stay on her good side in future loops if they ever led her back this way. Elia. You are an odd one. Perhaps you'll find your peace one day, though I doubt it will be out there. Uh-huh. Unwilling to spend more time with a woman radiating even more sadness than her often gloomy cranial companion, Elia took it as her cue to leave. The air outside was a lot less melancholic, and a fresh gust blew across her face. At least we finally learned her name. That is almost as rare an occurrence as finding a friendly face around here. So, what now? Elia let the question linger, rubbing her chin in a mock show of deep thought. She already knew where they were going to go. Say, Rye, what is your opinion on sieges? Chapter 16. High Road. Rye's opinion on sieges remained quite the same as 5 lives ago. They were not her favorite pastime, especially not when enacting them against her own people.
The castle at the end of their promised path was supposedly there to protect the north entrance to Lofton. But if they didn't even let those people carrying souls back to the gods pass, then why make an entrance at all? "Where the fuck are those 3 damned legionnaires?" Elia yelled, as she walked down the road leading away from the temple. "They're probably already on their way to Castle Glenrock. Or maybe you scared them off with all your cussing." An overturned cart blocked her way. Elia found nothing of value among its remains. "Maybe you overslept." "You're such a piece of work." "No, we're 2 pieces. I thought you studied math." "I thought you were an expert cloud navigator." "Cloud navigate us to Glenrock Castle then, please." "Touché. Moving on, it is." Crossroad Temple was built under a 50-foot-tall cliffside, where the foothills of the nearby mountains transformed into jagged terrain, stone peeking out under carpets of sickly yellow grass. The never-ending maze loomed heavy in memory and sight on one side, the endless drop onto the surface of another world at the other. This temple, then, was in a remote location that seemed designed to break the back of any person or animal transporting goods up and down. Though how the many large tombstones and variably sized stone sarcophagi found their way this far away from civilization remained a mystery. Yet, even in this remote place, civilization reached. A path along the cliffside was marked by rocks and the occasional rope tied in elaborate knots or handholds to prevent a plunge down dizzying heights. Where the strewn stone and dirt floor was washed away by landslides and a past deluge, wooden walkways allowed for less than stellar passage in between the broken pieces of a road carved into the mountainside.
As long as they too weren't washed away. There were side passages of doubtful reliability, small workarounds to the workarounds that seemed more practical than safe. They found themselves on one such side path, much to the dismay of some. The scaffolding creaked ominously with every second step. Elia tried hard not to look down. "Do you have a problem with heights?" "Birds, mainly." Elia peeked over her shoulder, only to jerk herself back as she had the impression of losing grip. "Big, fuck-off giant ones. They're made of rock. Killed me in the maze every time I tried to cheese it. I could go for some cheese. Or a ski lift." Just following the path ahead was taking all her attention. Being able to look down on something still gave off the impression of a physical transgression and imminent violence. A number of scenarios played in her head. The giant stone bird variably throwing her off, squishing her against the cliffs, or kidnapping her to feed its gravelly young. The worst part, in between the steep descent, the North Duck cloud was obscured behind the mountainous massifs. Already, insecurity was mounting. "I always thought rocks stayed in the loft parts of Lofton, that they were bound to service under the gods, or that they didn't exist." "Knew it," Elia said, in between switching her hands on the handholds, breathing a heavy sigh as the end of this particular reroute was coming into sight. "Gods were trying to sabotage me, knew what I was planning, sent the Burb Inquisition. Next thing you know, they'll put archers out here to shoot us down." She ducked, in anticipation of immediate divine intervention. Nothing came. She probably looked like an idiot. "You look like an idiot. Get up, it's just a mountain pass." "See, we're already through." And just like that, they were. A small plateau greeted them, the road continuing on with few obstacles and fewer holes. With muscles that felt too tense for the 20-minute hike, she lowered herself from a wooden plank hammered into a sheer stone overhang. Her feet met the ground, and only then did she let go of the secure rope. She was doing fine. Everything was fine. For now. "Shit, I'm going to hate doing that every time we croak," Quibbles croaked,
adding that yes, he too would not like turning into a frog-shaped smear after a sudden fall down Infinity Cliff. Though, when Elia looked down, the ground was much closer than a dozen miles, closer even than a few hundred feet. The landscape opened up in front of her eyes, her heart nearly missing a few beats too many. The road ambled downwards in a twisting left-right fashion, disappearing behind hills and the forest that stretched from the foothills to the horizon. She was looking down upon a valley, starting with a 10-lane road that crumbled where the world abruptly stopped, and ending on the other side in a rise that went up, up, and up. The pass cleaved the ever-steepening incline down the middle, and the great mountain into twin peaks. A castle. No, a sprawling leviathan of a fortress was set in between the slopes on either side, ring after ring of walls dissuading anyone from illegitimate passage. The top was crowned by a keep near carved from the mountain itself, towers rising around it until they joined a wall that appeared to run across the very peaks as well. Wow. Wow indeed. Elia took a moment to just revel in the sight. This here is adventure. Primo medieval style meets fantastic megalomania. Imagine the taxes people had to pay to have this constructed. Imagine how many workers died during construction and now haunt those walls. And we'll be right in the middle of it. Oh, the places we'll go, the things we'll see, the people we'll meet, the loot we'll find. Elia nodded. I'm pumped. You pumped? Yes, I think. I am pumped. I'm pumped.
Oh, do you think they have a chapel, or even a larger temple? I really would like to make another sacrifice and pray for my family. And for our safety, of course. An eyebrow arched. Doubts formed. Are you planning on donating all our hard-earned shards to your imaginary friends again? No. The gods are real, and they don't have friends. God, I fucking hope so. Elia swung her axe entirely without malice. You should gamble your shards away like a good little consumer. It's good for you. I'd rather trade them for safe passage or an escort back to Arvale, back home. But if there were any place to trade souls for goods and services, it would be Lofton. Then what are we waiting for? With a smile on her face and a renewed kick to her step, she set into a relaxed wander downslope. Her newly improved constitution was already making itself felt. No longer did she need to stop after an hour of walking for an extended break. No longer was she close to a cardiac arrest after 5 to 10 minutes of jogging. The air in her lungs was fresh, and with a sigh she could almost feel all her previous tension bleed away. This was better than a vacation. This was the smell of progress. Despite the ring of cloudless sky allowing for moderate light at best, a few lone rays shone through lingering fog, giving the not-so-distant walls a phantasmic feeling as they approached. The road was steep and not as uninterrupted as she would have liked, but a landslide had turned the river she was expecting to traverse into a passable, dried-out slope of rubble. It was good fortune, seeing how a particularly large boulder had smashed their bridge across it. Elia scaled it, just to see if she could. The answer was a yes, though she near failed at pulling her own body weight plus armor up. Next up was definitely an increase to her strength. Or new boots. Preferably both. 2,000 for the latter, at least 4 for the former. This doesn't look safe. It's fine, Elia said, balancing on the 10-foot rock nestled in between 2 forking trunks. Just getting the lay of the land. Recon. Scouting.
I feel small even from up here. Yeah. The road ahead worried her much more. Those walls were built thick and tall, ludicrously tall. They seemed to grow, one-upping one expectation with the next, the further their path took them downhill. I never heard of a castle being built at the entrance of Lofton. Our capital was always safe in the valley, and we never had to fear any incursions of the barbarous kingdoms nor the forest beasts. It seems like a waste of labor and resources, but what do I know? You think they'll let us through? Maybe. For now, I spy trouble ahead. You can see that far? Sorry, but my eyes never were really good at looking too far. Everything's blurry to me after a few dozen feet. Elia made to climb back down, the trees offering a safe descent. Same eyes I'm using, just saw movement is all. Possibly not friendly. Undead? Likely, though not the talky, huggy kind. Dregs, these mindless ones were called? Dregs. The leftovers of a person when all humanity has left them. It happens. The longer an undead is alive, the less they are themselves. They can live forever if no one puts an end to them. Still, lucent undead technically count as people before the law, though that never seemed to prevent some folk from starting a manhunt when an unwanted dead relative came knocking for one last goodbye, or to add stipulations to their will. Yeah, if my grandma came back just to continue nagging me, I'd pick up a pitchfork as well. Oh well, I more meant when kids get involved. They don't really understand that they are dead, and that makes telling them they need to go more complicated. A moment of soaking up implications went by. Sheesh, and you call yourself civilized? People who hunt undead children are bad apples. My family would never do something like that. They'd accept me or any of my brothers and sisters. I know they would. Somehow I'm inclined to believe you, if only to prevent herself from worrying over yet another potential issue. Walking on a riverbed flooded with loose dirt and rocks wasn't as easy or safe as Elia thought. More than once, she put down her foot, only for it to sink into a hollow, or stumble and risk twisting her ankle. They still had a dozen dried fruit left, but she'd rather not waste them, despite their divine taste. They arrived soon at another bridge, this one made of stone, in a neat arch that was cleaved in half by past forces of nature. Wooden planks connected the two bridge stumps. The rocks, trees, and dirt had piled up against it, blocking the path further ahead. The closer Elia got, the more nervous she grew. We're in a bad spot. Low ground, bad lines of sight, uneven footing. Primo ambush position if you ask me. Why would soldiers of Lofton want to ambush us? We're on the same side. Really? Somehow that narrative didn't fit with her previous experiences. Huh. Guess I'll politely ask the next dreg for an escort. Somehow, I suspect you don't actually mean that. As if to answer Elia's suspicions, the first corpse greeted them. Sprawled across the floor, a pool of dark blood soaked its already dirtied coat of arms. On it, a long yellow dog curled behind two mountain peaks, eyes and jaws focused intently on the rift in between. Are they dead? I mean, most of his blood is on the outside. Carefully, she approached and turned the undead's face with her axe. Looks as dreggy as any dreg I've ever met. Funny-looking coat of arms, though. That's a floppy dog. Incredibly floppy. Anyhow, let's take another route. One with less corpses and... A shudder ran through the undead's body. Eep! Elia caved its head in with a simple swing of her axe, and it crunched like a watermelon. There was an unusual heft to her new weapon, a bit top-heavy. She preferred a short sword she could put her entire weight behind, but this would do. Not like the dregs were using weapons that were any more sophisticated. Ugh, that sound. I think I'm gonna... Rye did, loud and long. Another thing to get used to. The last time Elia felt squeamish, she hadn't even met Quibbles yet. She returned some of the undead's brain matter by wiping it on its coat. Undead soldiers. Better armed and armored than militia, still pretty slow. So, yeah, some undead come back after a time. No idea how long, no idea why, no idea even how they heal at all. Only thing I know is that this guy didn't give souls, or shards, which means someone else took them already? My guess exactly, Brain Bud. We're on the right track. Now, she studied the way ahead, where the remains of a massacre lay under a bridge. Let's hope we find the Legionnaires instead of just 3 more bodies. At Rye's whimper, she snuck forward, peeking over a fallen conifer. 4 figures stood among the corpses, definitely not their friends. Acquaintances, rather. If they were there, it would be among the corpses, the dozen of which could get back up at any time. As it looked, the riverbed was a death trap, especially since she noticed the odd crossbowmen staggering about near misshapen shrubbery along the former riverbank. She counted 1, 2. Was that a third one, or just the second one from a different angle? The lack of clear eyesight beyond about 20 feet was really working against her outside of the hemmed-in corridors of the maze. Short-sightedness only became relevant once she had to peer beyond the next simple step. Say, did you people invent glasses yet? Glasses? Well, only super rich people drink from glass cups and decanters, make entire windows out of it. I mean, ludicrously rich, like owning a mansion, 20-plus servants, a seat in the local centabat. All right, that answers that. She peeked around a patch of thorny shrubs. 2 on the bridge.
1 short sword, moderately armored. Robes on the other, easy kill. Rye, use your new magic missile launcher and blow them to dust and ash and smithereens. She stretched out her arm, waiting for Rye to take over. But nothing happened. I can't. Right, forgot. You're still down with chronic pacifism. Horrible disease. I'm not sick, okay? Give me some time. Elia watched them stagger back and forth, repeating their little patrol ad infinitum. They still feel human to you? Mm-hmm. Figures. You'll grow out of it. As she stared ahead, a third figure appeared, hidden behind the balustrade. Any opinions on dogs? I don't like spiky dogs. Floppy dogs are all right, I guess. This half-undead mutt looks plenty spiky. Teeth, open ribcage. Lightning-fast speed and reflexes, at least as far as undead were concerned. A priority target for sure. You good for that? A tingle down her arm was the only response. The dog marched on, skinless face with deep eye holes bereft of any awareness. Its skinny flank offered an easy target. Once again, nothing happened. It's not working. It's not... Oh, that feels weird. Rye shook her arm like a wet dog trying to dry itself. Elia waited patiently for an explanation, mostly because she'd rather not talk out loud in the presence of the dog. Nasty, perceptive little things that they were. They always went for joints first. A shudder ran down her spine. So, I have a boon for a magical conjuration, yes? Well, normally you'd have to study for months, even years at an academy to learn how to cast even the most basic spell. But for me, the boon just deposits the knowledge into my mind, makes some small changes to my body, and whoosh, I can cast the spell right away. It feels very natural, but I believe I require a magical focus? Like a crystal orb, a shrunken head, or a Furby?
Elia whispered. The dog stopped dead in its tracks. Yes, exactly. And without a focus, I don't have a channel, a vehicle. Just the energy. The spirit, I think? That's why it says spirit before the boon, right? Yes, this is true. Elia couldn't wait any longer. The dog was sniffing, heading directly towards them. She stood up, palmed a rock, and sprinted at the first of 3 targets. The dog raised its head, barking somehow despite missing most of its throat, and ate a rock to the snout. Undead dogs could whimper, apparently. This one quickly turned it back into a growl, but Elia was already onto it. The axe swung down, missing the head as it jumped at the last second, but crippling a hind leg in return. A mobility kill? No, she'd have to finish it off. The undead with the short sword entered her vision next, a woman by the looks of it. It was hard to tell with her face like flayed paper drawn over a bare skull. The eyes still glinted, hatefully, as she pulled her implement of destruction back for a comically large and obvious stab. The widely telegraphed strike was easy to dodge, but Elia remained careful. A metal chest plate could ignore a hit like that. Her lamellar and mail would block most of it, but the impact might crack a bone. She took the initiative and countered the lunge with a quick hack to the back of the head. A hack that she missed as she slipped on a loose rock. Embarrassing. The axe was new, felt unaccustomed, as did her body. Elia had to get back in the groove, pronto. The dog came next, already running on 3 legs to chew at her ankles like a spicy pair of chicken drumsticks. This time, her hack cracked the dog's spine, the crunch eliciting another sickened sound from Rye, who was not having a fun time at all. You have gained soul times 45. Spikes of joy at the familiar notification were drowned as a blue bolt of something knocked the air out of her, cracking a rib. The robed one, a mage. Of course, it was obvious in hindsight, but she had just discounted him as a mountaineer or wanderer for lack of weapons. The militia woman took Elia's staggering steps back as an opportunity to launch into a flurry of strikes, a familiar pattern of unrestrained violence, cruelly lacking in skill and aim. The mage was already conjuring up another bolt, forming the softball-sized orb of ice with alarming speed. The woman had to die. Now. Bracing herself to receive a few nicks, Elia pushed around the woman just as she was unbalanced in the opposite direction. The strike that came for her deflected off her bracers, though it left a sharp cut on her cheek before she could lodge her axe in the woman's neck. You have gained soul times 77. The moment she did, Elia grasped the body and held it close. As expected, the mage shot uncaring of his ally, and the ball shattered like a primitive grenade against her human shield. Her fingers burst into cold, hot pain, rimes of ice between her gloves crunching as she let the body fall. Not enough to kill her. She could do this all day. The rest was simple. Elia charged. Elia domed the mage before he could cast another spell. His body fell like all the others. You have gained soul times 108. You have gained bone shard, common, times 1. She stood above her foes, in part champion, in part just a survivor, heart pounding like she'd just looked down a 1,000-foot drop. Adrenaline faded, and the pain in her chest bloomed, while hot blood slowly pulsed more and more feeling into her fingers. 3 on 1. No chance to set up an ambush. That would have been a difficult fight before, but nothing she couldn't handle now. No need to waste consumables. Is it over? Elia nodded, before remembering that her brain buddy probably had her inner eyes close. She plucked the gnarled, thin staff from the dead conjurer's hands and inspected it, turning it this way and that. Conjurer's staff. Focus used by the conjurers of old Yoravale. Wrapped in coarse fiber leather,
to always remind the acolyte of the humble beginnings of their art. "Hey, Rye, this'll work for your magic, methinks." Her arm tingled, hand turned, staff waved. Oh, this is great. Great! I have magic. Me, Rye, farm girl and firstborn. Magic. A giggling glee echoed inside her head, infectious and rare, like a child with a lighter. "If you say you don't deserve it again, I'll chuck it off a cliff." Elia chuckled. "Now come on, do something cool. Here, I'll give you emotional support. Magic, magic, magic." "Shush, you're making me blush. I have to mentally prepare myself." "All right, ready?" "Always." Rye pointed her staff at a nearby tree, and the end started glowing. Elia felt something flow down her arm in the same way an ice cube dimpled down a river. Her breath came out foggy, and the next thing she knew, a thick bolt was slowly materializing at the staff's tip out of seemingly nowhere. Now point and release. The heavy piece of ice flung off toward the tree. It veered off to the left, thunking into the ground way before it could even miss the target. Elia stared in disbelief at the deep gouge left by the chunk as it slowly turned to steam, and the steam dissolved into thin air. "I missed." "You kidding me? I've got an alternate persona capable of casting magic. I'm a magic girl now. You did it! Rye, you did it!" She whooped and hollered, and tacitly didn't mention that magic bolts were meant to look like defined shapes, in this case like an actual bolt shot from a crossbow, not an ovoid chunk of ice. Her spirit stat was hit the worst by her repeated deaths as an undead. Rye wasn't at fault here, and admitting her own would only serve to demoralize the fragile companion egg in her head. "I did it. Yeah, I did. More than just that, that bolt was the size of a football and a half." She laughed, banishing her worries as she reveled in the carnage that was to come. "Forget potato cannons. You're dispensing a gallon of dense, high-velocity hurt with every cast." "Well, I'm glad you liked it. You can count on my magical support for any beasts, bad dogs, and other nasty critters." She tried to flourish her staff in a fancy way. All that accomplished was hitting Elia in the face. "Sorry." "No worries, my cranial companion," Elia said, rubbing her nose. "We're gonna go far together. And by the looks of it, the way ahead isn't all that unguarded either. Maybe we can take another route? Or maybe we can get enough souls for those boots you wanted." Elia had to admit, she never heard Rye as torn as then. There was no other path to the fort, not one that didn't involve rock climbing and navigating the slippery woods, an impossibility without the North Duck cloud. If the choice was between risking her life for no souls and risking her life for souls and shards, then there wasn't more than one correct answer. Soul count, 1,206. Shard count, common times 3, uncommon times 0. With a smile on her lips, she sauntered over the bridge, almost letting herself believe that things were starting to look up for her. Chapter 17. Downhill. Things as they were had a tendency to roll off the rails really fast. Escalate downhill, in other words, especially for lack of rails, and when said hill had the integrity of a wet sandcastle. The ground was replete with water, soggy earth slipping away under every step, turning the initially jovial progress into a calf-burning, ankle-twisting disaster. The undead milling about the road had some fault too, though they suffered similarly from the bad footing. Except the dogs. Those in particular were nasty. Whenever Elia didn't get a jump on them, they flung their bony bodies at her like suicidal heat-seeking missiles, often from unfortunately strategic angles. Even more unfortunate was their tendency to travel in packs, either paired with another dreg or with one or two other dogs.
Presently, a total of 7 ravenously snapping beasts of bone were nipping at her heels, making the descent that much more involved. Oh my gosh, I can't look. Elia slid down a crumbling ravine, grabbed a protruding root, and nearly slipped out of her gloves. Mud covered them on the inside and out. She wasn't quite certain if the root could hold her weight, and had little time to ponder. The baying was closer than ever, as she measured the fall to a poorly defined trail in the forest, sinking ever more into the nearby swamp. She'd survive. Elia let go, regretting the decision only a moment after rolling down a slope before meeting a tree with her forehead. Dazed, but mostly alive, Elia came to a halt after inertia and friction had done their duty, the pack growling and snapping at her from atop the 10-foot fall. The forest so far had been less than inviting, and all the more confusing.
Conifers stood with their needles all pointing straight up. Some trees bloomed flowers, while not a single leaf was in sight. And in her immediate vicinity, the trees looked more like anemones, transplanted from the sea and turned into gnarled, woody constructs grasping for the sky. Miraculously, she didn't sustain any major injuries, despite the poor footing. A small mercy, which was quickly drowned by 2 thumps sounding out nearby. 2 hounds, both stupid enough to have followed her and unlucky enough to have broken a leg or 2 in the process, stared back with starved eyes. Elia guessed she'd be hungry, too, without a stomach or most of her digestive tract. With still spinning vision, she stumbled to the first dog, doming it in the head. She could get used to this axe, but the simple stab-retract motion of her old short sword would always hold a special place in her heart. For now, the still twitching dog demanded her full attention. You have gained Bone Shard, Common, ×1. 1 dead. Good. On to the next. Can I look yet? The second dog had nearly righted itself when she gave it a good kick in the kidney. Not that it had anything there besides bones. Though they were bleached and brittle, the hurt went both ways. Elia decided to check for broken toes afterwards, when her foot suddenly gave out and she toppled on top of the dog. Uh-oh, she said, staring down at slavering jaws. Uh-oh? What do you mean, uh-oh? Keep your eyes away, shut. She tried hitting the dog with the hilt of her axe. The dog bit her punching arm, sharp teeth closing in around her bracers with uncomfortable pressure. What are those noises? I don't want to know. I'll open my eyes later. The struggle went on for a few seconds, the dog trying frantically to dislodge her arm by wrenching its head side to side, while Elia was leaning more on the let's not do that side. Her magic staff was useless, and after dropping it, she pulled out a dagger she had repossessed. It found its way into the dog's neck. It died, and Elia immediately minimized the smoke, confirming her victory. The baying was distant now. They were looking for a way around. They'd find it, too, given time. Undead were persistent like that, no matter the type. What else was there that could turn undead? Werewolves? Hydras? Dragons? Rai, does your world have any dragons? Dragons? Well, I heard Warga fought some, though maybe those were just stories and fairy tales. Can I open my eyes yet? Yeah, man, I'd love to have a dragon. I'd love to be a dragon. Scales, fire, death, rawr! Elia stilled. Were those barks drifting closer or further away? I'd love to be a fast dragon. Time to move. She struggled to stand. The moment she put weight on her left foot, pain that she couldn't ignore lanced up her leg.
She definitely twisted her ankle on that fall. Running was out of the question now. Hiding as well, if the dogs could still smell her. Elia gave the path ahead that seemed to move mostly on planks and into an actual swamp a look before soldiering on. This wouldn't have happened if you just hit your shot. Excuse me? You're the one who saw a patrol of 4 swordsmen, 2 mages, and some militia and said, "Dome that one on the right." How was I supposed to know you didn't mean the dog, but the guy with a crossbow? Hey, it isn't my fault you can't prioritize your targets for shit. We could have done them all cleanly in a row, Metal Gear style, but no, you just had to go for the dog right in his line of sight. I don't want to use it on people. I'm also completely new to magic. It's very different from a rock and sling, all right? Especially when you whip your head around like that, it makes it hard to aim and focus. And I still hit the mage with it. Elia nearly slipped on an algae-covered plank. The improvised walkway was proving a death trap for someone with only a single functioning foot. That was totally by accident.
You wouldn't even hit people if I bribed you, Elia said, measuring the depth of the swamp with a stick at roughly 2 feet. You're terribly hard to work with, you know that? You're horrible at communicating. I'm not the one with fighting experience. You should take that into account when I've barely been at this for a day. Neither of the two spoke for a while, as Elia hobbled along a path that was starting to even out, stopping to listen for pursuers every few steps. Yeah, you're right. You are very new to this. Shouldn't have expected you to be the Legolas to my Gimli just yet. See? Admitting your fault in this wasn't so hard, right? You still can't hit for shit, though. Hey, language! All concerns for proper language aside, Rai's lack of aim was a serious issue. It's like you're relying on divine ballistic intervention more than actual skill. She threw up 2 parts of her breath that seemed relevant. Undead curse mark, swelling. Greatly diminishes spirit, moderately diminishes body, slightly diminishes sense and mind. While she didn't know why it changed from quelled to swelling, the greatly diminished soul was an issue with Rai's boon being dependent on that stat, and it was weak as an unlearned child's. Yes, you're right. I am a poor shot. If I had to learn magic the hard way, I'd have studied how to heal sickness or shoot fireworks from my hands. But I don't have a choice, do I? I have a boon, and now I just have to make the best of it. And that means practicing hitting my few shots. Elia perked up, blinking in mild astonishment. Way to go, brain bud. You're finally getting into that die or grind mentality. Also, the bolt is super hard to control. Like trying to press a wet bar of soap in your hand. It's hard to grasp and slippery. I'm doing my best, all right? Elia giggled immaturely. That's what she said. Yes, I did. Your point? Never mind. They trudged past a swamp-soaked corpse, again empty of all loot. The trail went past a row of half-sunken walls, little more than lines of rubble, before a less completely dilapidated ruin peeked out between the endless trees growing ever twisted up ahead. It must have been a church once, or a chapel, given its size, foundations sinking into the surrounding swamp, which at this point was a nearly knee-deep mire. The forest isn't a place for us. Only beasts and the inhuman walk here. They both listened for any sign of an ambush. At least there aren't any leeches, mosquitoes, or other little shits. Elia's checkpoint sense was tingling. Not an official boon by any means, but the years spent in the maze had gained her an instinct for finding them and loot. No 2 checkpoints were too far apart, and this place seemed a likely candidate for the next one. Elia could do without the pain of a broken rib and foot. Bruises and small cuts littering her body were also waiting for the sweet rejuvenation of the healing water.
But as she put a hand on the doorless doorway, instincts hammered in over lifetimes brought her next step to a halt. An arrow whooshed by her chest, embedding into the side of a willowy tree. Elia froze for a second, saw no cover within hobbling distance, and instead made for a mad hobble towards the stone ruin. It was that damned waterlogged corpse they'd passed. She forgot the number one rule that applied even in a medieval zombie apocalypse. Always double tap. Another arrow struck, and both her and Rye screamed as this time it pierced her thigh, where the chainmail didn't reach. The impact rung sharp through her bone, but she staggered only once before pulling herself through the doorway, waging herself in safety. She had moments to see the club approach her face. Eek! Fuck! She stumbled out back, and another arrow struck, this time center mass. She clutched her staff and axe, feeling her strength leaving her, making it hard to stand. Just business as usual, stacks upon stacks of odds against her. The thought alone gave her the guts to take a step forward, embedding her hatchet in the lanky club wielder's neck. You have gained soul times 125. Another strike, a third one, swung from the side and spun her head like a carousel. Her vision went, then her consciousness, then her will to stand. She met the soggy floor of the swamp, the smell of rotting algae a last remembrance, lingering before everything was quiet again. The car ride back from the police station was quiet, filling the impeccably clean insides of the coupe with an air of silent judgment. Elia sat in the back, 14 years old, dressed in a black-on-black fashion disaster with rainbow gloves purposefully mismatching her other arm laden with too many bracelets. Her eyes were fixated on some inscrutable point in the distance. Her father didn't sigh. He never did. No disappointment or any other negative emotion ever escaped his normally placid facade. Sometimes it looked as if he was just a passenger in his own body, playing a role as he drifted on a second-hand experience of the world, instead of truly looking through his soft green eyes and bothering to care. Though, to be fair, he could muster genuine human emotions at times like these. I can't believe you tried to break into our own house. Not that she succeeded. Whatever she could scrounge up in the garage was not enough to open the front or back door. It wasn't her fault that her key snapped mid-twist. Keys didn't do that, normally, though the snap freeze was most likely at fault for turning the stamped metal brittle. Somehow, this all was conspiring to turn out to be her fault in the end. Ridiculous. Should be glad I didn't smash any windows or use your power tools. You broke the lock, her father tried to yell. It came out as more of a complaint. The police found lockpicks in your bag, Elia. Lockpicks. Yes, her recreational lockpicks. The ones she tried to get the broken bit of key out of the lock with. You were supposed to be home, not at some stupid artsy gathering. I sell art for a living, Elia. And as exhausting as it is, networking is necessary. Well, then get a new job. The silence reigned again, but the last sentence spiced it with a tinge of silliness. Her father broke it first, chuckling in that weird way that sounded like a man with hiccups being strangled. It lightened her mood a tad, and she hid her creeping smirk behind a veneer of dismissive snorts. Soon she had returned to her survey of passing cars on the highway. A yellow car overtook them slowly, and they soon broke sight as they drove up the off-ramp. Immediately, opportunistic junk food chains bombarded her senses with promises of a quick burger, tacos, or pizzas. I'm not looking forward to explaining this whole situation to your mother. Just don't, Elia's stomach grumbled. Put the locksmith down under company expenses. Wish it were that easy. Not that I'm the only one who's getting an earful. Smoothie? Hot chocolate. A quick 5 minutes in a particularly packed drive-through later, and Elia was feeling somewhat better, slurping her maxi cup of milk-equivalent hot goodness. She'd regret this later, but sometimes a craving hit her, intolerance be damned. Would have been nice to have had a hot chocolate while she was freezing her ass off trying to get inside. But maybe staying quiet would make her dad finally put this topic to rest. So, got a boyfriend yet? The hot chocolate nearly found its way out her nose. Dad? What? I'm just saying, my cute little girl is growing up and surely I'm not the only one who noticed. No. Boyfriends. As the silence dragged on, and she knew her father wouldn't be sated with that much, she continued on. All the boys in my class suck. A girlfriend, then? Girlfriend's fine, too. He glanced at the rearview mirror for a split second. Guess not. Any friends? No. She took a defiant sip, kicking her dark plateau boots against the front seat. I'm fine being alone. Her father exhaled much in the way of a sigh, an artificial sign as superfluous as him blinking right into a roundabout. Well, I can only hope my little fighter changes her mind. They drove up a suburban road, her dad taking his time as he approached their driveway. Now I'll talk it out with Mom and Grandma, and you'll get your lockpicks back, as long as you promise not to take them with you to school, all right? All right, Elia muttered. The car stopped, but instead of stopping, Elia jerked forwards, straight through the back of the seat, tumbling, falling down into indefinite darkness.
Chapter 18. Hard Truth. Rye woke with a start, and everything hurt. From the headache to her limbs and belly to her legs, everything was flavored in a different taste of ugly aches. No roof of the crossroad temple greeted her eyes. Only a few tree branches leaned low past the broken walls as her mind flashed with jumbled memories. Undead, home, magic, car, dogs, the ambush. Voices. Close. 3 armored individuals huddled in a corner, vehemently whispering about catapults and machicolations? That wasn't a word, and instantly the roaring cacophony of the dream that was not hers echoed in her mind. It was an odd experience, living the memories of another, feeling them while knowing that neither the sights nor the smells or tastes were hers. Especially the sights. The loud metal creatures were not creatures at all, but carriages. Without grug or horse to draw them, they moved at breakneck speeds across the dark stone and played at a dance to lights on intersections as large as she never had imagined. Elia's strain of barbarians had great roads, not as great as the Empire's, of course, but a critical question remained. What was a smoothie? Rye could not sit still without an explanation, bumping what to do next and whether she should escape or not into second place. The giant stone bowl set behind the leaning doors and crumbling rock marked the next checkpoint mere feet away. If only she could crawl there, she could stop the hurt and clear her mind. Elia, Rye whispered. Elia! Fuck! Ack! Rye acked in surprise. What is it? I totally forgot I had a goth phase. I feel all slimy and ugh. Blech. Well, first off, we seem to have switched control. Again. Again? Shit, being knocked out counts as being unconscious. We need to be more careful from now on. Wait. Hostiles. 3 to the front left, melee mostly, shields, spears. On a squinting second peek, Rye recognized them. Those are the Legion soldiers. Sextus, Tertius, and Alexander from the temple. I think they saved us? A look down confirmed it. Her wounds were bound, her legs and arms decidedly not, and the thick earthen smell of wick wax wafted from underneath.
She smelled of blood, too. And there came the dizziness again, with reinforcements. Rye, we need to move. Why? Are you kidding? You're a small woman. You're basically defenseless. We're in the middle of nowhere, and those are 3 grown-ass soldiers from the good old medieval times with certificates in pillaging, raiding, and raping. Do you have the self-preservation instincts of an egg, or do you get it yet, Humpty? Elia, those are soldiers of our holy empire. What's more, they're cavalry, disciplined, learned men. And they would never accost any lone traveler for no reason. They are disciplined, dutiful, and honorable. And I'm a free citizen of the Empire as well, not some Becky half-breed or slave on the run. They will help us. Honestly, I can't believe what you were insinuating. Yeah, and the blood on that wooden club definitely doesn't belong inside my nose. Our nose. As if to punctuate that, Rye snorted a clot of blood. That got the attention of the 3 men, and after a short discussion, the larger one stood up and went to crouch next to her. Finally awake, Sleeping Beaut? Sextus asked. Rye stuttered, confidence failing to manifest. Me? He grinned and nodded. You snuck up on us. Fraid Tertius over here convinced us you was some assassin or spy from the castle or a looter. Man's a bit paranoid after the mud crab incident. Apologies. And no fears. The dregs don't approach these here bowls without provocation, bless Ruth. I'm not a... She broke into a string of coughs, some of them slightly bloody. Aye, you're but a wee lady, but still a soldier o' misfortune much like the rest of us. He smacked his dry lips, Undeath having extended the cracks running through it all the way up his cheeks past the missing nose. His visage was not a kind one, marred by thin lines that told stories of past brutality. Shame about your arm, though. Afraid we'll have to amputate. For a moment, a string of doubt ran through her. They shared a stare. She tried hard not to tear up. My ass, will he chop anything. Rye, he's not a licensed medical professional. Go for his neck. He won't expect a dagger. The man laughed. Oh, gee, I can't keep a straight face like that. You look like someone kicked a particularly puzzled puppy. Was a joke, just a silly gag. The water eels anything? Oh, stupid jokes. Now she just had to find out how the water would eel anything. How did one eel something? Rude. Rye frowned before letting out an indignant squeak as the man picked her up with his wiry hands. There was still muscle hidden beneath, and since he carried her like a princess, well, a tingle ran up her face. I can't believe this is all it takes for you to blush. He looks like he eats people. You should be running, stabbing, screaming fire and death and whatnot. This is the feudal post-apocalypse, not a My Medieval Romance light novel. Before Rye had a chance to answer, he let her down in front of the bowl. Gong. Can you see it still? She stared a bit incredulously at the checkpoint ahead. The bowl? He shook his head. The water. Only undead can see it, drink it. Bit of a gift to the gods for our long journey, methinks. Disappears when dregs are nearby, like it eats their guts or something. Yes. She took a few probing sips, imagining the taste of creamy, warm milk, and the water acquiesced. A distant gong rang, and she felt invigorated once more. Thank you, Sextus, sir, for saving my life. He raised an eyebrow, scanning Rye more seriously now. But if you ain't a spy, as you say, then how'd you know me name? I'm Rye, remember? Bedsheet girl from Crossroad Temple. Suspicion increasingly grew along his face as Rai tried to remember what it was that ticked him off.
I've come to do the scouting I promised. You are still trying to get through the castle up ahead, right? Glenrock Castle?
I knew she was a forest-damned spy, Tertius called from behind as he and Alexander exchanged a small bone shard. Sextus just laughed nervously at the whole shtick as he brushed through his oily hair. Rai did not find this funny at all, but upon seeing the other man's grin, she figured it was just another unspoken joke. Well, I hope you have some explanation as to how you know about our humble undertaking, or else I'ma have to ask you some uncomfortably physical questions. Not good. Not good. Getting mafiosi vibes over here, and he's like 3 times our weight. I'll shank his nuts and then you run for it. What? No, I mean, because you told me? Did undead have bad memories? You do remember volunteering me as your scout, right? He turned visibly confused. Only caught a glimpse of you. We never spoke a word. No, I'm pretty sure. I mean... Rai's face fell into a frown. Rai, before you get us killed, let me remind you, you talked to them on your first loop, after I touched the checkpoint for the first time, and you died 5 times in between then and now. They don't remember. They can't. For them, the conversation never existed. The unwelcome attention was turning her panic inwards. This is what Elia meant with turning back time. Setting the undead curse aside, no death mattered when she could succeed once in the end. In an ironic reversal, any rapport she had built would become just as useless, forgotten, unless she managed it on a successful loop. Tertius, standing at the edge of the chapel, right next to the only exit. Just as she was about to stammer the sentence that would probably get her and Elia killed, she felt her face and throat tingle. Someone spoke with her mouth and voice, but not her. Hey, big guy. Your name is Sextus. You and your friends are part of the 41st Legion of the Empire, the best legion.
Now, I'm gonna trust you all. I've got a boon, real good one, with an essence of ego. Lets me gain some information on things I touch. There was an exchange of hand signs in the back. She's not lying. The suspicion was still evident on Tertius's face, but Sextus relaxed visibly. Well, that's that. I hit you quite hard as well. Apologies again. If you need anything, me and me mates, we'll be over in that corner divining schemes and whatnot. Now that you're cleared, you're welcome to join. I'm sure none of the lads will deny a lass our help. Phew, am I ever glad they didn't ask any difficult questions. Seems one of them has a boon for truth-telling. Dangerous stuff. Let's be careful around them, yeah? Rai was left confused and sat on the floor, more than a little tuckered out. Elia didn't lie, but she didn't tell the truth either. The legionnaires would threaten her, but they believed a barbarian just like that? It rankled her, tugged on twin vines named jealousy and indignant anger. Hey, do you know how to trade boons? Dunno. Go ask your soldier friends. If Elia noticed the anger in her voice, she gave no sign. It was better this way than having yet another argument. Well, I sure am glad we didn't have to fight our way out. Not looking forward to respawning here in the middle of that conversation. Anyhow, we can take our 20-minute break here if you want. Also, Quibbles wants to take a dip in the swamp. Elia followed up her demand with a tingling pressure that made Rai think she'd take over by force again if she had to. Not like she understood any other language. Stupid barbarian. I'll let you take over if you let me practice magic for as long as I want. Nuh-uh. An hour, tops. 5! 2. Take it or leave it. Ugh, you... Fine. 2 hours of uninterrupted lobbing of magical bolts. But don't blame me if I can't hit anything after that little time. Sheesh. It went unsaid that 5 hours wouldn't help that much more either.
There was reason to think that entire institutions of learning weren't dedicated to something anyone could learn overnight. Having a standoff with herself was becoming an oddly routine feeling. Not that it made her look any less weird from the outside. She could already feel the green-scarfed Alexander staring at her from across the broken chapel. All right, I can dig a bit of a training arc. Now chop chop, time's a-wasting. Let's get those bolts a-flinging. Rye stood up, making sure to take as much time as she wanted. If time turns back when we die, don't we have infinite time? Only if we have infinite lives, and at about 11 to 13 deaths, we literally start falling apart with every further one, in body, mind, and soul. Time loop or not, we lose when we forget who we are. Now come on, let's double that accuracy to 30%. Could have worded that a bit nicer and less existentially terrifying, Rye mumbled, before walking out behind the chapel, over 2 undead's corpses, and onto the small island in the middle of swampy bogland. There, she took the most rotten-looking tree, aimed, and fired. The bolt formed, slowly, over roughly 5 seconds, before a force pulled it forward at her command. It missed the tree, plonking into the muddy swamp water. She disregarded the shot and focused on another, and another, and another. The 5th one was her limit, but a quick trip to the checkpoint bowl alleviated her mental exhaustion and the accompanying nosebleed. Sets of 5, then a short trip back, possibly small talk with the soldiers, then another 5 bolts. The magic came to her naturally, an instinct like a well-practiced gesture of the hand. Magic. Magic! It felt too good to be real, a dream come true, if she only disregarded the purely violent applications of her singular spell. Getting into a rhythm was easy, but keeping it up while errant thoughts drove her mind into dark and grumbly places kept her from consistent concentration. A distraction would be welcome. Tell me, how those metal carriages in your dream work? Do they have little critters pushing them forward underneath? Does the road itself move them forward? Are they even real? A Cheshire grin bloomed inside her mind. Cars are easy. All they require for fuel is the following: magic, the blood, sweat, and tears of the common worker, and a Furby chanting pig Latin backwards. What's really hard is how to make them. And let me tell you, I was the best automobile crafter once. The time they spent went by in the blink of an eye. Soul count, times 2,521. Shard count, bone shard, common, times 4, uncommon, times 0. And that is why the pharmaceutical industry makes a bigger profit off of keeping you half sick than curing you outright. Well, at least their medicine works from what I hear. Rye focused on a nearby tree, letting her magic flow through her arm. It didn't feel any less exciting even after doing it over 100 times, and she had to admit that watching the ice form made her heart flutter a little. Hard to tell if the apothecaries in our vale are selling you official cures, or just something that will make you even more sick. She put all her focus into the next, willing it to wait for her command to surge forward as long as possible. The projectile flew, missed the thick trunk by nearly a foot. She bit down her frustration, deciding to glare at the tree instead. Quibbles croaked, swimming happily in the swamp. If only you didn't need to sell your soul for a 3-month supply of insulin. But, you know, with enough money, you can pay a king for an arm and a leg. Yeah, that. What a weird adage. It's not like yours are any better. What even is a fiat punto? What do you mean when you say you farmed undead? Half the time you don't make any darn sense, and the other half you're making jokes I don't understand, probably. I think that might be due to the translation going on. I can tell you right now, everything you say comes to me in a weirdly accented English. Another shot, A near miss, though only a grazing hit. And for me, you sound the way some street rats mangle the holy language of our empire, Empyrean. Gee, give a medal to whoever came up with those two names. Like always, she tried and failed to manifest a sixth bolt. Her arm was frigid, shivering like after a day of exhausting labor, and whenever she tried to go above her limits, all that manifested were headaches and nosebleeds. Magic had its advantages, but a solution to all her problems it was not. But wow, imagine the look on the faces of her parents when she returned with a boon of magic. Uncommon as well. Sam would be surprised, but happy. Mum would be overjoyed. Marriage prospects would be so much better with an uncommon. Da would be satisfied for sure, and Marcus and Callie would twist themselves into knots with envy. Marcus always wanted to go to the legions and become a soldier like Da, but Da never let him. He was the second in line, an important role should anything happen to Rai. Something did happen, something that resulted in her death and branding with the curse of undeath. She couldn't remember it, not how she died, not when or why. Maybe she should ask Elia. Then again, how could she trust a word out of her mouth? Her thoughts were jumping hard today, possibly a side effect of conjuring ice again and again. It was time to stop soon. She'd rather not lose more of herself. Memories, personality, ability, identity. Sacrificing a boon didn't seem so unreasonable anymore, not when the alternative was a loss of everything else. But not her magic. Anything but her magic. There had to be a cure. If there wasn't, then... Think happy thoughts, Rai, she muttered. Puppies, kittens, salami, warm milk. Thanks. She swallowed once and let her mind settle on a less existentially horrifying conundrum. All would be well, as long as they reached Lofton in appreciable time. With a leaden sigh, she returned to the bowl of healing water for another sip. If she could have chosen her magic, it would have been one that did her chores for her, that would make everyone love her, or allowed her to fly. The first step was done. She had a spell she could cast. The next was finding a teacher, then study, and then, maybe she could become a real mage. If she could somehow learn it on the way home. A bolt flew. It missed her target. I think I noticed something different this time. A slight tingle. Do you think I'm getting better? If you're trying to bulk your mind muscles or something, don't bother. Nothing ever worked for my muscles. Did push-ups once, shattered my wrist. Might be the undeath working. Whenever I hit, I have to swing with my entire body for less than stellar results. Of course, since I'm awesome, I still kick ass. You'll have to rely on gaining pure raw proficiency. Stats will come with the big souls. Oh. All the work puffing herself up immediately deflated. Oh. Oi, lass, Sextus called out. We're reading out. You with us? Rai ummed, ever a paragon of confidence. I don't suppose we have time for a short nap? He shrugged. We'll go on ahead then. Be seeing ya. As he turned to leave, Rai felt a sinking dread return. Wait! I'll come with. I'd rather not be alone. Depends. What can you do for us? Ow! Tertius got slapped above the head by Sextus, who just gave Rai a grinning smile. We ain't cruel enough to deny anyone our company. Better 4 than 3 anyhow. Aren't you forgetting someone? Rude. Hey, that's actually pretty fun to say. Rude. With apprehension and just a bit of anxiety, Rai scooped up quibbles and followed them out from the protecting walls onto a small, half-sunken path through the swamp. Everything was quiet
as the anticipation of disaster ate its way through her bowels, leaving a hole for every ill thought to take root in. Chapter 19. The Old Switcheroo. The great road seemed like their lucky break. It suddenly snaked into their peripheral view, as wide as 10 carts, and blessedly not swerving into the knee-deep and fetid muck of the swamp. Rye imagined the 3 soldiers would also prefer a solid path, what with their heavy scale armor and towering shields and spears. This was the road to Lofton. The mountains on the north side looked so different compared to the ones on the south. On a business-related trip with Da, they had come close enough that she had spied the rolling hills and squat mountain peaks. These here were more jagged, more cold-looking, and worked to beat down on her mood the closer they came. Signs of past ambushes ran up and down the road, dogs and undead in a variety of armors and clothes lying motionless in between the odd stragglers. Carts were overthrown, laying in smoldering heaps, or simply left where they stood in a great congestion of wood and grug. The grugs had made for the hills, but for a few corpses of the unlucky ones still bound to the carts, and the carts themselves were pilfered of everything except the wheels. In some cases, even those were missing. When everyone abandons their carts, you know the apocalypse has started. A single look up what she initially thought to be a lamppost, and she found the missing wheels, and she really wished she hadn't. At the top, undead were tethered to wheels, bones broken and woven in between the spokes, while their heads were fixed, forced to stare forever at the sky. Rye threw up, long enough that Sextus came over to pat her on the back. He led her away from them with slow steps. One of undead moaned as Rye got too close. She nearly broke out in sobs. Criminals. They had to be criminals. This was fine. The 3 soldiers, much like Elia, were not bothered by the casual displays of brutality. Or maybe they just knew how to hide it. A group of stragglers and spiky hounds provided a distraction, but not for long. You have gained soul times 12. You have gained soul times 13. Damn, they absolutely destroyed those dogs. Not even a contest. Uh-huh. Rye was still too frazzled to be anything but a liability. She had to help, but she couldn't. Not right now. I feel terrible. Chill. They're letting you mooch off. Adding it up, the souls are just being divided between us, probably evenly and most likely due to proximity. It's free money. Let the souls tick on by, I say. An undead stood up from where it had its head buried in its hands and lunged at Alexander. Even as the smallest one, he easily met it with his shield, pushed it back, and stabbed twice through the chest. All of this happened before Rye could do anything but yell a warning, now unnecessary for lack of any threat. You have gained soul times 13. I don't know whether I should feel glad or guilty. It evens out, since you're still refusing to loot any of the bodies for shards. Or gear. Look, that guy has perfectly fine boots. What's keeping you from yanking them off and feeling a bit better for yourself, brain bud? As always, Elia was missing the point, and finding 10 more. Rye took one look at the corpse and decided her time was best spent not pondering crime. My conscience. And the smell, Rye said, making sure the corpse in question was really just that, a corpse. Badly fitted boots are worse than no boots. Besides, it's not moral, especially not if they could wake up again. Gee, you sure enjoy sabotaging yourself, don't you? I do not. I'm just trying to carry enough morals for the 2 of us. It's... A twitch of a body, too fast for her to react, jumped at her from a tree. The dagger didn't glint. It was rusted with blood, and the human-like creature holding it hissed between fanged teeth. "According to plan," Tertius yelled, as an invisible force directed the assassin's blade left and herself right. Like a kid trying to catch a falling leaf, Rai glided past her assailant's grasp, and he buried his dagger into the ground. To her credit, Rai's scream was more of a silent wheeze escaping her mouth. To Elia's credit, she knew when her unwanted assistance was equally necessary. Ya-yoink! You have gained soul times 65. The body fell, and Rai fell too, but on her butt. She nearly died there. She barely saw the assailant hidden in the forest. She knew it. Trees were evil. "Thank you, Tertius. Thank you, Elia," she muttered. "No problemo. Also, did that guy hiss at us? What's up with that?" "Rai! Hello?" Rai was busy looking at the three soldiers who were staring at her like she was a total loon. "Who is this Elia person?" Tertius asked, with appreciable, if unnerving, suspicion. "Another spy?" No. Beans, why was it so hard to keep people from thinking she was a spy? "I have a boon of invisible friends?" A wave of ahas, muttered congratulations, and apologies emanated from the three, and Rai was, for the first time since the temple, pleasantly surprised. The looks they were giving weren't suspicious. Curiosity ruled, and she then realized that she wasn't the only one interested in this boony business. "They believed me?" she whispered. "Just like that?" "Sure. Boons can be anything. Wouldn't be surprised at the number of people who wished their imaginary friends into reality, and being openly interesting is a lot better than being quiet, plotting, and mysterious." "Shouldn't you be the one who knows this stuff?" "I know that." Not looking like a prune, and not sabotaging herself with constant panic and anxiety would have helped. It was hard not to think herself into a spiral in this place, sodden with undeath. "Is that something you had to study for as well?" No. Experiencing people helps." Sheepishly, she kicked a pebble. "I had a lot of personal initiative in my sparse free time. I went to feasts and smaller gatherings. I talked and caroused."
Da always said it was a waste of time, but he already has a lot of contacts from his Legion days. We're still talking about boons, right?
"Yes, of course."
Rai stiffly made her way next to the three Legion soldiers. Boons were never widely spread outside of the military and the elite, especially not the useful ones. With enough wealth, they could buy the shards for a boon, and if it turned out poor, they could trade it away until they found a fitting one. She'd have been glad to have any useless old boon just for the status it would give her. But maybe this close to Lofton, people just had a different understanding of what was considered normal. Rai was curious. Did everyone have a boon here? If so, then what could the soldiers have besides Tertius's boon that had saved her life?
Tertius, sir?" Rai asked, and nearly regretted it as the rather portly soldier looked down at her. "I wanted to express my gratitude for saving me with your boon."
"Puh, express my gratitude," he waved her off. "A thanks is enough for any old Decurion. A better thanks would be carrying your weight."
Ouch. At least we're fairly light as weights go. "If I may ask, how does your boon work?" she asked, channeling all her strength into puppy dog eyes.
"It's not something you should tell anyone," he said, but it was obvious he was having a hard time not glancing at her. She redoubled her efforts, adding a thin liquid sheen to her eyes by squeezing her tear ducts. To be fair, he didn't cave in immediately, but cave in he did. Ah, pox on it. You've already seen it in action. The short and quick of it is that I can help an ally out if I make a plan beforehand and then yell my boon's name. Course, that means I need the time to actually say it, and the better the image of the plan, the less the boon strains my noggin. Restriction breeds strength, after all. Oh, restriction breeds strength. That explained a lot.
Now she knew how to carry her weight. Make sure she wasn't an easy target. Where her psychometry didn't strain her in the slightest, she couldn't imagine the same for him, even with a perfectly detailed plot.
Thank you again for the explanation and the help.
Fair, he said, waving her away. Go bother Alexander or Sextus. I'll call you if anything Weasley needs doing.
Weasley? And how am I supposed to take that? She muttered to herself while walking away. With dignity and pride. We are the mighty weasels, and we will do what weasels do best. Drive every nearby prey species twice our size into extinction. The march went on in much the same fashion, the soldiers dealing with single undead, Rye arguing with Elia while they passed by broken wall after wall. The final one was growing ever closer through the covering crown of trees. As she looked closer, she noticed large, spoked wheels nailed to some of them, and attached to those were more people. Dead, rotted corpses this time. That's a lot of armor. Soldiers, the legionnaires grimaced while Tertius spoke. And a squire or two. Get 'em down, boys. Their bodies deserve better. She averted her eyes as she spied the first of many coat of arms toting the twin peaked dog. No humans, only dregs everywhere they went. The road turned more cluttered, the signs of violence more pronounced. Impacts littered the final wall, broken and toppled ladders next to wooden planks for cover, and an array of trenches the swamp had spilled into, dark and thick. That's the gatehouse, Sextus gestured at the stone construction, set into walls easily 40 feet tall, and only the first of a number of layered defenses. Of course, these defenses only worked as such when they were manned, and when the door wasn't rolled apart like a brittle tin dinner plate. And there's our way in.
Is this all right? Rye asked. Shouldn't we wait for someone to come and let us in? This is an Empire fort. They should be on our side, right? Whoever closed the gates locked all of us out together, Tertius said, plucking at his helmet plume. Not gonna wait all day for no good reason. And as with all assaults, initiative is key. Yeah, what he said. Don't be a wuss. Between breaking and entering, you'll only be filed for half of the crime. Now go. I'm getting boredom cramps. With a whimper and a sigh, Rye followed her three companions through the foreboding portal. The walls encompassed the outermost parts of the castle, leading into a staging ground large enough to house an entire army's worth of tents, fortifications, and stores. Rings of burnt tarps and charred wood remained from the fires which had eaten through most of the above, and a shanty town that had once grown along the walls suffered a similar fate. Holy shit, a fucking trebuchet. Judging by turned-over wagons carrying rye-sized stones and the odd pile of lumber, there had been more than just a cursory attempt at breaking the castle itself. Distant watchtowers worked into the steep valley at the side looked similarly broken and abandoned, with one looking like it had exploded from the inside out. Whatever happened, it did some time ago. All structures that had persevered seemed to have sunken a few feet into the mud, and the muddy ground promised only a slight improvement over the swamp itself. Someone must have already started sieging this place long before, Tertius muttered. And yet he looks like he already knew this. I told you, they're hiding something from us. They don't look happy, she whispered before tiptoeing over to Sextus, because he seemed the most amicable and talkative out of the three.
Are we actually going to join this siege? Doesn't that seem kind of reckless? Stupid? Futile? He gave her a knowing look. Aye, perhaps all three. But not death nor curse'll stop us, and we need to get past that keep to die for our empire. And Tertius has a plan. The keep in question still towered some distance away, an array of moats, dirt hills, and the tallest wall separating them from the mess that was the inner castle. Tertius plucked a stray strand from his plumed helmet. Only way from here is up. Alexander made some complicated hand gesture, at which the plumed one let out a chuckle. Sextus smiled, as was so counter to his brutal visage. Rye took in the biggest breath she was able, her plan to examine the tips of her boots for the rest of their journey cut short by an arrow hitting Sextus right in the neck. "Ambush!" Sextus yelled as he clutched his neck. The remaining two presented their towering oval shields to the right, leaving Rye to scramble towards them. 1 second Sextus was standing, the next they was on the ground. He's... Ah, fuck, he's dead. "According to plan!" Tertius yelled. Another arrow cut through the air, harmlessly hitting a shield instead of boring past and hitting Rye between the eyes. Rye yelped as Tertius yelled something she didn't quite catch. A heavy club hit her in the back of the head, and her already jelly-like legs gave away. Screams echoed long into the dark, muffled all by the sudden embrace of another death. You have died. You have lost. Bone shards, common, ×4. You have lost. Souls, ×3081.
Elia woke up on the ground, mind running through the last fight piece by piece.
The archer was clearly a problem and would need to be dealt with, as was the random ambush of the other dregs. Someone shook her shoulder, and she realized that she was in control again. Right, the hit on the head. She turned abruptly, the worried face of the Sextus guy staring down at her. Hey. You all right there, lass? She gave a slow nod, pinching his hand and gently lifting it away. Why was everyone in this world so touchy? Time until lost items and souls dissipate. 14 minutes. Not a minute of rest, then. She got up, taking a few steps towards the doorless exit before stopping short. They would need to fight through half a mile of enemies set along the road just to get past the first wall, where her reward would be another ambush. Funny how that worked. But setting amusement at the cruelty of the world aside, Elia found herself in a predicament. Should she run ahead recklessly to regain her lost stuff, or do it the slow, methodical way? Either or, there was an ambush right behind the last wall. Archers and undead to bog them down aplenty. A simple and deadly combo. Every minute spent grinding her teeth over this decision lowered her chances of success. A third option, then. Abandon her souls in favor of getting to know the area ahead, find a way through, and introduce the archers to the concept of a post-mortem colonoscopy. The 3 legionnaires could not be trusted to keep pace with her, if only because they didn't trust her yet. What to do? What do to? There was a fourth option, an option that required the greatest effort of will. God damn it, I hate escort quests. Rye, you still here? Pain. Scary. Don't wanna. Look, I may be awesome, but I've lived with my head stuck in the maze for the last who knows how long. Frankly, I have no idea how we're going to get our souls back without these guys. So if you've got an idea on how to get them to move in under 5 minutes, I'm all ears. If I do that, will you do the fighting? That's always been the plan, Brain Bud. You talk, I fight. I'll try my best as well. But I will not lie, this might be difficult. The electric feeling wormed its way across her head and down her throat, and with an apprehensive smile, They approached the three soldiers. "Hello, Sextus. Hi, Tertius. Alexander. I'm Rye, but you probably don't know me, so we'll just stand here." Rye gave a nod to each before feigning interest in their little model castle filled with stick bridges, stone foundations, and tiny trebuchets. The level of detail they could get with simple sticks and pebbles spoke of a masterful mind for tactics, or simple boredom. Possibly both, and now that she considered it, it was put to good use considering the benefit it gave to Tertius's boon. "There are some archers over here, some dogs and dregs over here, an ambush there, oh, and a Becky assassin in the woods." "I knew she was a spy!" Tertius yelled, once again changing a bone shard with Alexander. They could tell truth from lie, but would never believe what she was going through. Rye closed her eyes and tried her best. "I'm not a spy. I was born and raised in the same empire as you all. I have magic I can barely control. I'm no good in a fight, and I can understand if you're suspicious of anyone on this horrid trail." Elia nudged her, annoyed at time lost. But time lost was not time wasted. Not for them. "I have a friend, and this friend really needs to get past these walls. If you'd assist me on the way, you would gain her endless gratitude." "That last part's a lie," Tertius scoffed. "Well, I mean, she would probably say thank you." Tertius laughed. "You don't even believe it yourself." Stupid Tertius. Stupid Boone. Stupid Elia. Fudge, beans. I mean, all I can offer is to help you as much as I am able. But I need to go to the castle, now. I know it's selfish, but even if only out of the kindness of your heart, would you help a lady in need?" They shared a look between each other, one that could generously be interpreted as a maybe. "Oh, also, I can lead you around every single enemy up to the last wall." The soldiers grinned, Tertius rubbing his hands together while Alexander quickly rearranged some parts of their model. "Always. Time until lost items and souls dissipate. 4 minutes. "Ambush right!" Elia yelled, despite nothing being in sight. The 3 legionnaires, ever the professionals, immediately presented their shields. A satisfying thwack vindicated her call, but further dregs were still rising from false death all around. The soldiers' yells turned muted by professionalism, short and clipped and interspersed with the occasional use of Tertius Boone. "According to plan! Cover, 100 yards ahead! According to plan! Sextus, Alexander, shield wall right, move quick! Rye girl, cover left! According to plan! These blasted arrows, I swear they have a fucking immortal shooting us! Let's go, chop chop, lads, ladies!" "Don't fucking tell me what to do," Elia yelled before her mouth seized up. "Sorry, we'll try our best." "We? Who is what? According to plan." An arrow that was yearning for his kneecap plonked off his greaves, whizzing into the distance. The feeling dissipated, just in time for Elia to flinch away from a flail aimed at her head and axe the undead in turn. Its glowing eyes fell dim, relief filling her as the lost souls and shards returned to her. "Sorry." With a grunt, she wrenched the axe from the corpse, ducking under an arrow as she moved back fully in cover behind the 3 soldiers currently finishing off a dog and its handler. "To front!" Elia yelled, and the 3 legionnaires shifted their formation, spears menacing the torn militia who were completely unaware of the struggle approaching them 20 feet out. Alexander threw 1 javelin and then a second while the first was still in the air, his arm moving faster than she could follow for a few seconds. "Boon that allows for quick throwing," Elia muttered, so only Rye could hear. "The way he's rubbing his shoulder possibly got a cooldown, or it hurts his arm. Did he hit?" "That he did, right through the chest on the first one, then the shoulder on the other."
Maybe an accuracy component, though that would make it uncommon at least.
And as far as Rai had said, one shouldn't expect someone to have more than one boon slot on the regular. She was an outlier with her 3, just as much as 0 would have been. The 2 undead fell just in time for the party to meet a ball of densely packed enemies. Threshers, pitchforks, and retooled scythes poked out of the ball of violence as the undead fell over each other to swarm the group of 4. "Cover me!" Sextus yelled while running straight for them. He barreled into the group, flipping one over his shield with a crunch while the others scattered to the ground. Definitely a boon. Unnatural resistance? A charge attack? Or just raw stats? What are you muttering on about, Elia? Concentrate for the love of— Ah! A sneaky undead tried to stab her with a dagger. Elia dodged and swung, tearing its throat from its neck. They fell on the remnants together and cleaned them up one by one. You have gained soul times 21. You have gained— Most of them weren't armored, and even their clothes of wool and what looked like sheep leather hung in rotten strips from their bodies. Even while Elia methodically chopped at the flailing limbs of a much larger, hulking figure, her thoughts were drawn back to the weirdness she had initially felt upon entering this place. The place was built like a funnel, only allowing a certain amount of foes to attack the castle at the same time, while being peppered from all around. But what was a peasant mob doing trying to attack a castle? Tax-related reasons, most likely. Ah! Eek! A group of dogs encircled the formation. Behind them, more undead approached as an arrow dinged dangerously off the back of her helmet. They were moving forward, but not fast enough, bogged down by the archers and a constant trickle of enemies. Tertius was using his boon much more frugally. They needed to move faster. But this loop was not one crowned with success. It took little time for the dogs to find the weakest link. Elia domed the first, but the others wrenched her to the ground, savaging her until she saw her companions blasted apart, surrounded, and cut down in turn. You have died. You have lost. Bone shards, common, times 5. You have lost. Souls, times 3,405. Back at the bowl, Elia awoke again. Rai, do your thing, and do it with pizzazz. She turned to Sextus and in one smooth motion clambered atop the rim of the checkpoint bowl. Attention, Sir Gentle Soldiers! I have scouted ahead and can tell you all with 100% certainty where every single enemy is well beyond the last outer wall. No, I am not a spy. Yes, I have a boon that helps me with information. And no, I am not as strong as any of you. But if I said I could get us past the last wall in under 10 minutes, what would you say? Stunned silence followed, and she felt as if she could hear a key opening a new door of endless possibilities. Sextus raised his voice first. Well, I say we show those artless bastards who locked us out what we legionnaires are made of. 41st Legion, best legion! Rai yelled, and was nearly knocked over by the furious echo. They could do this. Together. The dogs bayed. Her axe felled the glowing one first, then the rest as she kept close to the legionnaires. You have gained soul times 21. You have gained bone shard, common, times 1. You have regained— Yes, another! 2 undead militia brandishing short swords approached Elia as she finished off the last dog. She ducked, an arrow hitting the first one straight through the mouth and out the other end. Oh my gosh, we are so sorry. Ha! Sucks to be you. Elia! Forward, according to plan, Tertius yelled, rudely knocking a preacherly-looking undead to the ground before crushing his head underfoot. A strength-related boon, a strong soul vessel thing, or just a particularly rotten dreg. We can't stay out in the open. You ever realize that Tertius only ever uses his boon precisely when things aren't going to plan? Elia huffed. Well, that's something to chew on, Sextus said, as he speared an undead with spikes growing out of his body like a rose stem. Fucking hell. When will they learn and stop? Soon, I sure do hope. I can't. Ah! Eep! Eek! More dogs. More thwacks. You have gained soul times 21. Another! Elia yelled. You have gained soul times 24. A second preacher in coarse robes kneeled in a dark puddle, muttered prayers, illuminating a dreg in silver-gold light. The dreg threw itself against Tertius's shield, frenzied strength leaking from every pore as it managed to force him a step back. Elia? They have magic! One sec, she groaned, locked in a grapple with her own opponent. As it turned out, they didn't need her help. A wooden flail snapped against the soldier's helmet, knocking him over, but Sextus bashed it and sent his spear searching for its heart. He turned, only to find Elia pushed to the ground, a dreg's sword digging into her neck as she lost the contest of strength. Am I the escort quest? She gurgled, before a final push severed her spine. You have died. You have lost. Bone shards, common, times 6. You have lost. Souls, times 3,988.
Time until lost items and souls dissipate. 1 minute. They were halfway to the circle of charred palisades the Tertius guy had called out as cover, and Elia had to face the hard facts. Getting this far was not easy, nor quick, nor without its own share of luck. Despite her improved constitution, her arms felt like they were on fire. If she died any further ahead, regaining her souls would become an impossibility. She picked up her last dropped souls and ducked under another arrow she knew was coming. It didn't come at all. The second problem reared its ugly head. Unlike in the maze, there were too many variables, too many details that changed between loops. Both her companions and the archer, as she was certain it was a singular, experienced one, was too unpredictable, and she was quickly reaching the limits of what she could do without knowing the future step by step. She was just one small, undead woman, after all. The next group of enemies came, and though Rai dodged a pitchfork and slew an unbalanced swordsman, when she stepped back from a wildly swinging wooden flail, its pole was just a few inches longer than she had expected. It socked her in the chin, and the world tilted sideways. The next time she opened her eyes, she was lying in the mud. "Lass, you're right," the largest one asked. "Mm-hmm." Her voice answered, but she wasn't in control. Rai? Yeah? I think we might have forcibly switched. Again. Oh, fudge. She stared wide-eyed at an undead crawling along the floor with a rusty cleaver in hand. Disco Rooster? The undead moaned, and Rai screamed. Chapter 20. KO. Today had not been a good day for Rai. Magic training was a bust. She had to remember who she talked to about what in between time turning back whenever she died. And to top it all off, she was now in control, in the middle of a field filled with undead, trying to tear out her throat and steal her liver. She didn't know why Elia insisted they wanted her liver, brains, or other internal organs, but she trusted her to use her axe arm to greater effect than she herself was able. It was already taking most of her brain power not to simply freeze up and let panic convince her to lie down, accept death. Speaking of freezing, she finally had a bolt conjured, filled with force, ready to do work like a dog tearing at its leash. Her aim drifted from her companions to the preacher still chanting its gold-silver magic. He looked up, beady yellow eyes buried in his skull, staring back at her. Hands shaking, vision blurry, her breath came in short, staccato bursts. Alexander's javelin tore him to the ground, unmoving. Her own magic plonked ineffectively into the mud. Another disappointment, then, on top of all the horror. Why her? Why now? Why? Rye, let's move! Sextus clapped her on the back, nearly sending her sprawling. He's right, you know. We're fish in a goddamn teacup out here. She nodded, immediately regretting it as a forgotten, dull pain throbs to her head. They were moving quickly, perhaps quickly enough. Her feet felt heavy, every puddle filled with a viscous substance approaching black more than red. She'd rather not think about it, but that only left her to lift her gaze and face the situation head-on. "According to plan!" Another arrow sung, this time nearly taking one of Alexander's eyes. His head shrunk back into his green scarf like a turtle in the nick of time. He didn't swear, his hands were full. When she finally lifted her head, a small circle of tents stood within a wooden palisade wall, merely 10 foot high, and only 50 meters ahead.
2 arrows hitting wood. "We should have asked for safe passage, for parley, for the mercy of Rue," Rye wheezed, blood and oily sweat clinging to every part of her face. "This is uncalled for." Judging by the frequency of attacks, there's a single archer out there, hidden damn well, too. Seems a bit too brainsy for just a dreg on sentry duty. "A normal undead like us is trying to kill us?" That gained a chorus of affirmative grunts, Sextus standing a bit taller next to her, as she realized her head was sticking out over the shield wall. "Do they even know if we're friendly or not? They didn't ask. Don't they care?" "Wouldn't surprise me. Counted more than 20 different banners. Real battlefield, this place." He stepped over a corpse, only for it to get back up and grab his ankle. He tripped, immediately taking an arrow to his side. "According to Fark, soldier down!" Her right arm tingled, struck out on its own as it stabbed the undead lying in wait through the wrist with her dagger. The undead then was shortly after skewered by 2 spears, and a strong arm roughly pulled her back up. "You have gained soul times 18. Did this count as her killing someone again? It felt just as wrong, just as horrid, but they were in the right. They were the ones being ambushed, right? Letting Elia stab them counted as perfectly legal self-defense, right? There was little enough time to play the moralist, and she shoved those thoughts down her throat where they could stay. "Thanks," Rye muttered as she watched her own arm play with the dagger with increasingly dangerous flourishes. "You're not half bad with knife and axe," he laughed, seemingly not yet feeling the full effects of the arrow. "It's what I do best, big guy." Yoink! Her arm seemed almost alive. To be fair, Elia rarely wasn't, as she was yanked forward to stab a second ambusher through the chest. "You have gained soul times 20. I was going for the neck, damn it. Shit, this is hard. And exhausting. Ugh, short break, please." A high-pitched keening noise, like a boiling teapot, escaped her lips as she pulled the dagger back across what felt like bone. Horrible, horrible, terrible. Ugh! "Rye girl, get in formation!" Elia could have tried to be a bit more delicate. The joints in her arm ached something fierce. But she couldn't dwell on it, not when someone was yelling her name. Rye's head flung to the ground as a blue orb whizzed past her face, hitting the 3 legionnaires and exploding like nothing she'd ever seen before, scattering them to the ground. A robed figure stood on a small hill 20 yards ahead. "Rye, work your fucking magic, now!" She did, despite it being double her comfortable range, and despite not wanting to hit anyone at all, even now. She'd just aim for an arm or a leg, a hand or a foot. Though being a hypocrite was better than being dead, fear still shook through her body, making any attempt at aiming an impossibility. All right, fuck it. This is going to hurt a bit. Her right arm, always the right one, tingled, pulled way back, and lobbed her hatchet with such force she thought Elia had to have used more than just the one arm. The spinning axe curved to the end of its arc, and the mage sagged to the ground in the distance. Headshot. Fuck yeah. Ugh, that's definitely dislocated. I'll hang on to it. Concentrate on moving.
Mage!
Sextus's deep voice rumbled with fury as they tried to stand again, frost covering their sides like a stone half covered in moss. Already taken care of? Elia yelled back. He looked at her in mild astonishment and radiated a sort of approval that got her insides all fuzzy. That'll go. Go get 'em. Fuck, that stings. He looked down, surprised at seeing another arrow sticking from his thigh. Shite. Tertius nodded towards the largest soldier as the mute Alexander went through his collection of throwing axes, knives and hatchets in a blur. We're getting picked off. Rigel, you have to tickle Sextus's nose.
What? What? Fark, I've got a boon. Sextus stood, but with an unhealthy sway. But works only when I sneeze. According to plan, Tertius yelled, catching a follow-up projectile. Damn it, girl, make him sneeze. Yeah, Rye, come on, make the man sneeze. She was so out of her depth that she didn't bother to question it as she ran up next to him. He broke off the arrow shaft with a grunt as another 2 arrows impacted his shield. Back pocket. Should be a few feathers in there. No, to the left. Other left. No feathers here? What? An arrow skimmed off the metal rim of his shield, prompting both to duck. It's full of holes. Rye pulled an arrow from it, gesturing wildly. No feathers! We're screwed! Then go find some. Rye looked at the arrow in his hand. They shared an awkward stare, a short lull in the violence. She grabbed it, rubbed the tin-feathered end of the arrow under his nose, praying to Rutha, Warga, and a dozen other deities that this would be the sneeze to end all wars. In a way, her wish came true, if only for a brief moment. Sextus exploded in roar with the thunder of cleansed nostrils and a dark cloud of soot and ash covering the nearby area. Holy shit, he's a walking smokescreen. Stay together, Tertius yelled, even as Sextus expunged a second and a third puff. We run on my mark. 2, 3, according to plan. They dashed, the light of day greeting their tearing eyes before another explosion of smoke robbed them of their sight once more. Stumbling, staggering, and occasionally falling flat on the ground, their mad sprint was cut by ever more persistent shots that lessened in accuracy but tripled in number the closer they came to the safety of the fortification. Death seemed a likely outcome. The next one was going to kill her. A missile parted Tertius's plume. The next? One snuck past a shield, cutting inches in front of her face. Maybe this one. They crossed the threshold, heavy wooden stakes enveloping them in a welcome embrace. Rye was half in a daze, but still possessed the presence of mind to pull the towering man stumbling on through. One arrow whizzed by, the last of what felt like hundreds but surely weren't more than a couple dozen. Rye sagged to the muddy ground, panting madly and thankful that it was over. "You aren't hurt, are you?" Sextus huffed, planting himself down next to her with soot-blackened face, having gathered yet another arrow in his side. "Got some wick-wax. Back pocket. Oh, shite. You know what? I take back what I said about these guys. They're half all right."
She grabbed his hand, leering at the bleeding wounds.
We're alive. All of us.
Good. He swallowed a handful of fruit and herbs, shivering at the bittersweet taste. His pale pallor was lessened for a moment, but his wounds were still leaking too much blood. It is our duty to protect the citizens of our empire. Perhaps, now that duty is done, a kiss. Yes, I am dying. Sextus, you tart, stop being melodramatic. There's a bowl right over there. Tertius pointed to the bowl. Rye looked at it, then at Sextus, who was sheepishly avoiding her gaze. Together, they dragged him over to the bowl, not bothering to take the projectiles out just yet. Those arrows were wickedly barbed, possibly poisoned. Rye's opinion of the archer sunk even further. Blessed Ruthie. Finally. Peace. Rye sighed as they draped him over the bowl. If she never had to do this again, she could live a happy life. The soldiers nodded. Blessed be. Ugh. Alex's? Turt? Sextus muttered. I think someone drank all the water. And then one of the large tents stood up, looming above the three like a vengeful spirit. Leather fastenings wiped around. Torn canvas fluttered in the wind. A low gurgle escaped its lips. The tent's a mimic. The tent was in fact not a mimic, whatever that was. Misused as a blanket, it fell to reveal a hulking thing like a stunted giant, swollen at the limbs with fat and water. Excessively prolonged neck, crowned by a head like a catfish peeking out from its recent napping spot. Two beady eyes, one hanging by its ocular nerve, looked down at the conveniently assembled meal. Nobody said a word. The catfish ogre vomited, and a rain of sludgy ick hit Rye perfectly in the face. "Don't eat me!" she screamed, blind and in terror. "Alexander, give him hell!" Sextus stirred despite his wounds. "Let me at him!" Sadly, he was still too busy succumbing to blood loss and /or poison to do much more. "We're gonna die!" Rye screamed. "No, we're not. Magic, Rye, magic!" She whipped the sticky substance from her eyes and grasped for her staff. With horror, she watched the smallest soldier step in front of the lumbering hulk. He pulled down his green scarf, revealing scarred skin around a bird's beak. And then he breathed fire. "He's a dragon person! No, wait, that's a beak. He's a bird person! A phoenix!" "What?" was all Rye could manage. In a single moment, the creature's worm-like head was engulfed in a sea of flame, licks of flame sizzling the fat beneath wrinkled, pock-marked skin. Rye was inundated with a smell of cooked fish mixed with grug meat. "We're gonna live!" she yelled, nearly inaudible over the monster's screams. A flaming backhand swung forward, and the half-dragon man was immediately flung through the nearest tent, landing with a rattle, clatter, and final puff of fire. "Alexander!" Soldier number 3. "We're gonna die!" Rye's mangled arm slapped her in the face. "Ow! Ow, that hurts! Ow!" "Rye, shut up, get to casting, and shove that fish back in the ocean where it belongs, damn it!" Her aim was not great, debilitated by shaking arms, eyes nearly squinted closed, and shivering with quiet whimpers. Her first bolt materialized, and flew with all the grace of an obese rat. It chunked into the ogre's side, actually hitting, mostly because it was the size of a barn door. Its burning head immediately wrapped around to look directly at Rye, mouth snapping and swallowing fiery air like the suffocating fish it should be. Dozens, hundreds of tiny needle teeth ran across its gums, and it smelled worse than death. Rye was already screaming, already entirely in panic mode, already... Shoot! The thick ice bolt thunked past the head and into its chest, breaking bone beneath thick yet brittle skin, but doing little to stop its advance towards her. The fire left its front charred and blackened, and though its eyes were stricken white by the heat, it staggered unerringly towards her. "Make him fall, Rai!" She was too slow, couldn't conjure up the bolt fast enough. The ogre raised its arms for a hammer blow, but Tertius rammed into its side, burying his spear tip and a good part of its shaft into its torso. The ogre swung and missed, but before she could thank the gods for her luck, the rest of it fell on top of her. Its fish maw searched for one final meal and went for the larger morsel called Sextus next to her on the ground. "Hey, fish face!" The fish ogre lunged in a sudden burst of winding movement, not toward Sextus, but the origin of the sound. It swallowed Rai's arms up to the elbow, and she bit back a scream as its hooked teeth pierced her skin. With a whimper, she released her bolt, and the still burning head exploded. For a long time, it was quiet. The world was so lacking in any sound that she would have thought herself dead were it not for the lack of any intrusive notification. Gingerly, she opened an eye. Her face was cacked in gore and blood. Viscera was the name of her newly acquired mascara. "You have gained soul times 800. She looked to the left where Sextus lay as well. He gave her a thumbs up, even as a chunk of fishy brain matter slowly oozed its way down his face. That was awesome. Now do it again. Rai managed a faint smile before it all turned too much and she fainted, pulled back into dreamland. A small Rai stood in front of her parents, towering over her while she fidgeted in her seat. She was already 14, basically an adult, but she couldn't keep herself from feeling like an intruder in Da's study. Everything in here felt too tall, too alien. Even though it was the oldest part of her house, she was rarely allowed inside. "Oh, Rai, look at you," her mother cooed. "Your marks are blindingly positive. Look here, dear, exceptional marks in math, astronomy, philosophy, possessed of a great inner restlessness at all times. Possessed of possibly the worst writing posture possible, disorderly organization of notes." Her father looked over the scroll he was quoting and down at her. His face was a rock, and her mother's an owl. "I hear the Smithers girl, Hannah, did not get such poor comments, and she is not even a prima." Hannah also only took 4 courses, and even then she barely squeaked by on math. But what Da said was right, always. She didn't meet his eyes, choosing instead to follow the marbling of the desk separating them. "But dearest, look at how much she has shown herself able to learn, and she is young." Her mother leaned over for a hug, and it was good. She smelled of berries today. "You're coddling her. Again." Da's voice always had an uncomfortable hardness to it, the kind that made her heart jump and twist. He stayed sat where he was, but fixated her with hard, gray eyes. "And you, don't think that you deserve a reward simply for meeting expectations. You are our prima, our firstborn. You will one day carry responsibility over all your siblings, all the servants, and all our lands. You must exceed. Is that clear, young woman?" Here it was. The point where what she said either resulted in a dismissive nod or going to bed without dinner. I will not disappoint, sir." He inspected her for a few heavy moments. Why did she have to stutter? What else did she do wrong? Was he returning his attention to the scroll, or was this just a false sense of security? "You are dismissed, Prima." She stood up, bowed, and slowly walked out, careful not to trigger a landslide. The door closed with a heaviness, and she breathed for the first time in what felt like hours. "How'd it go?" She turned to her younger brothers. Marcus, who always put frogs in her boots. Califer, who was smart and adopted like so many of her siblings, stood there like two puppies waiting for food. He was holding the youngest, currently, yet to be named as she hadn't passed the age of 2. Sam was here too, her well-worn servant's tunic a rough contrast to the smooth cloth of herself and the others. Her sharp eyes instantly found a hint of sorrow Rye was too slow to hide. "It went fine," Rye lied, convincing no one. Callie and Marcus shared that look again. "No, seriously, Mum praised me lots. If I keep doing well, maybe I'll get a private tutor even this far out." "Will you be studying magic?" Marcus asked. "I heard the capital has a lyceum? An academy. You could sign up, become a priestess, a knight scholar, or, I don't know, learn to shoot lightning from your fingers." Callie gave him a rough elbow to the ribs. "Magic doesn't do lightning." "Course it does. There's conjuration, exaltation, stone calling, blood calling, pyromancy." "Pyromancy's illegal, Mark." Callie shook his head. "Magic doesn't do lightning. You would know if you read a book every once in a while. And Da wouldn't pay tuition for something likely to get her sent to the legions. He wants her to become a bureaucrat." "Yeah, that." Rye sighed, feeling empty now that the weight of her meeting was starting to fade. "I'm gonna lay down somewhere." "All right. See ya." Marcus left, and after a moment of hesitation, Callie followed, leaving her alone with Sam. The servant girl followed her through the estate, past pots boiling with the evening stew, past servants mending holes in bedsheets, past a window where the smell of the kitchen melded with that of the grug barn. She reached her room, slumped face first into the bed, and Sam was still there, standing at her side. "What?" Rye said, failing to entirely keep the annoyance from creeping into her voice. "Mistress, is there anything I can bring you?" She had that look again, that small uncertainty as to which role to play. Not long ago, they had still played like sisters. Now, the hierarchy didn't allow for much casual fun. "You of all people don't have to call me mistress." The silence stretched much too long. She didn't want to cry in front of everyone, but Sam could be trusted. With everything. "Then from this day on, I dub thee Bean." "Because I like beans?" Her friend nodded, evidently satisfied with herself. "Yes. Now, Bean, is there anything that would make you feel better? Milk and honey?" "Mm-hmm." She leaned in close enough that Rye could smell grass mixed with lye and ash. She must have been on washing duty today. "Anything else?" she whispered, as if their friendship was a grand conspiracy. "A hug?" Sam smiled. "A milk with honey and a hug. Of course, mistress." Rye threw a pillow at her in protest, but Sam caught it and tackled her to the bed, tickling the glumness out of her face until screams and giggles echoed through the hallways. Even though Sam was 2 years older than her, it felt like they had barely been born a day apart. The raucous behavior got the both of them in trouble. Decent behavior this, and firstborn servant relations that. But it helped. The joy of just letting loose tasted sweeter than any praise, better even than milk and honey. "What do you want to be one day?" Sam asked, while they peeled the purple skin off of tonight's dinner potatoes. And "I don't know" isn't a fair answer. Hey, that's not fair." She pouted while wrestling with a frustratingly knobby tater. "Hey, this one kinda looks like Callie, doesn't it?" "Don't deflect, you—" "Oh, huh, it does, doesn't it?" They peeled further in silence. I want to be a knight. Rai looked at her friend with an arched eyebrow. A knight? Yes, a knight. They are strong and their armor looks so cool. They fight beasts, crime, and see the world. And, she put a foot on a bag of potatoes, and they get to rescue princesses, maidens. Ah, yes, maiden rescuing. They'd played that much when they were younger, and even now at times. Rai didn't have the heart to tell her that the stories she read told of the old kind of knights, the ones ruling land, fighting their little battles. She didn't understand her friend's aesthetic taste, but she could imagine her as a knight, peeling potatoes. You'd have to get noticed by a recruiter first, she said, flicking a peel away. Then you'd have to move out to a bigger city, Lofton, optimally. Not all knights are equal. Though they are all servants, you wouldn't want to be a glorified bureaucrat. All the higher positions are just that, or ceremonial. Rai shrugged, even as she noticed her friend wilt under her comments. But you'd be too good for the common ranks. You'd climb above them in a jiffy. A knight of pen and sword, a learned knight, a knight scholar. When she looked up, there was a light in Sam's eyes like nothing she'd ever seen before. It was weird. She looked away. You think I'd make a good one? Well, hard workers earn the hardest jobs, so yeah, I'd guess. You're a busy bee, the busiest I know. Besides maybe herself, but this wasn't a time to be comparing swords. They fell into silence once again. When they were almost done with their punitive chore, Sam turned and Rai felt annoyed again that she had to look up at her. And you? You haven't told me what you want to be. What I want to be? She tried to think, but all she could conjure up was a blank. I guess I could be a knight too, maybe? You'd make a much better princess, Sam smiled and pinched her cheek. I have some other chores to do. No rush thinking. You can give me a real answer later, all right? All right, Rai said, but this time she drew up quite the opposite of a blank. Even as Sam left to do whatever the head servant told her, she remained standing where Sam's blade had stung her long after. Chapter 21. Odd Talks. Rai awoke to lumbering clouds painted across the static sky above. It was quiet, serene even. No fish ogre thing was in sight, and the only thing that dampened the lingering fuzziness of her dream was the fact that she couldn't move her head. Help! I'm paralyzed! I can't move! Oh, welcome back, Rai, Elia said. Right. Sleep equals swap. She was not in control now. At the lack of panic in her voice, Rai herself calmed down. What are you doing? Did we win? I'm on break. 20 minutes per life, remember? Over a dozen lives, that makes for at least 4 cumulative hours. And yes, we won, Brain Bud. The checkpoint bowl water came back as well. Elia stretched, a small patch of grass coming into view before she turned to stare up again. Yay? Yay! Yahoo! We won! We did it! And now that they were at the castle, everything would be a breeze. They just had to find who was in charge, ask them politely for safe passage, and continue on to Lofton. Elia should be happy too. She should be singing, should be hollering with joy. Is everything all right? Elia sighed, and not in a happy-to-be-alive way. I want some milk and honey too. Well, if that's all, then we can go get some in the city, even if the prices are going to be extortionate. Do you have milk and honey where you come from? Actually, no. Stupid question. Of course you do. Elia let her gaze wander, eyes glued to each unique structure in the sky for a long time. The north duck cloud was in sight again, though Rai almost didn't recognize it from this angle. The silence was so sedative, she nearly missed what Elia said next. Rai, Did you ever wake up and remember something you shouldn't have been able to? I mean, some days I wake up and feel like I'm not quite myself. If someone dropped a pin, Rai was certain it would be heard for miles. I'm sorry. I'm bad at jokes. A convulsion shook her vision. An ugly, cut-off snorting, usurped by hitched giggles, filled the air.
It was a funny laugh, and the attack only died down minutes later. Ow! Ow! Laugh cramp! Elia wiped a tear from their collective vision, turning away from the gentle sky with a sigh. We're merging. Merging? That did not have a nice ring to it. Like baking a cake, flour, sugar, and water becoming dough? Good comparison. Yeah, you're flour, and I'm spicy hot sauce, and something in our swaps is turning us into batter. Probably the dreams. You know, I distinctly remember roosters having feathers, not scales. Well, that sounds like a you problem. All the dying and concussions have turned you silly in the head. Elia scoffed. Oh, really? Tell me how a car works, then. That was easy. It seemed too fantastical yet practical that she memorized it for future reference. It runs on magic. You told me so. And that's why it needs chanting to refuel and the Furby and... Images of metal devices rattling in the front part came to mind. Concepts of an engine, of oil, rubber wheels, mirrors, and hard glass that didn't break even when you tossed a brick in it. The speed. 5 times as fast as a horse, and that was just for the commercially available ones. Cars run on tiny explosions? And the energy is transferred with pistons, which then transfer it over a set of gears to the wheels and... Oh gods. Oh gods, I know. I know, but how do I know? I don't have a boon of knowledge. I never got a driver's license and... Wait. No, you never got a driver's license. Elia shrugged. Didn't seem like a good investment of my time. I distinctly remember you crashing your parents' car in the driveway. I was like 5, okay? And while you're busy with that, I'm still dealing with our brain trying to convince me that I have a crush on a certain black-haired, sharp-eyed maidservant. No. No, no, no. Why? To her immediate despair, the lamentations only spurred Elia on. I mean, I thought it was obvious with the attendant. Elia was doing this on purpose. There was no way anyone could make Rai want to disappear in a hole in the ground and die this efficiently on accident. Like, wow, I realize you're somewhat starved for affection, but I never expected you to be so... desperate. I am not desperate. I just have romantic interests. Yes, interests. Curiosity, perhaps. Out in the country, there was only so much she could do to unwind from the immense stress of being the prodigy and hope of her entire family. The supply of literature was decidedly unequal to the supply of interesting people. Stop laughing. It's rude. Sure. She wiped away a tear, finally calming down with a prolonged sigh. If at all possible, I'd like to stay myself. Course, the question is, which version of me I'd choose to be? The one back home? Or when I just got pulled into the maze? Or the way I am now? I realize there's no turning back, but with magic, boons, and de facto infinite time, why not dream to achieve the impossible? Just like that, the mood turned somber. Trying not to bite back when Elia had been making fun of herself moments before took some restraint, though not much. Empathy came to Rai much easier than anger. She was still going to get back at Elia one day. Not now, though. Elia? I don't want to merge with you either, no offense. If it's a soul problem,
I'm certain the priests and goodly acolytes in the temples of Lofton could see to our needs. If it's a mind problem, well, we better find a way to split up sooner rather than later. Yup. Elia near jumped from where she was lying, popping knuckles, shoulders, and her neck in a way that made Rye queasy. Also, don't be shocked if you remember something uncomfortable about my old life. Rye snorted. Anything more severe than causing property damage? Yeah, God can be cruel to kids. I know. I have 17 siblings. They stood in place for a while, Elia staring at the massive walls ahead. Sheesh, all right. You have your own sob story.
All the more reason to cut our break short and move through the castle. Glenrock Castle loomed high above them, towering stone upon which dozens of sieges had been fought and broken. They were at the foot of the keep itself, the last of the outer walls and the field of slaughter well behind, though looking at the massive construction didn't fill Rye with confidence. Must be because she was on the wrong side. Once they politely asked to be let in, they would leave the dregs and monsters outside. Even if the problems continued into the keep, what was the chance that there wasn't a single upstanding knight left? Elia certainly didn't seem to be counting on above zero. Gonna be a bitch to battle our way through all that. Definitely need some extra muscle. Well, assuming we do have to fight. I am not doing anything like that ever again. Why not ask the Legionnaires? Already did. Can't help us. Alexander's dead. Dead? Dead? And you somehow didn't bother to mention it over this entire conversation? Elia just waved it off, as if someone had just told her it was going to rain later on. Chill, he'll get better. He's dead, Elia. Dead! Ignoring her, Elia casually sauntered over to the two remaining Legionnaires, who were in the middle of discussing how to best represent such a vertical construction as Glenrock Castle within their stick-and-stone model. Alexander was sprawled out beside them, his neck obviously broken, where the bone jutted out for all to see. I don't feel so good. Sup, Elia said. Well, if it isn't the little informant. Maybe now you can finally deign to give a name attached to your person. Tertius turned, mid-constructing an implausibly accurate rendition of the top right tower. Elia. And Rye. Hello, introduce me too, please. Or no, wait, don't. We can be Elia for them. We'll talk later. Tertius said, turning back to his model. Decurion. Sextus, and me mate Aureus Alexander. How Sextus didn't stumble over his smattering of vowels, Rye had no clue. So, you're not a spy. Probably don't even have a good boon for informing. Didn't exactly mention we'd be facing heavy infantry, or mages. Tertius gave her a suspicious glance. Didn't exactly have the time to get this far. Elia shrugged. So, your friend doing all right over there? They shared a look at Alexander's corpse. If not for the complete lack of any insects, this would have been the perfect moment for one to poignantly land on his open eyelid. He'll get better, Sextus said. No hard feelings, bad luck is all. Should be up in a few days again at the latest. Lose a few memories, maybe, is love for pistachios. We're all undead here. You know how it is. Of course they did. Except not at all. Yes, but no was the true answer, since Elia was keeping mum about their whole turning back time situation. Rye didn't see a need to correct them either. They wouldn't understand. Probably just think she was crazy, especially if they dug a bit deeper as to how they were two people in one body. Please don't tell them we're two people. I really want to make some friends on this trip that treat me like a sane person. Elia gave a nod, both to Sextus and her other self. Rye was too tired to take the reins.
She would be happy if Elia didn't screw this up half as bad as with Harris the merchant. "So, you ready to bust open the gates?" she asked. "Actually," Sextus said, shaving the stubble off his cheeks, "we're taking somewhat of a strategic break or 20. Mighty fine work here, girl, especially towards the end. Didn't use your magic till the last moment. Mighty kick, though. Doesn't seem easy to control." "Yeah, it's kinda got a mind of its own." Ow! She got a pinch from her own arm and was offended when Rai released her possession before she could retaliate. Pouting. She was definitely pouting. "Or maybe you were luring us into a trap, trying to get us killed. Your performance fell off towards the midline, suspiciously right when things went to shit." Well, Tertius wasn't wrong. Elia and Rai had swapped from an unlucky hit, and Rai felt like that played a large part in their near failure. Elia, meanwhile, just grinned as he kept on spinning yarn. "Not talking, eh? Maybe you wanted to loot our corpses. Or maybe you're a spy for the eternal enemy. You work for the witches in the forest, don't you?" He placed his tower in the dirt, and it flopped over dramatically. Tertius cursed. But for once, he didn't have a hand near any weapon, busy with his model castle. Sextus was laughing, and after finishing his shave, started rummaging around his pack. "Truth is, we'd be dead a few times over without your help, lass, no matter the preparations and scenarios. Sorry, Tertius. Truth is truth. Almost died myself, even with it. Well, I did kill a giant before, so I guess I'm just awesome like that." The two legionnaires almost looked like they believed her. Almost. "Hey, I'm serious. He was 10 foot tall and had this sword the size of Alexander over here. He only had one arm, but there was this weird snake thing too, and... You don't believe me, do you?" "Well," Sextus said, coughing awkwardly, "you'd be a bit stronger if you'd add his soul. Guess it would be a strong common, or even an uncommon one. Me, I've a common one of some spiky boar we found, and Tertius, he's got a soul of one of them moor ogres. Alexander's got nothing, but that just means he gets the next one. I do have a giant soul. I just haven't fed it yet." "Not a lie," Tertius mumbled as he tried to mould the loamy earth into vaguely architectural shapes. "Now come on, Sextus. Give her what we agreed on and let her leave." "Right. Now, where is it? Where—" "Ah!" The portly soldier grumbled, but Elia was obviously more fixated on the pouch Sextus handed her. Elia erred, flagrantly copying Rai's catchphrase. "Are those dried fruits in there? Nuts? I'm not a chipmunk, but please tell me your empire invented fantasy gummy bears." Sextus's grin was wider than she'd ever seen. "No bears, no food either. Just your cut of the loot, with some little bit extra for pasting that moor ogre over yonder. You fought like a demon from hell, and let me tell you, they got some nasty bite to them." Not bothering with the questionable compliment, how did Sextus even know how demons fought? Elia took the bag and immediately unpacked the goodie box in front of the assembled lot. There were many goodies to be had. You have gained bone shards, common, times 6. You have gained bone shards, uncommon, times 1. You have gained large drizzled soul, times 1. You have gained wyke wax, times 1. Elia, that's a lot, I think. I don't think I deserve this." "Tell him that." "No, I think you did great," she said. Tertius swore again as his tower fell over, in the opposite direction this time. "What was that?" "Shush, talking to my magic dispenser." "Ow! Stop pinching me!" Sextus quirked an eyebrow while Rai tried to frantically dodge her own arm. Ha! There was one thing no amount of skill would make possible. "I'm assuming your magic comes with some quirks?" he asked. "Oh yeah, Had a whole person attached to it. Might just be the third best thing about it, besides the, "Hey, no tickling, Rye, no, I said stop, ah!" Rye was nowhere close to stopping, determined to squeeze a squeak out of Elia before she could get the upper hand again. Screw not being found out. If Elia was going to embarrass her without so much as a second thought, then she better be prepared for the consequences. This is for fishing around in my memories. This is for calling me desperate. This is for not apologizing to the attendant. I give. By the time she had meted out her punishment, Elia was on the floor in tears once more. A worried Sextus and more paranoid Tertius peered down at her. "I swear I'm normal," Elia sputtered in between coughs. No one believed a word, and it served her right. By the time she had repeatedly assured the Legionnaires that she was not insane, or under mind control, or being threatened by an invisible person with a knife to her throat, Elia was just about ready to leave and never come back again. This had turned out to be a lucrative little side quest. Soul count, 5,385. Shard count, times 12. Bone shards, times 1. Yep, those kinds of numbers would make any girl happy. They were possibly enough to gain an increase in strength. Or maybe inflation was a thing, and she needed an inordinate amount for the next step. Summoning the forlorn giant's soul didn't leave her with any way to feed it by herself. It seemed reasonable to assume that the attendant made the process possible, like a level-up catalyst. At least that restriction didn't apply to her boons and the rarer essences. There was no need to rain on her party with a disappointing roll just yet. Not after the last result, and not when she could trade them for uncommon shards. A twinge in her little toe sparked her instincts. Rain is coming. Looking up at the sky revealed the exact same static hole surrounded by climbing cumulonimbus clouds. What a shitty boon. At least the other rewards proved more promising. Large, drizzled soul. A collection of souls once possessed by an undead or a dreg can be crushed in hand for a large number of souls. Though unable to continue their journey, many souls cling together by their very nature, for life seeks life even in death. Poetic shit. Now, looting time. The small encampment proved a treasure trove for her grubby, loot-seeking hands and heart. Around 50 barrels, pots, and crates were filled with ammunition and a variety of shields and ammo, though only 1 in 10 were unrotten and unrusted enough for use in combat. Oakwood heater shield. An unpainted shield of heavy wood assembled in haste. Protects well against piercing, slashing, and bludgeoning, though the smallest spark will see it alight.
Oh, this is actually a fairly decent shield.
It was heavy for its size, but in exchange it had straps with which she could attach it to her forearm. Neat. Morning Star. A mace that menaces with many sharp spikes. Useful against armored and unarmored foes alike, though its use is commonly denounced as crude, if not outright barbaric for the wounds it leaves behind. The Morning Star mace would be a lot more useful if she had an appreciable amount upper body strength, or simply longer limbs to leverage its brutality. The axe had been useful because it focused heavy blows on a single edge, her dagger and short sword because she could put her entire body weight behind every thrust. But since her axe was embedded in some schmuck's head a few 100 feet back in the field of undead, this would have to do. I really need to invest in strength. We're fucking weak as shit. I believe you should invest in a course on proper Lang Yu. Elia swung the heavy mace a few times. Nah, seems like a waste of my time. Ooh. Is that a leather bandolier? It was a leather sash with 10 pockets that had easy-to-unfasten leather buttons. The pockets came filled. Throwing knives times 10. A quick and easy ranged weapon for those with sufficient skill. The blades are dulled from use as diversions or parlor tricks, though the tips remain frighteningly sharp. When it came to armor, her options were vastly limited. This was a camp for soldiers' gear, which all adhered to some norm that definitely didn't take the frame of petite women into account. Most of the breastplates would simply hinder her more than the protection was worth. The merchant back in Crossroad Temple had stuff in her size, but walking all the way back simply for a new fit seemed wildly disproportionate. She found some assorted bits only slightly too large for her, strapping the pieces to her shoulders, elbows, and knees. They were horribly mismatched, both with each other and the rest of her gear. But such was life. A worn surcoat toting the yellow dog fit a lot more easily over it all, masking the most egregious crimes against fashion. I wonder if they have armor in the kids section. Damn it, Brainbud, why couldn't you just be a bit taller? Well, excuse me for being born short. Apology accepted. Wah, I wasn't serious. People just say that. I know. She swung the Morning Star a few times more. It was definitely too heavy for extended use. I too was joking. But on a level you are simply not equipped to deal with. Silence reigned as she thought on what to do next. She was currently in the best position she'd been in since forever. Her armor and gear wasn't falling apart. She had 2 boons to her name, one of which was actually useful in a scrap. And her companion even had a boon she'd call unfairly good if Ilya hadn't gained and lost a few of the sort as well over the years. She could work with this. Better yet, she would use this success as a springboard, set the foundations for her secured future. She likened it to investing in stocks, if you could bludgeon someone to death, or block a bullet with bonds. The new armor clattered, and her skin chafed uncomfortably against the leather bindings. As far as discomforts went, she could live with it, though she resigned herself to walking all the way back to the Crossroad Temple sometime in the future. She passed the ogre, its mostly missing upper skull, a sign that even these kinds of obstacles could be overcome by the brutal law of probability. Then again, it didn't even have a name. Wasn't even a true boss, as far as video game jargon could be considered applicable. Whether on Earth or here, too many missteps led to a game over. Here, the lines between failure and success were only more clearly drawn. Rai didn't seem to care, her voice reinvigorated with wonder. Holy grug, I still can't believe it. We were like the stories of Herculeon and Eurydice. We didn't defeat a giant with a needle and a bundle of straw, but we won. Yeah, we. A shake of the head banished the thoughts. I'd go far enough to say it was mostly you. I had help. Without the soldiers, without you, I wouldn't have come this far at all. I didn't help you with the ogre, Rai. The ogre was the kind of obstacle she would have avoided had she been on her own. Now shut up and accept your praise. You're a good magic bean. She didn't expect that to short-circuit Rai. You really mean it? I mean, I did do a lot of running. Yelling, screaming, crying. Hey, rude. Rai really loved using that word, almost as much as Ilya enjoyed teasing out fun reactions. I mean, I'm not complaining that you didn't piss our only collective loincloth. Somehow, you've made me regret waking up in only a handful of sentences. Ilya laughed, though the gaiety died down as she stood in front of the checkpoint. She treated this whole business of 2 people, 1 body, as just another absurdity of this world thrown into her face. The idea of coming out as 1 but 2 filled her stomach with a feeling she thought she had forgotten. dread. It was silly, after all she'd been through. She was undead, and though she paid for every mistake, she learned, adapted, survived. Heck, she was the only one whose death locked her into reliving her actions again and again. There should have been nothing she was afraid of, least of all herself. She knew she wasn't perfect. Perfection wasn't achievable. Too much was stacked against her. She was small, weak, and had already lost much of her ability to the curse due to pride, overconfidence, and stupid mistakes. The fear that she would have to pay for them forever was not banished, merely quelled. But sometimes, accepting good enough as a measure could do wonders. Gong. She touched the checkpoint, let a few gulps heal her wounds, and continued on towards the keep.
Chapter 22. Proper Castle. Castle proper. An intimidating air loomed in tandem with overgrown walls above her. Towering ramparts and wooden fortifications covered in a layer of arrows of all sizes, crowned near 50 feet of stacked rock. The walls betrayed considerable damage where large boulders had carved out their pound of stone, or still lay embedded into the wall, though crawling vines of autumn colors obscured most like a heavy blanket. The moat in front of it was the first thing that made Elia pause, possibly even play with the idea of turning around. Holy grug. Corpses filled the moat so deep they couldn't see the bottom, the same reddish goop so dark it was black resting in between. It's a fucking slaughterhouse. It didn't hit her as odd that, despite the revolting appearance, none of the corpses were blooming with mold or rot. Undead corpses made for instant mummies more times than not, but these just seemed empty, drained of all but the flesh and bones. Even the eyes were missing. With a shudder, she turned her attention elsewhere. Elia was glad that this was the last bit of her journey. Climbing up and then walking along the top of the inner walls was her best bet. This was going to take a lot of lives to get past, but Lofton was somewhere on the other side of the castle keep, rising halfway to the twin peaks ahead, or so she was led to believe. Maybe it was the outlook for revenge, for getting her own body, or for just laying her eyes on something else than overgrown stone walls. But a quiet, bubbling anticipation had settled in her chest and was refusing to pay rent. Her gaze drifted from the scattered dead ogres surrounded by heaps of mulched militia to the tilted siege towers and the damaged, though closed, gate. She was right below the walls. Weren't any defenders going to poke their heads out yet? Multiple routes. So, Rye, door or ladders? Any preference? Have you tried knocking? A surprisingly reasonable suggestion. Why didn't any of these other people try it?
Big fuck-off door it is. Let's hope it opens from this side. The door was a large chunk of metal, easily 3 times as tall as Elia, and decorated in worn, albeit still legible, scenes of knights, of hunt, and a few other things she noted down under cultural or religious grandstanding. Oh no, you don't want to go past this gate. The knights kill monsters thrice their size. The pictures on the door say so, she muttered. Elia climbed over a large corpse blocking the single bridge that traversed the death pit. It was no less of a death trap for the invaders than the moat itself, and since she was keeping an eye out for loot, a small twinkle rewarded her efforts. You have gained small drizzled soul. Small drizzled soul. A collection of souls once possessed by an undead or a dreg can be crushed in hand for a small number of souls. Though unable to continue their journey, many souls cling together by their very nature, for life seeks life, even in death. Smaller soul collection, but same type and description as before. She closed her hand around them, feeling warmth, but also like she was trying to force two magnets with the same pole to touch. If she pressed harder, she was sure to reach a breaking point. Souls were like cracking eggs in that way. "Hey, Rai, any ideas why I can hold these in my hand, but the others just automatically flow into me?" "Possibly because they're stickier. Life seeks death and vice versa, meaning you attract both as an undead. Though since life also seeks life, the larger ones seek to hold together more than they seek to become part of you, unless you crush their bindings and pull them apart." Huh. It was kind of like gravity then, or like some other smaller physical force. Elia couldn't say. She got up to 10th grade physics with a solid D. What a surprisingly reasonable explanation. I hereby promote you to head soul person. You may count my souls. Your pay stays the same. But you don't pay me. Oh, haha. Joke funny. I'm still waiting for us to get arrested for crimes against humanity and gods. The mass of undead are a sign that something is really, really wrong. But I don't know if that justifies all this soul-sucking we're doing. Rai worried too much. The fantasy cops would have to catch her first if they wanted to arrest her. Actually, they might have boons for that. Magical handcuffs with lasers and unpickable mechanisms, anti-magic metals, truth serums that actually worked. Shit, they might make her confess how many games and movies she had torrented. Elia pocketed the soul and sauntered over to the castle gates. They were huge. Those sure are a big pair of knockers. They were giant-sized, possibly even impracticably tall for them. She wouldn't reach them even with 3 stools stacked on top of each other. It fit oddly well with the massive scale of architecture. Every bit of it existed to make her feel small and insignificant. "Aren't you going to make an innuendo?" What?" She blinked herself out of her thoughts. "Oh, no, I was just marveling at the beauteous vista." There are corpses everywhere, Elia. Somehow, I don't believe even you could find this appealing. She threw up her hands in defeat. "Well, you got me. I was admiring the Greco-Roman style human figures. But looks like the door's a bust." "All right. What about the small door?" "Silly you. There is no small—" A small door-shaped indent on the right wing stood with its own human-sized knocker. "Huh. Listen to me. I know you've had a bad time being in the maze, and that you might be a bit paranoid when it comes to people. But these people can help you, can help us. They're knights. And knights are awesome by definition." That she had come to know firsthand. "Gotcha. I'll try the pacifist route first." Elia pulled the metal knocker back and knocked twice, loudly. To her unending surprise, a voice answered from the canine mouth holding the ring between its jaws. "Leave," it said, fearful voice entirely at odds with the intimidating lupine figure. On Lord Captain Hall's orders. No one in, no one out." Huh, a talking door. And one someone bothered to give a stutter. "You got a name?" Dorothy." The door sounded like it was about to implode from a combination of embarrassment, awkwardness, and abject terror. Please, just leave. And don't knock. They will hear you." "That's kind of the point?" Elia asked. "Also, who's they? More ogres?" The door sounded like it was trying to unhyperventilate itself. It should get some pointers from Rai. She did it on the regular. Elia would have laughed at the ridiculousness of this situation if she didn't feel a cold breath crawl out of the canine head and over her body. "Something terrible lurks beyond me. I am but a door. I cannot turn around and see it. Sometimes I feel them clamor at my back,
scratching, clawing. As the door to our holy empire, I cannot let you pass. It is forbidden. Oh, this poor door. Elia, could you ask to speak with someone else? Preferably someone who could help us along.
Nah, I've heard enough. Elia turned on her heels, eyeing the many ladders and siege towers. Pacifist route failed. Time to commit a crime.
You didn't even try. You are such an anti-people person.
Yes. Much to the displeasure of her cranial companion, Elia sauntered over to the nearest free shortcut over the walls. Whoever assaulted this fortress left some adventurously constructed ladders, but they were preferable to climbing bare-handed, as long as she didn't look down.
I think I saw something move down there.
No, you didn't. She tore her gaze back skywards, vowing not to look down a second time.
I did, though.
Nope, you're wrong. Sorry.
You really have a problem with heights.
The ladder swayed for an uneasy moment. I have a problem with falling down in that human abattoir and then having to get our souls back from it, which just so happens to involve heights. I ain't afraid of shit. It's always souls this, boons that. Is there ever anything else on your mind? Food. She gave a look to her soul count. I could buy 5 bags of fruit with these. Or you could not do that. I see the way you look at your souls with irreverent eyes. They aren't anything more than numbers to you. Well, maybe numbers are holy to me. Maybe I worship them. Ever thought of that? I don't believe you. Elia couldn't shrug as she was 40 feet off the ground, and her confidence in the constantly swaying construct of wood and fraying rope was dropping harshly. Math is cool. Math is cool. While I am glad we agree, that doesn't... Hey, look, we're up on the wall. Elia pulled herself over, winded mostly from unease at her lacking grip strength rather than exertion. This part was clear of wooden roofs, though corpses lying scattered or leaned against the parapet showed that the violence extended beyond them as well. At least half of them probably weren't even corpses, just dregs taking a quick century-long nap. The moment she took more than a step, one of the undead sat up, wooden tower shield and spear in hand. Doesn't mean you. Oh no! The undead is attacking! Egad, I must fight to save the both of us, and our souls! The undead gurgled. It did want her souls and sundry. Standing back to wait for a fatal mistake proved not to be the simple solution it normally was. Instead of launching into relentless aggression, it hid behind its shield, waiting for her to approach within melee range, which for it meant within 6 to 7 feet, and for Elia, 3 less. Shit, this is genuinely annoying. She imitated the undead, hiding behind her oaken heater. Now I want a spear. Never mind. Just try to treat life with some reverence. Please? A throwing knife dinked off the shield, the undead behind entirely content to stand in the way until the end of time. Yeah, no, God kind of ruined that for me when he put me here. Or one of your gods. You know what? You can tell me about them while I find a way forward. Who knows, you may even convince me to relinquish some precepts of my anti-theism. That is a great idea. I honestly thought you'd never ask. And between Crossroad Temple and here, so many things happened that I just forgot about my duties as a civilized human to educate you from your barbaric ways. Barbaric. Not that Rye knew how a gun worked, or how to make cement, or how to code a Super Mario World 2 ROM hack. Technically, Elia only knew how to do 2 of these things, but being born in 21st century Oregon left her with so much passively acquired knowledge that she had to be superiorly civilized in most ways that counted. "I bet you don't even have flushing toilets," she mumbled, baiting out a spear stab and advancing into the opening until she could dome the undead with a two-handed strike. "You have gained soul times 89. "Holy shit, this thing destroys helmets! Rye, did you see that?" She eyed the spear, but found its tip so bent and rusted she didn't know why she was worried about it in the first place. "There's brain stuck to your weapon, and you know what? I'm just going to close my eyes again. Anyhow, the gods are a family with many members. The inner family is divided into 3 sons and 7 daughters, headed by their mother and father, the 2 great gods, Rutha and Warga. Beneath them are the outer gods and demigods, those immortals who have touched upon a mote of divinity, or were granted purpose and, with their responsibilities, a relevant power. Beneath them are the divine servants, ascended mortals who live to fulfill the will of the gods.
"Ascended?" she asked, checking 3 undead bodies that surprised her by being completely honest in their cadaverific presentation. When a mortal ascends, they became immortal, unaging. Myths and legends tell of people who overcame impossible challenges for which they were acknowledged by the gods and lifted up into their realm. It could be fighting a dangerous mythical beast and winning, inventing some important thingamabob, or even just being so ridiculously good at dance and entertainment, the gods give you this gift after inviting you to one of their banquets. Rarely is it a single task that makes a legend, and there are many who purposely undergo excruciating labors in a bid for having their worth be acknowledged. Any questions so far? Many.
No, continue.
All right then. The gods. You might know them under other names, but these are the only true ones, so listen close. First is Rutha, father of metal and civilization. He's the god of peace as well as ingenuity. If you need a good idea, wish for the protection of your home, or just want your neighbors to quiet down, pray to him. Huh. You can just petition a god and they'll show up on your front lawn, fix your broken relationship with your family, and move on? She smiled when Rye didn't answer with a stutter and a curse. She was starting to learn when Elia was joking. Whether they answer or not is entirely up to if you are worth their attention and have made the correct sacrifice. All things have a price, as per the law of sacrifice. If you do catch their attention, best pray it isn't for malign reasons. That's a lot easier, and it's why I've been telling you to stop challenging them, to stop cursing. You never know who might be listening, and while smitings aren't a weekly occurrence, that's because they mostly send divine servants in their place, or find more subtle ways to pay you back for your transgressions. Figures. If I had a cockroach in my living room that kept on insulting me, I would step on it too.
She was the cockroach in this case.
Best stay in the darker corners, then. Not make a fuss until she could stomp back. Though with undeath, I guess we're kind of immortal now too, eh? Well, maybe? I don't think undeath is quite the same as divine, unending life. I've never heard of an undead surviving decades without decaying to become a dreg, though I guess that can in part be put down to the weird circumstance we found ourselves in. Anyhow, on to the second goddess and his wife, Warga. Elia continued her jaunt along the wall, occasionally taking the time to dome an undead mid-standing up, or to look ahead and plan her further advance. The slaughter within the field to her right still felt much too close. The intersecting and interlocking walls to her left filled her with unease. No friendly faces showed themselves yet, just more dregs. The castle bared too much resemblance to the maze, though thankfully it was not as expansive, and walking along the walls was considered legal, incentivized even. Still, the odd night covered entirely in plate she spied from up top was already an abundance of dangers. The way they moved, one clanking step at a time, didn't leave her with a good impression of her chances. The strength upgrade to her giant's soul was turning more and more into a necessity before she could think of exploring this place in any depth. Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. Warga who? Warga, goddess of conquest and control, gave birth to the sun, fought back the moonwell and the dark forest. You know what that is at least, right? Uh-huh. She dodged an undead that looked much too tall for the breastplate it was squeezed in, and had a lot more enthusiasm for bisecting her with a massive axe than she preferred. The part about the sun was probably just myth. Forest, save the trees, global warming bad. A smack to its helmet left it dazed, but it surprised her with its sturdiness by almost knocking her over the parapet with a backhand strike. It too died after she crippled its knees, just in time for a bolt to clang off her mismatched pauldrons. You have gained soul times 200. Will you be okay? I'm fine. This is... She threw a dagger as she dodged a bolt from a second crossbowman, hitting the first straight through the eye. Whew! Still got it. All right, well, what you probably know under a different name we call the Dark Forest. It is a massive, world-spanning expanse of giant trees that give shelter and nourishment to the most horrid of beasts. The whole world? As in land and ocean? Seems like a bit of a dramatic overreach. No. From the highest mountains to the deepest seas, wherever you stray too far from the God's grace, there loom roots like spears, trunks like mountains, leaves like green roofs. It is a forest so dark, it might as well be eternal night beneath its canopy. It is the epitome of danger, with a capital D. Anything that comes from the forest has only one purpose: to destroy all civilized lands and take away what the gods have bestowed upon us and we have built from there. Of the 54 legions of our eternal empire, 46 are tangled up in the far provinces to keep it at bay. And there is no world in which we aren't better off, with that stupid forest burnt to the ground. You have gained soul times 67. Funny, you sound like the exact opposite of some professional tree huggers I know. It's all, "Wah, save the rainforest," and "we have to reduce our carbon footprint," but then they hop in their SUVs, eat a full meal at Taco Bell for under $8, and order half a metric ton of pants and dresses that couldn't have been made anywhere but an Asian sweatshop with same-day delivery. That seemed to hit a nerve. What, do they think talking with trees will convince them to grow any less fast? It's not the trees that are evil. It's the entire God's darn forest. It made flies that lay eggs under your skin and eat your heart. It made Molochs, slimy creatures that wait in pools of water to drown kids in or turn them into Molochs themselves. It made gouging pox. Would your traitorous barbarian friends still be hug buddies with trees if they knew how many people die in gouging pox outbreaks? You have gained bone shards, common, times 1. Elia quirked an eyebrow as she finished looting an already fallen corpse. Easy there on the heat, brain bud. You're approaching unrye-like levels of anger there. I'm just saying, where I come from, people burn down forests for short-lived profits, while, on your end, weeding is apparently a patriotic duty. Elia flexed her right arm, feeling an odd sting in her elbow after these last few swings of her mace. It was too early for a break. She only had 50 feet to go until this end of the wall ended in a tower that would hopefully open up some further routes. My granda and his da died fighting the forest creatures. I never got to see their faces. And Da was only pulled out of the legions because first Uncle Marusius died in a mugging, and second Uncle Ingenious invoked divine retribution when he offered the bag of glass gems instead of real ones at the temple. It wasn't his fault.
It was that dirty merchant from overseas. Ingenius's only fault was that he was too stingy to have them checked, but dead he was, and Da inherited. And then, when I was 16, the pox came. Wow, was that a landmine she just stepped in? Shit, Guttle. And it just didn't seem to stop. Rye endlessly caught between mania and quiet apathy. My parents adopted a lot of children. Gouging pox kills adults, bursts their eyes and bellies, but kids, it only disfigures most of the time. Something within the lymph, I hear? Or some say it's the gases, though you probably know how high the chance is for them to succumb to some other stupid infection until adulthood. The inexplicable wisdom hit her that she probably shouldn't tell Rye that in the States, child mortality was measured in the per mil.
I have 17 younger siblings, Elia. No matter what happened. When I saw those people in the moat, something just... Her breath hitched, and there was the faint sound of sniffling. It took a while for her to compose herself. I need to make it back. I'm the firstborn. What will they do without me? What if the entire world is like this, as you say? What if we don't make it? What if we fail? Rye, did you forget who I am? I am Elia the Awesome, conqueror of the endless maze, and friend to toads. An undead walked up from a nearby stairwell, shield and spear in hand, but Elia kicked it off the wall before it had time to process her presence. Quibbles croaked, mocking the undead for its lack of situational awareness and ability to bounce. She left him to it. He was the expert on bouncing. Now look up. I'll take you to Lofton and we'll find a way back as well. Don't worry about the way. Just think about what souvenir you want to bring your family with you from Lofton. Not every day you get to break into the city of the gods, eh? Great. Yeah, that's good. To Elia's surprise, Rye sounded much calmer after one final sniffle. I just remembered some bad memories. Sorry for burdening you with my own misery. No problemo. I can't really relate, but I probably will the next time you dream about it. Now, tell me more about those silly gods. An undead stood atop the wide-set stone tower up ahead, the same as all the others. Almost the same. Is that a seashell? The undead threw a seashell large as her own head, and out of reflex, Elia tried to block it. She had a new fancy shield and all. It was made of heavy wood, too. The next thing she knew, the world exploded with sound and light, and she was lying on the ground, pain arching up her arm. Through muted sounds, she found her left hand broken, and her shield pasted with still smoking soot. She stood even without Rye yelling into her ear, plucked a shard of shell from her cheek that had pierced right through, and froze. That was a grenade. The undead was throwing explosive seashells at her, and he had more than one. Elia, he's got... She burst into motion, as far as staggering forward over shards of shell could be counted as much, running closer to the stunted tower to break line of sight. She managed, found a winding stairway on her left, and ran up, up, and up. The fear of being hit again crawled across the back of her neck, but when she reached the top a few steps earlier than expected, she found that the undead wasn't even bothering with her anymore. It was still standing where it had before, dumbly staring along the wall while holding an entire crate of shells. Stupid undead. While Elia couldn't walk up to it without being heard, the dregs soon found out that turning around was not the right move against a kick to center mass. It toppled and fell, a sharp boom and crack echoing along the wall below. The conflagration shook her to the bone. She could feel the heat up to here. She really had to up her expectations of this medieval world. Motherfucker, she spat after it. The hell are these things filled with? Nitroglycerin? I've heard of these. Urns and other things filled with dramatic fire.
Also, language again. She sighed. No, not language. Shit. If I knew gunpowder existed, I'd have actively hunted for bombs. But hey, we're not in the maze, and regret is not my style. No strings, no ties. It's a whole new fantastic world, and a whole new fantastic me. I haven't by any chance managed to convince you of the grace of our good Lord Rutha, god of peace and civilization, have I? Nope. Fuck the gods. Or one god in particular. Say, you don't happen to have a god of abducting adolescents from other worlds, do you? Rai sighed. I think this is going to take some time. And no, that is a silly thing to be a god of.
Be careful what you say. The gods hear everything.
Good.
And then the tower exploded. A cloud of dust enveloped everything in sight as Elia was thrown off her feet again, tumbling towards the stairs, then, unluckily, falling 24 steps down them. Stars flooded her vision, acknowledging how painful the fall felt. Good thing she was wearing a helmet. There's something in the dust. Elia coughed as she drew in a breath of pulverized limestone. Through squinting eyes, the figure rose, 2 gigantic limbs spreading out like the wings of an angel. This was no savior of hers, and when she beheld its visage behind settling dust, she was certain that death had come. It's a rock with a sword head? Fuck. Elia scrambled on her back like a flipped turtle. It wasn't the long, heavy sword that disturbed her, silly as it looked with its hilt embedded through the marble bird's white forehead, nor was she scared by its size, larger than an elephant, or the numerous nicks and cracks revealing its experience in fighting off trespassers like her. It was the feeling of utter helplessness, as if faced by a natural disaster shrunk down to a dreadfully personal scale. Elia? Elia! Elia ran. She turned and left without a second to look back. The marble birds screeched. She caught herself screaming in turn, flailing to get just 1 step further, just 1 second of extended life. The bird never failed to kill her. The bird never failed to find her. Even in her dreams, nothing she could do ever changed that simple fact that the bird would always be there, watching, judging, terrifying. A thundering impact, a jump propelled her over a crate, narrowly evading a 1,000-pound wing strike. A roll, too late to save her arm, now severed at the elbow, while her other searched her pockets with frantic mania for anything helpful at all. The pain was as much motivator as it was an obstruction to her escape. Blood loss put her on a timer, but she didn't need to survive, just die where her souls could be safely recollected. Or get the ring. But where was the ring? The damn ring, where the hell was it? She reached the ladder, took 1 peek back, and jumped. Talons closed around her legs, putting an uncomfortable pressure on the bones before they snapped. In an action that defied physics, the bird swooped up, flung her mangled body into the air, and with a single peck of its sword beak, hewed Elia from shoulder to hip. Her shield did not even slow it down. Her legs fell towards the inner keep. Her upper torso managed to just barely miss the walls, tumbling past the outer parapets to join the 1,000 bodies in the moat below. She muttered a muted curse as she failed to clasp 1 hand around the ring in her pocket, and closed her eyes before the impact shook her awake. You have died. Chapter 23. Profane.
You have lost. Soul times 5,741. You have lost. Bone shards, common, times 13. You have lost. Bone shards, uncommon, times 1. Elia stared wordlessly at the sky. Such a matted blue thing. Such an offensive color. Why couldn't it be purple, or green, or something else properly fantastic? Why was it that the moment she encountered something straight out of a movie or a video game, that it was usually followed by her brutal and unapologetic evisceration? The birds. They were at fault. Little wonder, then, that Rai denied their existence. They were a horror beyond comprehension, better left unknowable, like some eldritch god, the recipe for the Krabby Patty, or what a McNugget was made of. Elia, are you all right? She let out a low groan that devolved into a scream as she punched and kicked the air, flailing in directionless anger. Getting over the walls wasn't supposed to be a cakewalk. Now she wasn't even sure she wanted to get to the other side. New area, same horrors. A shadow fell over her head. "You all right, miss?" Sextus asked. "Birds are evil," she said, though her heart wasn't in it. He was definitely staring at her, at least where her chainmail was parted from the right shoulder down to her left hip. "I'm not going to stand up and give you something to look at, if that's what you're hoping for." In all fairness, he stopped staring right away and left after a muttered apology. Time until lost items and souls dissipate. 13 minutes. Welp, there was nothing to it then. She'd just have to jump down into the moat without any chest armor, or clothing for that matter, get her souls, and find another way inside. Maybe there was a way to open the front gates, a convenient lever perhaps, or a passcode hidden on an obvious sheaf of paper in clear sight. She was rudely interrupted by a bag of cloth landing square on her face. "Take it," Sextus, thrower of bags, said. "Snoovious old tunic, belt and all. He won't be missing it."
Elia stared wordlessly at the shirt-dress thing in her hands. She was not going to ask who Nuvius was, what happened to him, or why his tunic was almost too small for her. It didn't even smell funny, and beside clear signs of having been patched up more than once, the off-beige tunic would do well enough. The belt had a lot more bags to carry things in, too. A definite upgrade. "Why?" was all she managed to ask. Sextus shrugged. "Travelers ought to stick together. Take it, however you will, and blessing a cow Jew upon ye." "Cow Jew?" she whispered while wiggling her way into the tunic. "That another god?" "He is the protector of travelers and seafarers at that. I think Sextus wants to show his goodwill not just to us, but to the spirit of cow Jew as well. It's partially self-serving, before you get any unnecessary suspicions." Ah well, Elia had nothing against a bootlicker. He was probably faking it. Cow Jew probably had some dirt on him. "Not really used to hand-me-downs. Certainly didn't expect this much from a guy who looks like a Friday night slasher." You can't just say that about him. Sextus is nice. "Well, he doesn't appear like he feels entitled to us just because he helped a bit. Nobody likes a nice guy." Well, all I can say is that I know the type, and I empathetically agree with you. Also, is he not your type, or why are you so vehemently trying to push him away?" That got her to sputter as she was half standing up. Between glances at the trio and worried looks to the way ahead, she finally managed a half-lie. "I'm not comfortable engaging in romantic shenanigans with your body, Rai." They walked ahead towards the moat, serene silence in contrast to the past violence all around. Eventually, Elia's head was filled with the humming of a happy tune. "You're actually pretty considerate, as grumpy as you can sometimes be. You're like a grumpy old cat." "I will stab you." Elia set one foot on a corpse desiccated like the aftermath of a vampire all-you-can-eat buffet. She slipped off nearly immediately, gliding in between the cracks of layered bodies with a wet squelch. Elia let go of the rope she had appropriated, fully immersing herself in the abattoir moat. Rai had, as always, announced she was going to watch none of this whole ordeal, and at the sound she let out a sickened whimper. "Time until lost items and souls dissipate. 6 minutes."
Wading through a sea of dead people was not fast, nor was it the most pleasant of experiences. Whenever she pulled her naked feet from in between the squelching bodies, it came back smeared red, black, and filthy. Her soles were just under the bridge, floating a few idle inches above the surface, radiating a warm, gentle glow. Elia's thoughts were already on how to proceed next when the souls were suddenly slurped under the surface. What the fuck? A moment later, a pair of whiskers emerged from the same place, pink nose tasting the air. A rat? And what a chonker it was, easily 40 pounds of pure rodent. It burrowed through the bodies before stopping to sniff in her direction. She pulled her shield close, moments before the human, child-sized rat flung itself out of the ground and straight towards her. Its teeth gnashed against her shield, then batted it aside with a headbutt as it went for her arm, eyes glowing with the strength of 1,000,000 rodents. Its teeth closed a moment too late, and Elia dashed its brains out against her metal maul. You have gained soul times 36. You have regained... She cut off the notifications as she heaved the rat to the side. Are we okay, Elia? Yeah, just a rodent of unusual size. She rolled her shoulders, but noticed her left bracer had come loose. That bite went through my bracers. Shit, I think I'm bleeding. You use the wax. I don't want to get any corpse rot. Not here, not now.
She did, while waging the benefit of gathering enough common shards to trade for uncommon ones, to using them right now. How likely was she to survive to the next checkpoint without screwing up twice in a row? If only it weren't for that stupid bird. She combined the common shards, snipping the die with gusto. Time went still as it bounced off the entrenched stone wall, rolled along the rat's naked tail, and finally stopped on the stretched-out tongue of a bald woman's corpse. A gray symbol that was unmistakably a tooth pulsed for a few seconds, then disappeared with the die as the world went round again. Elia immediately pulled up the information on the boon, licking her dry, chapped lips in anticipation. Blessing of Dentus. You have been blessed by Dentus, saint of dental care. Gain teeth as hard as steel, that shall never rot and always shine a pure, beautiful white. Oh hey, a useless boon with an essence socket. Like a turd with rainbow sprinkles. Also, who the heck is Dentus? Oh, I know who that is. He's depicted as a smiling man with a scruffy beard who really likes honey. There's a nursery rhyme about him that goes something like this. Brush your teeth day in, day out. Clean the filth inside and out. While Elia would have loved to listen to her companion's lovely serenade, she was busy trying to ascertain the source of swelling sense of dread in her chest. Were there more rats? Was the bird coming to finish her off? She waited under the bridge, and for a moment, all was well. Then her teeth fell out, all at once. Coughing and spewing them everywhere, she touched where her gums ached, only to feel entire rows slowly making their way up from beneath her gums. The entire process was not bloodless. By the time it was over, she had used a good part of her wick wax to pad the inside of her mouth. Great. Now the taste of old herbs and dirt was mixing with the coppery iron tang of her newly acquired biters. And that's how your teeth never fall out. Elia only had one thing to say. Fuck Saint Dentus. Elia! I think I swallowed one. A what now? By the vindicating sounds of retching, Rai had finally opened her eyes to the true horror of dental care. Regardless, Elia was a lot more interested in the man-sized hole in the wall. It was hidden beneath the shadow of the bridge, and by the looks of it could have been dug by either man or beast. Holes in the walls were not usually a sound design choice for fortresses, Lord of the Rings taught her that much. Hoping no rat would follow her to nibble on her toes, Elia bent down and crawled her way through the damp confines. What was initially a sound idea for circumventing the need to fight a giant stone bird quickly turned out to be dark, tight, and a little anxiety-inducing. Only a little. "I think I smell fresh air," Elia said, and immediately tripled her shuffling speed. The tunnel had some bends and diverging paths, but none enticed her more than the way ahead. A cool draft washed over her face as she popped out from a dislodged grate in the ground. She clambered on out, immediately finding herself in a metal cage of some sort, sitting in one of the many courtyards of the castle. The cage was on a cart and empty, though signs of previous human habitation were still present. A lost spoon, a discarded blanket, a stain of unknowable liquid. A true mobile prison cell. Outside, the odd dreg patrolled atop the walls, and a few more shambled around the exterior of what looked to be a simple door leading into the castle keep itself. The cage door creaked open as she leaned against it. None of the undead bothered to approach. They were too busy doing undead things. "You can open your eyes, Rai." "Wow, those are a lot of dead bodies. I can see some knights? Those are definitely dead knights." Elia stopped to poke one of the reclining figures of metal with her morning star.
The entire armor fell apart, revealing the oily residue of what was most likely undead sweat. But no undead. No body.
"Shh, they're going to hear us." For once, Rai proved correct, as a towering undead peeked out from behind one of the dozens of strewn-about cage wagons. Its limbs looked just a tad too long, and besides a metal chest plate and helmet that slumped down over its eyes, a two-handed flail hung wickedly from its hands, 3 jingling chains ending in metal stars each as spiked and large as her own weapons. "At least it's not a knight." Her eyes went wide as the undead burst into a sudden charge. She jumped away, flails thumping against the ground. Her back hit the cage. The moment it took her to analyze this undead as new, faster, and thereby unpredictable was enough for it to tear its flail free and nearly decapitate her with a wild backswing. "Elia, run!" "No." She took a step forward, then 3 around its back as the undead tried to swing with an empty fist. "Screw running." 1 smack to the hips. Clearly not enough. "But he's so big. You don't have armor. Eek! That just means—" She dodged another swing. "Means I need to be more—" Her shield arm was blown clean to the side. "Ow! More careful. Will you let me finish a—" The undead twirled, a deadly pirouette in a hurricane of spiked metal balls that smashed apart a wooden post, sparking off metal as it tried to kill. With endless stamina, it pulled back for another swing, but the flail didn't budge. A ball was lodged in between the metal bars of the cage. "God-damn sentence!" She bashed its knee repeatedly until the dreg bent down, then its head, which it was so politely offering. It took a surprising 6 hits before the undead fell to the floor, dead outright. "You have gained soul times 400. Ilya huffed, heart pounding like a drum. "Whoa, look at those souls. That was so risky. Dangerous. Brutal. Nasty."
Nah, for most undead, you can just wait for them to flail at you wildly until they fuck up. Elia rummaged through the body, finding another goodie. It went just as planned. You have gained bone shards, common, times 1. And what if it hadn't? What if you tripped? What then? How can you be so sure of yourself? Elia smiled, and it felt good with her new teeth, clean and fresh. My confidence skyrockets the moment there's a flail at my throat. What are they going to do, kill me? A tingling sigh sounded out. I guess without fear of death killing you, you can be as brash as you'd like. Exactly. Now come on, we have a castle to clear. I just hope there's at least one person here who's friendly.
Soul count, 7,613.
Shard count, common ×3, uncommon ×1. Elia stood in front of a door to the keep, having fought a bunch of undead and another flail-wielding madman just to get across the next 2 sections of the outer bailey. At least none of the ranged undead had begun shooting down at her from atop the walls. She figured that was just a question of time and making enough noise. Predictably, the door was locked, because the easy way was never available to her. She tried everything, from knocking to unhinging it, to simply using every boon she had available on it, minus Rye's limited magic. Door to the castle kitchen. A door, heavy and closed, does not open from this side. Stupid door! She kicked it before turning with a huff. At least psychometry worked on doors better than on most architectural features. Touching the castle's walls netted roughly the same quality of information as touching a pebble. Wall. A wall, wide and tall. With mounting frustration and fatigue, she took to walking through a nearby raised grate, ready to clear out the next courtyard of its undead inhabitants. At least these big guys weren't stingy with their souls. She could probably return to Crossroad Temple and get her strength upgrade right now, though the fact that its total cost was hidden and that she had to purchase new armor pushed her to continue on forwards just a little bit more, just a scooch. 10,000 souls. When she had that much, she was turning around. Elia took one step out the inner gate and near immediately jumped back. A towering hulk of a creature sat slumped against the wall, literally within arm's reach of her. A catfish ogre. What a sneaky position to hide an ogre in. She had almost overlooked it, and it wasn't moving. Carefully, she tiptoed past it. Not a flinch. She poked it with considerable apprehension, jumping back as she expected it to get up like all the other undead. It didn't. As she took a closer look, she noted that half of the flattened fish face and neck was simply missing. A peek past the corpse filled her with more dread than happiness. Dozens of fish ogres lay all around in piles of muck and blood. Undead, too, and knights slumped against walls or simply torn to pieces. Holy grug, what happened here? The bird. I'm betting on the bird. Are you betting on the bird? It's not a bird, it's a rock. And they are supposed to be messengers of divine will and symbols of knowledge, not... Beans, do we really have to go through here? I really, really don't like this, Elia. Neither do I. I want to run past this place and purge it from my short, medium, and long-term memory. Okay, now you're really scaring me. She kept an eye on her surroundings as she snuck around, looting the plentiful dead as silently as possible. You have gained throwing knives ×10. To the right, a giant gatehouse stood closed, stairs up to the walls barred with anything these people could find to prevent anybody from ascending. That was the front gate by the looks of it. You have gained bone shards, uncommon, ×2. The walls themselves? They were high, though not infinitely much. Straying close risked gaining the attention of any dregs stationed up there. There might even be a good position for the archer to ambush her from again, assuming there really only had been one, and they were aligned with whoever headed this castle, or whoever was still alive in it. You have gained Coiled conch ×2. Coiled conch, great shells filled with dramatic fire, make for a devastating weapon that can disrupt even heavy formations of mortal knights and send war beasts into panic. She raised an eyebrow, but simply strapped them with the loop of coarse twine they came with to her belt. Any weapon that didn't rely on her pitiful strength was a good one.
Undead were usually brittle enough that 1 or 2 weak swings to critical areas were crippling, and she could then finish them off handily enough. But ogres and flail guys were proving a disconcerting trend of exceptions to the rule. She turned to face her left, a gate much taller than it was wide, blocking the path where the road continued through the mountain. "Think that's our way through?" She gestured to where the architecture grew more ornate, possibly Gothic if she didn't know for certain that she totally whiffed the historical architecture exam in art class. "Gods, I hope not. Ruth, give me strength. I thought he was the god of peace." Mental strength, peace of mind. Where are the soldiers? Where are the knights? What happened here? Are the ogres on our side or not? Answers ahead, and if not, well, sucks to be us, I guess. She strode forward, weaving in between bloody carcasses. They had the same complexion as the gate, a rusted red. One open wing revealed a darkness so thick and ominous she could almost feel it on her skin, flowing out like some unholy liquid. Even the vines and the walls themselves seemed to shrink back from this place, and the closer she got, the less corpses lay on the ground. Their wounds, especially the ogres, weren't inflicted by humans. Oversized cleavers and clubs had taken the lives of most of them, ogre on ogre, side by side. Entire arms were torn off, and even the largest ogre she found, clad entirely in knight's plate armor that must have cost a fortune to make, lay dead as dead can be. She found its trachea some 10 foot to the side, torn out with the heavy mail protecting it. "Can't we just turn back? Maybe we can talk with the rock, make up with it, and it'll just let us pass." A cold tingle ran up Elia's spine, and she exhaled, letting some of the tension drain out. "No, not the bird. Not ever. Whatever is past that door is 1,000 times more welcome than that murderous stone chicken." "Okay." "I'm with you, magic and all, for however much that counts." It counted a lot, but Elia let that unsaid as she strode forth towards the enveloping darkness. Nearly halfway there, a sound brought her to a halt. Dripping. First, there was the sound of a single drop, then soon 2 and more that grew thick until they fell like dollops of cream. The darkness stirred, whipping a gust of air out the gateway. A single, bony set of claws grasped the door wing and pushed it open, sparks alighting on the stone, while a horrible squeal filled the air. Fuck! It looked like a massive dog from hell, drawn on canvas and fallen into our world, dark ink and all. A sharp maw stretched like an alligator's, fur undulating rhythmically, dripping like living tar only to reveal white, bleached bone that was quickly covered up by the pulsating black liquid. Double fuck! It flowed out from the doors and on the field, too many bleached paws and human arms carrying its sickening torso like a centipede. The head turned, malevolent eyes taking in the presence of the much smaller figure in front. What was supposed to be a long tail turned to face her, smiling with its own rows of sharp teeth. The creature roared, with both ends. "Spiky dog! You have challenged Vita the Fane Eater." Chapter 24. Bombshell.
"We are so screwed!"
The eldritch centipede dog slammed into a wall,
claws scrabbling along the stone as it reoriented towards Elia, whom its first charge had missed by a good few paces. It was not the most agile of creatures then, though its fuzzy arm legs worked to swiftly right the Centidog with uncomfortably skittering motions. Elia was content to gain distance from it. This was not like the forlorn giant, who had mostly moved like a human. This thing was a monster, a gross parody of the dog ever present on Glenrock's coat of arms. If she was generous, then she could see the remnants of a normal undead hound beneath its tarry skin. The familiarities ended there, as it was bloated to the size of a rhino, and still flaunted enough mobility to keep her on the back foot. Elia would rather have fought an entire pack of normal undead dogs. She dove behind an ogre's corpse as the beast soared over and past. "Ha ha! Juked!" she cried, more for herself than anyone else. The large corpses were the closest thing to cover she had, and even then they were little more than a speed bump. The dog didn't bother turning around, and Elia ducked under a tearing snap of its tail jaws, shooting to her feet and building up some more distance. "Could use some magic, Rye." "Sure, here goes." Her offhand tingled and, already holding the conjurer's staff, began accumulating a sizable chunk of ice over dreadful seconds. Seconds Elia frantically passed through, keeping the massive hound from tearing her in two. One bite was all it would take. The dog reared back, a sudden movement up its bowels and neck the only hint for Elia to throw herself to the side. A violent stream of foul-smelling goop drenched the spot where she had been just moments ago, and the skin of an ogre's corpse sloughed off in seconds. Centidog acid. One type of death she'd rather avoid. She backed off, just as a coiled conch exploded a few feet away. Of course, the undead on the walls had to throw them now. "Ready!" Rye cried, as Elia pointed her side with the staff at the dog thing. The shot nearly missed as it careened off to the side, hitting the dog's half-tail, half-second head in the... head? "Oh, it didn't like that," Elia yelled between pants, as she struggled to grab the string loop attached to one of her conch shells before sending it careening directly towards center mass. It exploded, and the dog burst into flames. "Oh, it really didn't like that." "Do we actually stand a chance?" "We don't stand a dog of a chance." "That doesn't make any sense." "Cards!" The dog was tearing into the ground and nearby corpses. A chunk of earth hit her in the head just as she ducked around a wooden barricade. 4 hailstone bolts, a dozen throwing knives, 1 shell. It's not enough. Still, she kept at a distance, dodging and weaving between the massive corpses, while maintaining absolute focus not to trip and fall over. A second bolt flew, a third one, a fourth, fifth. All hit, all cracked bone. "I'm out." And the dog was still as lively as ever. Joy. It suddenly rolled over on its side, dozens of grasping arms grabbing for a surprised Elia who couldn't dodge in time. 2 wrapped around her arm, and though she smashed both with her Morningstar, there was no escaping the 100-arm bear hug. Her spine cracked before she could fully witness the 6 or 7 smaller rotten dog heads pull her deeper into the monster's belly. You have lost. Soul times 7,613. You have lost. Bone shards, common, times 2. You have lost. Bone shards, uncommon, times 3.
"Congratulations, it's a monster," Elia muttered in a daze. When Elia woke up, it was to an audibly distressed, sobbing Rye. A part of her was annoyed, a smaller one, sympathetic. As far as deaths went, that one was not her best. Still beat being eaten alive by spiders. "You, all right there?" "All right. All right? It twisted my arm until it broke, Elia. It hurt so much." "Right." She was still in control at that point. Elia gave her a mental kudos at not fumbling the staff. Next time we're about to die, release control. I'll handle it. Handle it? Elia, don't mind me. Are you all right? Is that a trick question? How? How do you do it? Exposure therapy. And a healthy dose of disassociation. It wasn't like her body belonged to her in the first place. Now, enough whimpering. We need to get through that dogapede if we want to get into the castle and pass through to Lofton. You dig? I think I dig. I would rather not dig, but in circumstances of extreme pressure, I prefer digging over not digging. Do you dig too? Frequently. There was nothing better to do when at the beach. Man, Elia could go for some ice cream right about now. Stracciatella mango, the only real choice. All right, listen up. All I need out of you is to use your magic. No pain, no risk. Just 5 shots and I'll handle it from there. You up for that much? Yes, I am. But Elia, that was a beast. A thing. From the forest? She figured it had just escaped from some traumatized kid's nightmare. Yeah, I think. The kind that entire legions fight on the border, and not just mortal ones. How much of a chance do we really have? Elia glanced at her singular remaining conch shell. Not enough to kill it from afar, but she was unlikely to kill this thing in melee. Too many chances for instant death. With a sigh, she got up again and cursed herself for worrying about eventualities. Let me put it this way. We need a miracle to win this time.
A miracle? Or a way to skew the odds? Dedicating an entire loop to observing her enemies paid off. Always. It had to. It would have been a waste otherwise. Her first observation as she entered the courtyard strewn with corpses, however, had nothing to do with Vita the Fane Eater. You have regained... I'm amazed you never lost your souls in sundry, not once in all this time. What can I say? I'm awesome. She peeked to the side, making sure no movement stirred in the dark lair of the Scentadog. Also, losing souls sucks. I know my priorities. Well, if you're keeping an eye on them, then I can rest easy. 20 paces into the yard, she twisted her head back as an iron grate closed her only way out. A sneaky undead standing atop the inner gatehouse was what locked her in. Then, it had the gall to lob a coiled conch in her general direction. The explosive seashell shattered a few paces short. A second one was already prepped. As the undead twirled it around its head, Elia had a stupid idea. She snatched it by the hoop of rope before it impacted the ground, mildly surprised that she managed it without killing herself. Lucky for her, this undead didn't lob the shells with too much gusto or precision. Yes! Ha! Thanks for the conch, sucker! It readied out another shell. Ack! Wait! I only have 2 hands! Elia promptly retreated back out of range. You are playing with fire. They call it dramatic fire for a reason, you know. Because it explodes quite dramatically? That earned her a snort. No, that would be silly. There's only one place in the whole civilized world that knows the secrets of this alchemical fire. Drama. The great city of poet warriors? Ever heard of it? No? Elia liked her explanation better. What a weird name for a city. True, but they do make good theater. Have you seen The Tragedy of Queen Nue or The Moryad? I saw Avengers Endgame once. The comics were cooler, the good ones at least. But we're not here for a culture exchange.
Vita, the great dripping dog, emerged from his gate.
Elia made sure her extra conch was secure, double-checking her dagger, throwing daggers, and, most importantly, quibbles.
Ribbit.
Her focus returned to the dog. It entered in perfect mirror fashion to the first time, the dramatic horror replaced with a steady undercurrent of wariness and determination. It roared, and though she was loath to admit it, her heart already beat an unsteady tune. It charged, and Elia ran in a semicircle around it. Heavy, slow to turn. A first observation as its snapping jaws followed but failed to catch her. She kept her distance, eyes in rapt attention on its limbs. Despite energetic movements, it was dragging much of its weight instead of running on all fours. The nest of limbs and maws in its belly helped it stand, but otherwise got in the way of its hind legs more often than not. Around the back, then? She got closer, and immediately it surged backwards, frighteningly quick for its bulk. The tail bisected and nearly cleft her in two as she dodged to the side. It continued its reverse charge, but the dog missed by a foot and slammed into a wall. That was close. It was quick in bursts then, but the problems with turning and maneuvering remained. Still, those two big maws were an issue. Front or back, one bite meant instant death. Similarly, being hit by the vomit meant debilitating pain, followed by less instant death. The hands and smaller heads? If she let herself be caught, broken bones, broken spine, and then death. More reasons to get a long, pokey stick instead of trying to get close. Though in this loop, she had no other options if she wished to preserve her consumables. A possible gain of 2 to 3 free conches a loop was nice, but that was presuming she caught them each time, and that she died enough to take advantage of them. With a sigh, she closed into melee range, approaching the dog from the side where the first 2 threats of instant death had a harder time reaching her. In the meantime, Elia could wail on the dog's side almost entirely unmolested, as the hands were too busy holding up its considerable bulk. A few still attempted to grab for her, but they were evaded, then punished in turn. Exposed bone broke, ghostly pale hands and arms shattered in between the methodical back and forth. During a near brush with its flowing, goopy skin, she saw it. A thick spear tip was sticking out from its sides, a few links of heavy chain dangling where monstrous strength had pulled them apart. Many smaller ones from past failed heroes were hidden as well, coated by the tar. Likely, this was her possible key out. One of Elia's smacks got near the wound. The dog very much so didn't like it, snapping with its front and rear. As Elia dodged, an arm near immediately uncoiled itself from its knot and tore away a pouch with a heart-wrenching squeal. Quibbles! Elia jumped into the bundle of arms, ripping and tearing as they closed around her. Her hand closed around the missing pouch containing her froggy friend, and the arms ejected her unceremoniously, launching her to the side, where she skidded to a halt against a dead ogre. The Fane Eater pounced and ripped her to shreds within seconds. You have died. Undead curse overflowing. Further deaths will lead to erosion of self. Sacrifice a boon to gain absolution. You have lost. Soul times 8201. You have lost. Bone shards, common, times 3. You have lost. Bone shards, uncommon, times 3.
Elia stared at the checkpoint in front of her, kneading quibbles like a ball of dough. Moments like these were still plenty stressful, no matter how many boons she lost. It was a common lie she told herself, that holding onto them like prized possessions was long a thing of the past. Please not my boon, please not my boon again. Take the useless weather boon, please. You have offered a boon. Blessing of Dentus, common. Undead curse, quelled. A breath she didn't notice she was holding escaped her lips. A look towards the stronghold filled her heart with contempt, and a little sense of ease. Things were all right now. For a time. Something cracked, and she pulled a steel tooth from her mouth. Then the rest followed, and she cursed the world anew.
Another attempt. Another grisly death. This time she managed to wound its front paw, turning its charges into a tumble of limbs as it tripped over itself. But getting this far had taken too long, and in between constantly diving back and forth, she was now exhausted, nearly seeing everything double. Her throat burned. Her left bracer was eaten through by acid, and her arm gnawed down to the bone. Still got it. Gonna get him. Vita charged, and Elia found her body didn't have the strength to jump aside. You have died. You have lost. Soul times 9,158. You have lost. Bone shards, common, times 4. You have lost. Bone shards, uncommon, times 3. A large undead swung its three-headed flail, heads embedding in the wet ground. Do you really have to fight these undead before the spiky dog every time? Why not sneak around? They're predictable, they're on the way, and they give good souls. She dodged another strike and followed up with one of her own. Time until lost items and souls dissipate. 8 minutes. Also, don't want them to follow me in there. 1 enemy she could dodge, 2 as well for a time. It would take a lot more than a single dreg to deal any appreciable damage to Vita. This goes against every law of the conservation of souls imaginable. Sure, but I'm not one to... An ungentlemanly kick to her stomach sent her keeling over. The flail guys never kicked. How unfair. But she could play unfair too. A minute spent luring the undead around, a roll to the side and a stab to the groin later, her foe was bleeding out on the ground. You have gained. Souls times 400. You have gained. Bone shards, common, times 1. I think I'm ready to puke again. See? Easy. Her stomach convulsed, and she dry heaved once more. I told you this was risky. You don't have armor, and now you're hurt. What next? Next? Next, we get our souls, and then we fight the dog. You really mean it? You think you can win? In your condition? Watch me. Ran a mile with a bolt in my back. Didn't notice until I fell over. Dead. That inspires the opposite of confidence. Just ask for help. I'm sure Sextus would be willing to assist. I don't need help. She stood a bit straighter before carrying on. The grate fell closed behind her, carnage greeting her once again. I don't. We'll be fine on our own. Like you told your father in your dream? The small door by the front gate opened from this side, the metal screech grating against her ears as much as Rise proselytizing. Oh, the doors shall remain closed. Oh, you are already gone. The talking door's voice petered out into the distance as she walked back. I think you should listen to his advice. He's your father, and above that he had a point. You're not exactly swimming in friends, and I can see why. Aren't you going to ask the soldiers for help? They sure do have a lot of helpful boons. She slammed the door with her hand. Look, lecturing me is not making you seem as smart as you'd think, Prima. The mute soldier is dead, and he had the 2 very useful offensive boons among the 3 of them. You think they'll leave him behind just to help us? You think I like seeing those guys die for nothing? No, Then shut the fuck up! She caught a conch, then another. Focus. Do your magic. The third one landed in her hands as well,
and she marched on towards the looming dark doorway, picking up her souls without so much as a glance. The gates shook. The beast roared. Elia set her jaw. Bolt! The creature charged, the long distance between them shrinking into nothing within seconds. Seconds sufficed for a single bolt, and right after lobbing it at the Fane-Eater, Elia dodged around the large metal corpse of a fish ogre. Bolt! The hound circled. Yet another projectile slammed into its underside, breaking the largest of the small baying hound heads. Vito roared before exploding into a furious leap. Dodge. Weave. Bolt! A hit to the snout, denting it to the side. Dodge. Bolt! Another hit, sinking uselessly into the thick tar on its back. A gush of acid escaped its maw, but Elia was already out of its range. Bolt! The creature convulsed, turning just in time to evade the last bolt. Elia clicked her tongue. It still didn't look as hurt as she'd liked. No broken leg this time, just ribs and redundant hands. Time for Plan B. That was really uncalled for. The dog leapt. Elia avoided it narrowly, scampering over a toppled prison cart as she lured it towards the wall. Not now. You were really hurtful, Elia.
I don't like being talked to that way. It makes me feel impotent, inadequate. The Fane-Eater jumped over her and kicked with its hind legs, sending her into a tumble bouncing across muddy grass. Her stomach cramped twice as hard. The taste of copper on her lips grew pungent. Frustration. Useless? Guilty. That I did my best but made things worse. That you're gonna die again and it'll be my fault. Please tell me you got this, Elia. Ah! A hissing growl alerted her to another charge, but just as it was limbering up, a conch fell from above. A wicked smile split Elia's face. The dregs above didn't only see her as an enemy. The constant maneuvering was killing her knees, but watching it go up in flames and flail on the ground was vindication enough to justify all the pain tenfold. She took one of her own conches by its sling and threw it the moment the Fane-Eater came to a stop. Another conch came from above, missing sadly, but the dog had other problems, namely the fire eating through its flammable skin. It scrambled to climb up the walls, falling down over and over as its many limbs couldn't get enough hold. Elia, talk to me. I'll try not to raise my voice, Miss Princess. Meanwhile, you don't go snooping around in my memories. I'm saying this for your sake, too. She lobbed another conch. And if you're gonna judge me, do it in a way that makes me laugh. It earned her a quiet sound of affirmation and nearly cost her a head as the dogapede lashed out using its tail like a bludgeon. Maybe now she could finally concentrate on the life-or-death battle in front of her. Vita the Fane-Eater was one heck of a name, but even it was starting to feel the hurt, its eyes staring at Elia warily as its fur and tar skin coagulated, falling off in clumps. Another conch fell from above, followed by her own the moment the flames were doused. The rhythm went on, until she finally ran out of shells. A few throwing knives missed the eyes, more a fault of the dog's thrashing than her own. It was flagging, emanating blubbering whines as it struggled to stand. Still, it was plenty dangerous, even without sudden bursts of speed. Now, all Elia had to do was close in to finish it off. This was it then. All or nothing. It had moments before Elia was next to it, and with a great swing of her morning star, hammered one of the spearheads sticking from its hide 1/2 foot deeper. It roared in pain, and she found herself cackling in vindictive glee as she did it again. Yeah, that's right. Fear the great and mighty Elia. I ain't scared of you, you little drip shit. Come on, fight me. Gimme your souls.
As she licked her lips, tasting the freedom gained by impending victory, her gaze flashed to Vita, growling in an ominous, low timbre. Its body slumped down as its many human arms fanned out, collecting bits of the scrapped shields and broken weapons all over the battlefield. "Oh, fuck that!" Her eyes widened marginally before she ran in, taking less than a second between every strike aimed at crippling the next limb. The hands were not idle. There were too many of them, and whenever she sidestepped one, she could expect a counterattack with the rim of a shield, a broken sword, or spear tip. More hands unfurled from the knot in its belly, and the drizzle of explosive conch grenades made every second a dangerous game of chicken. She collected a slice across her arm, 2 shallow stabs to her chest, and a shield slam that left her mouth full of loose teeth. Gritting her gums, she pulled back for a mighty 2-handed swing when she realized she was just a bit too close to its back. The tail maw closed around her arm mid-swing. Her heart dropped as the dog wrenched her off her feet and flung her into the air, flying high and higher until she met the eyes of a dreg carrying a box on the walls. The box was full of conches.
As gravity overcame inertia, she reached out with her single healthy arm and caught the edge of the wall. Shreds of pain arced up and down her limb, and she felt her fingers slipping. The undead looked at her with dull eyes. It took a step forward. "Don't do it." It took another step. "Don't!" With a single staggering kick, it dislodged her grip, and she plummeted down towards the Fane-Eater's waiting maw. An endless string of curses followed her down, right towards awaiting Vita the Fane-Eater. With a snap, the dog caught her in its maw, crushing ribcage and pulping her insides. In the last moments of life, she found her arm acting on its own, stabbing the inside of the creature's maw with her dagger. She couldn't even thank Rye for her bravery. What even was the point? What was the point of having a second life when all she amounted to was a rag doll thrown in between great and greater forces? Death no longer scared her. It was a life without purpose that tore at her at night. A life where she was hemmed back into a corner, lacking any meaningful choice at all. The darkness crept in, slowly, as if to allow her to savor the mind-numbing pain of being the chew toy of a 2-ton crocodile dog. A hateful stare at the sky remained the last action of defiance. And as she looked, she saw the undead gazing down through blurred vision. She saw it pick up a thing and throw that thing down towards her. Even now, the world hadn't taken enough dumps on her face, it seemed. The object fell, and she closed her eyes, her vision shaken by a crack of red-white, followed by darkness. Taint purged. You have gained soul times 8,000. You have gained bone shard, common, times 8. You have gained bone shard, uncommon, times 8. You have gained soul of the Fane-Eater. You have died. You have lost soul times 18,180. You have lost bone shard, common, times 12. You have lost bone shard, uncommon, times 11. Chapter 25. Mildly terrifying. There was an odd rhythm to standing right back up after dying. It wasn't something Elia particularly had to think about. Like getting out of bed after a nightmare, a brief moment of bottomless unease came and went, leaving space for a more calculating evaluation of last loop's events. The problems then persisted, even now. She was not good enough, not strong enough, fast enough, clever enough.
Sure, the odds were skewed. Sure, she was trying to prove to herself that she could, more than anyone else, try and succeed alone. She did not succeed. And regrettably, the only constant over innumerable lifetimes remained herself. People came and went, but she and her demons remained. Despite practice, training, learning, she had to helplessly watch herself degrade, chipped away so slowly that when one day she couldn't ascend a flight of stairs without taking a break, it didn't even come as a surprise. The transition from old life to the new one hadn't changed much. It was only slowly, belayed by untold years, that she realized she truly had let her second chance run through her hands. It was hard calling it a second life. There was hardly a single memory of the last decade she could actively summon, instead of only seeing it in flashes of shock and nightmarish daydreams. Even then she improved in parts, slowly but surely. Now she stood in the courtyard again, not even having bothered with the undead on the way. She didn't even know why she was here. With no body armor, no coiled conches, and being pretty much the same person as before, the sea of dead hulks stood as a monument to her own chances at overcoming this final obstacle. It was better than the bird, but still fairly awful. Here I go dying again. As she walked past the portal and the iron grate closed behind her, there was nothing much she could do but sigh. The dog was weak to fire, and blows driving the spear tips littering its side deeper into its hide. She caught and stowed 2 of the 3 incoming shells, adjusted her torn tunic, and waited. And waited. And waited. Is it being shy for a reason? Elia grunted. No Vita the Fane Eater showed itself. No eldritch road bump out to bully a girl more on the underside of half dead. In its place, a puddle of black tar clung to the wall, evaporating before her eyes, until not even a hint of residue remained among the pile of bleached bone. Her souls were there too, floating innocuously within the wall's shadow. Elia blinked. Once, then twice. Nothing stepped from the distant dark gate, not when she walked halfway up to it, not when she was within arm's reach of her souls. The bones really did belong to it, but the stewing joy only made her check her back twice as much. You have regained soul times 18,180. You have regained bone shard, common, times 12. You have regained bone shard, uncommon, times 11. There was no catch. There was only relief and an upset stomach. Elia, what's going on? Her hands searched for something shining in the mud. A small translucent pearl plucked from its bed among the remains of the dog, 2 interlinked yellow rings of a warm golden color caught within. Essence of loyalty. An essence of loyalty caught within a glossy shell of a pearl-like substance. Swallow to imbue a boon with essence. Elia, talk to me. We lost. Time turned backwards, but the dog's dead. How? Why? I don't think we lost. It was a draw, one that they won by default of coming back. It had sour aftertaste. She pocketed the ball and eyed the gate that led back out, Dorothy leaning wide open just like she left it last loop. And just like that, another eccentricity bored holes into every theory she had as to what was actually going on. Time loop? Selective amnesia? Multiverse jumping? Maybe talking doors didn't revert. Maybe they remembered, self-correcting after every failed loop. At least the bosses didn't respawn. Once again, Elia found herself describing the world with video game jargon. It had to be a video game. No other way could Elia explain the incongruities, human error in its construction, a likely cause for illogical twists and turns in the fabric of the world. The world had loot, had bosses to boot, And either way, the irony of this divine joke was contorted to stretch towards some invisible goal rather than follow any line of apparent sense. I guess good things can happen to me. But experiencing it herself filled her with a sense that she was trespassing. Good things didn't just happen to her. They had to be earned. So, we won, right? Uh-huh. Not all skill, all me, though. Okay. I am going to celebrate our victory now, she sighed. A win was a win. She'd take it and grump over it later. Party hard, girl. Just remember, no alcohol, no boys, and lights out at 11. Woohoo! We won! We protected the castle from that filthy, filthy monster dog. 10 hips and 1 hooray! Woohoo! Woohoo indeed, my fellow Simlish speaker. Now, where was the next checkpoint? Was it under an ogre corpse? No, the gate the dog came from was more likely, obvious even. What else would it have been guarding? Don't take this the wrong way, but I am glad I don't ever have to watch you fight that thing again. The way it moved, its arms, ugh. Now that it's done, I want to scrub myself down for days. Elia scrunched her nose. Didn't smell great either, like 1,000-year-old sweat paved over by fresh roadwork. Ew! Seriously, ew! I don't even want to know more about it. Well, besides the tang, it had bite that really got up in the sinuses. Reminds me of dead rat. La la la, I'm not listening. The rusted metal gate greeted them with much the same energy as a rock by the wayside, which is to say, it didn't say much at all, or even seem alive.
The space behind this lesser cousin of Dorothy yawned with an endless darkness, shapes within growing more defined as her eyes adjusted to the low level of light. What started as a thoroughfare for the road to Lofton flowed directly through a room for prayer and mass. Much more than a room, it was an entire cathedral, built with thick walls, elaborate stone columns, and high Gothic windows, the colored glass allowing a modicum of light to creep inside in rays of yellows, oranges, and blues. A statue of 2 women in armor and robes so lifelike they would have made Michelangelo green with envy, flanked an altar overgrown with candle stubs. The walls were plastered with a mosaic depicting scenes of unclothed individuals in battle with beasts and monsters, one weirder than the next. Some were odd fusions of 2 or more animals she might have recognized. Others had an odd number of legs and too many or too few faces. Most of the threat remained as ominous eyes glowing from beneath a forest's canopy that crawled across the sides like a carpet of moss. Among the skies, Elia recognized dragons, both Asian and European types, sowing havoc among all that lived below. Wow. The ceiling was too high to make out the full scenery as it lost itself in darker shades. But what she did see was enough for her to stop a moment and stare in mild appreciation. Not too much, of course. She wouldn't want to make it seem like she respected the gods. Or architects. All that suffering was worth it just to behold this momentous vista. What glory! What artistic beauty! Yes, beauty! That was a word. I see naked men and women. What was that? Nothing. I sneezed. Sure. Oh, look, it's one of the checkpoint bowls. It sure was, though Elia had to climb over a nest of shredded pews that probably once belonged to Vita, given the amount of sludge and tufts of fur. Another set of knightly armor lay half-eaten beside it. Yet as she got close, Elia spotted a white feather, clasped within its twiggy fingers. Nuptial offering. A gift of curved feather is a rarity in the civilized lands, and said to form an eternal bond. Place in a bowl of respite to connect its waters with one you have previously traveled to. A feather? Were birds real or not? Wow, I never thought I'd get to see a real one. Most of those used for arrows are just made of thin metal, transmuted copies, fakes, and replacements. This is a real feather, grown on a back or a tail. Those are quite ludicrously rare, you know. Whack! She held it up against the faint light. Not made of rocks. I assume this isn't a rock feather, then? No, I'd think that would be a bit unusual. It's probably from a mountain lion, or an ichtyfish. See, there's one on the mural. No, not there, to the right. Other right! There was, indeed, a small fish with wings like a dragonfly and violent, sharp teeth. It was in the process of being stabbed with a lance, though the stabber in question was unaware of the lion shape prowling at its back. The lion, too, had feathers instead of a mane of fur. Not a single bird was to be found anywhere on the entire canvas, aside a few white shapes depicting the marble rocks. Huh. I guess birds really don't exist in your world. That's what I've been saying! They're just part of myth and story, bound to books and fairy tales. But dragons are totally real, yeah? Yes? At least, I think so. They're so big, I can hardly imagine how much it must cost to feed them. I never saw one myself, of course. It would have been quite an ominous omen if I did. The gods don't let them loose lightly. Sure am glad my shit talk doesn't warrant that level of reaction yet. She scanned the mosaic for any other useful information, but eventually turned her mind to the bowl. If the inside of the castle is as dark as the outside, we'll have to come back with a torch. The checkpoint, which now went by the official and much fancier name of Bowl of Respite, was the same as every other one. Water completely clear despite the oily residue sticking to every surface inside the cathedral. That was only one of the reasons she didn't feel welcome here, and the other was that she once borrowed a Bible and never gave it back, even after years had passed. It would have been too awkward after so much time. Gong. She touched the bowl. It gonged in that distant way, and once again, all progress was saved. Hooray for checkpoints. Now, if she didn't misread this, the feather would allow her to quickly travel back to Crossroad Temple if she placed it in the... Wait, before you use it, can I see what it feels like? What, never touched a feather before? No. She was about to open her mouth when a second, more distant gong sounded out. The water in the bowl rippled, and Rye nearly dropped the feather as first a gauntlet, then a winged helmet emerged from the mirror-like surface. The person it was attached to stopped halfway through, golden dagger eyes catching Elia's own through an open-faced helmet shaped like a lion's head, and about as large, too. Its feathered plume and faux stare exuded a primal aura, and for a moment, they just stared at each other. The armored individual broke the staring contest, only to quickly glance at Elia's raised morning star. So that's what the feathers do. Elia chuckled nervously. Hello there. General Kenobi, the woman answered. May the Force be with you, and the sun and all that other jazz. Elia gaped. You're from Earth. No shit I am. Wait, you're from Earth too. She slapped the bowl's rim, laughing in a way Elia could feel in her chest. You shouldn't be here, but after all this time, what are the odds? I'm Runa the Great, Knight of Lofton, etc. Elia. Elia numbly shook Runa's hand, a hand that could have closed around her head with ease.
The rest of her on the other side of the water portal must have been very large as well. Oh, great. Now there are two of them. You from the East Coast? West, actually. Moved a lot, though. Portland to Portland. Are those two different places with the same names? That's so dumb. It sounds made up. Elia, tell me this is another one of your elaborate jokes. But it wasn't, and Elia nearly felt her vision grow blurry. Fuck. I never expected to talk to anyone about movies ever again. Fuck, this is huge. Yeah, you kinda miss that once everyone's gone. Runa wiggled a bit, her pauldrons having some trouble fitting through the bowl. One sec, let me just adjust my fit a little. The bowl of respite wasn't even that small. Two Elias side by side could comfortably jump through. The woman was just that big. Elia watched in stunned silence as her size seemed to lengthen, then twist and contract like she was made of clay. Do you, need any help? Elia asked, as the woman didn't appear to be making any progress. No, I am quite independent. And emancipated. With a crack and a pop, she grew twice over, and the bowl broke in half. Ah, there we go. Stupid new boons, you know how they are. Elia just stared at the broken stone bowl, crystal clear water flowing down into an endless waterfall that didn't seem to create any puddles, but simply flowed through the ground. She never broke a bowl before. She had never seen anything even scratch one. Runa's proportions shrunk down to normal before settling on a height that let her able to stand face to face with Elia. She measured once, then added exactly 1 extra inch. Perfect. She grinned with all the satisfaction of a shapeshifter having found just the right fit. Elia couldn't help but feel that before her shape change, a comparison to the giant would have been an insult, if only because her armor was that much nicer than his rags. It was a kind of late medieval plate that eschewed hard armor around the leg and arm joints in favor of thin, silvery chainmail for mobility. It was a work of art, the kind that belonged into the impossibly embellished yet practical category, rather than the belongs in a museum one. The edges all had a precious finish, and Elia was fairly certain that golden rays of the blazing sun on her chest were actual gold. They even looked polished. Nothing ever looked polished in this world. So, now that we see eye to eye, I have but one question to ask. Prequels or OG trilogy? She has quite well-defined thighs and arms. I'd let a knight like her hold me any time. Sigh. Elia, stop staring like some dumb-struck fool. She seems friendly. Talk to her and make friends. And follow Rai's ulterior motive of being bedded by pretty women? No thanks. After the encounter with the Legionnaires, she knew what she had been missing. A friend she could relate to. It wasn't easy, shaking off the wave of emotion pulling her back and forth. On the one hand, she left that part of her life behind, mostly losing it to the fog of time. She was a different person now, in a different body, and she had lived in this world for longer than in her old one. On the other hand, the simple mention of experiences she could relate to brought tears to her eyes. Nearly. She squeezed the life out of them before her tear ducts could betray her. I'm a sucker for the prequel clone design. The politics, too. The woman laughed again, giggling in a way that shook the surrounding architecture. Lemao! I thought only kids liked those. Elia shrugged, finding a bit of her old groove. It helped that Quibbles was there, and Rai to an extent. Hey! 8-year-old me loved watching clones and droids dunking on each other. We had a DVD player and… Wait, DVD? She laughed again in that gruff and snooty way.
How old are you? Like a bajillion?
Honestly, listening to the both of you is giving me a headache. Elia chuckled. Honestly, who knows? Mood. Yeah, big mood. So she was also older than she looked. Older than, say, 30, 29. She had the same thing that concealed the attendant's undeath going for her, which made gauging her age extra hard, especially considering she still talked like a high schooler. Say, do you by any chance know how you got here? Walking. She held up her hands placatingly. Chill, Grandma, I don't know either. One day I was in my bed, on my phone. Then I get all dizzy and wham! Instant reincarnation. She's lying. People aren't reincarnated that fast. They have to go through an audit and live a life in either hell or the sun. More importantly, they have to die first. However, the woman wasn't lying. It happened much the same for Elia. At least, she thought it did. That part of her memory was long gone, but the memory of memory remained like a poor copy. So you're new here, Runa said, while she gave Elia a cursory inspection, no doubt finding her wanting. Nice souls, newbie. I prefer the rarer ones myself. Ever wrestled a scale-feathered serpent before? Can't say I have. Did that imply that the serpent had scales and feathers? That its scales were feathered, or its feathers were scaled? I wandered around in the maze forever, got stuck there. My second life kinda sucked. Wasn't that the understatement of the decade? After this much time, Elia would have loved nothing more than movie gossip, but she had just as much relevant info to soak up. Like a sponge out of water, she was ready to take whatever the giant reincarnator would give her, be that tips on how to progress, routes and maps, or simply news from wherever she was from. Information was still her greatest weapon, but she wouldn't mind wielding the kinds of guns that Runa was, or having shape-shifting powers.
Currently, all Runa was giving were arched eyebrows and a slightly diminished, although still very easygoing smile. The maze, huh? Neato, Runa said, while pretending to take in the mural on the church's walls. Elia gathered that her recollection wasn't neato at all. Runa, at least, didn't sound all that enthused. I GTFO'd out of there first thing I got here. Can't imagine you'd find anything besides dreg trash and common shards in there. Yeah, that, and spiders, bugs, a few crazy people, and, yeah. She managed half a smile. That's what my life was like up until recently. Yeah, whatevs. The woman stretched, in a way that her muscles played underneath parts of her armor. Elia could feel Rai's gaze intensify again. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I've been looking for someone out there. Big villain energy, a real mucho evil person, escaped convict with superpowers kind of style. Did you happen to come across someone like me? Except smaller, weaker, and way uncooler? Oh, and before you get all preachy with me, they're officially a traitor to the gods. I've got a warrant. Traitor? No traitors here. Elia, please tell me you're not a traitor. Elia, not exactly clearing suspicion from her person. Not really much to go on. I'm pretty close to a dreg myself, as you can see. Yeah, the memory. Runa nodded with much understanding. Hate it when people die so much they can't even be used to guard the dungeon or remember my name. Glad you can remember yours, though. Great job, pat pat. The woman's pats were uncomfortable, not just because she made her arm large enough to squeeze her like a grapefruit, but also because she didn't seem to realize how flimsy Elia was when standing beside her. In her larger form,
assuming that was her standard one. A single thigh had the same diameter as her torso. Elia was absolutely buying the strength increase next. Ow! Ow! Ow!
She wasn't stopping, and so Elia just let her be, the uncomfortableness not enough to warrant invoking her ire. A weird person was fine. She could deal with weird. It sounds like she's seen a lot of people die. Well, a lot. Since you seem so chum with her, would you mind asking how we can solve, well, us? I want to go home, and I'd rather not be an undead or stuck with you inside my body for any longer than necessary. Elia nodded. All right, if that's all, I'd like to continue on. Maybe we can talk some more next time. Does this world have cell phones? She tried extricating herself from her grasp, but Runa's hand was like a vice. I think I might not have asked nicely enough, so let be clear. Have you seen the backstabbing, shard-stealing whore? Her voice boomed like thunder that subsided just as quickly, making Elia almost think she had imagined it. The hand on her shoulder was very real. Come on, you should really tell me now, 'cause believe you me, if there is one thing I can't stand more than a thief, it's an NPC that lies. Elia? Please don't lie. Can't say I've had the pleasure. She blinked, twice. The maze is a pretty big place. True. But you should not be here, Runa said, and Elia saw the world sideways. You have died.
She woke up next to the bowl, still gushing water in an endless stream clipping through the ground.
She rubbed her neck, finding it uncomfortably whole. That wasn't very nice. Wasn't nice? Wasn't nice? She killed you! I knew you come from a land of uncivilized brutes. Oh, woe is I, she killed you and you don't even bat an eye. Yeah. Elia cracked her neck until it popped, eliciting another gag from her cranial companion. It was probably an accident. It had to be. But I killed myself plenty too. Maybe I'm not too mad, since we basically restarted right next to where we died. See? Our souls are right there. You have regained... That's entirely horrible, and also not the point. We found a vicious murderer, someone who lies about being a knight of our great capital and apparently isn't beneath turning our insides into outsides to get whatever it is she thinks we know. Psh, please. She was a poor interrogator. How was she expecting to get any information out of me when I'm dead? She pulled out a feather, 17,000 emotions conflicting for attention with the simple question of where she was supposed to put it now that the bowl was totaled. Let's scoot before she comes back. The image of her reflection turned into one of Gothic halls and spires. A familiar face rose from the depths. Shit. Always happens at the most annoying times. Ah, there you are. The woman clambered through the portal with ease this time, hitting the ground with much less restraint as she peered down to Elia, who was shaken off her feet. You might not remember me, but we were in the middle of talking about a traitor, I believe? Sorry about killing you, by the by, but you understand. I'm sure you do. Now, for the sake of the Empire and the Sun as much as our continuing friendship, where is the traitor knight? Elia had a feeling like being caught out naked on the freeway, like looking at the sky and seeing it stare back, like finding out you had cancer at the age of 5. The dread crept outward, slowly spiraling from her chest until it muted every other thought in her head. She remembers. There was one person who might fit the bill of a thief and a traitor. Only one. Right then and there,
She vowed to herself not to ever utter a word in front of the knight known as the Great Runa. More than anything before, this woman reminded her of the time when she first arrived in this world, when she was filled with nothing but a deep-seated dread.
Chapter 26. Day 2. End.
Sextus and Tertius were having a grand old time. The small warrior had thrown their timetable for the march to Lofton out of whack in a good way, though her timely appearance was quite suspicious. Luckily, if she was a spy, she was either the worst one north of the Im, or she was on their side after all. Tertius assumed they were far enough north to at least be past that river. He was at least 80% certain. "Hey, look who's waking back up again," Tertius said, as Alexander's body showed signs of motus mortis, movement in death. Sextus flicked the prone man's helmet, and with a start, Alexander shook awake. "Welcome back to the land of living dead, brother. No worries, we have your souls safe and secured." Blearily, the mute looked around as if he'd been folded like a towel and hung up to dry. "I am returned," he signed. Sextus nodded. "Indeed. Memory exam. Who are ye?" "Alexander." He nodded again. "What did it say on your tombstone?" "Born post-day 313 in Miraculum. Died 338 post-day in..." The mute pondered for a while. "Don't know the rest." "Good enough." Tertius placed a pebble on the 7th story of his model castle, waiting for it to fall. It didn't. "And what's the best legion?" Alexander scratched his bird beak. 49th? "Aw, he's messing with us. Obviously it's the 41st. 41st best legion." Sextus laughed, elbowing him roughly in the chest. "Now, get yourself some water, and we'll check what else is missing." "Where is Wheat Girl?" Tertius scoffed, eyeing first Alexander, who, after meeting his gaze, looked away, then Sextus, who was pretending to be busy peeling the bark off gathered sticks. "Don't think I didn't notice you two eyeing the totally not a spy. Ruth above, spare me from these love-struck fools. We're the cavalry. We have a mission, brothers, and we're all dead besides."
Not much fucking to be had without a... Alexander fell into a hefty coughing fit, gaining an eye roll of Tertius before he realized the young undead was actually coughing up parts of his lung. Quickly, they helped him up and brought him to the bowl for a drink. After taking in what must have been a few liters, the young legionnaire hung back, slurring signs with shaky hands. "Less water. Becoming thinner. Need more to drink. Definitely." The others shared a glance between themselves, then with the water. "Stupid magical water. Doesn't fit in containers. Doesn't even make you wet." He spat to the side. Sextus made a scrunched face. "Come now, both of you. I have a project you may redirect your ardor into. I've a plan that'll work best with detailed models." A silent splash fell upon them as something horrid rose from the water in the bowl. They huddled around, armed with knives and a single shield between them in the short time they had. Training beat quickness into them, though it didn't give them longer arms. It had wings like a rock, a head like a lion, eyes like the forest, and was armored in steel and a god's damned telluric chestplate, the gold-red gleam of the metal unmistakable. Sextus had once told Tertius how he had seen a general wearing one take a ballista bolt to the chest meant for killing forest beasts. When they pried his mangled corpse from the armor, the only thing that remained whole was his chestplate, nary a dent in place. A shame the human body was so frail, but then again, the armor was made for those with greater physique, for divine servants and immortal warriors.
The creature rose to a respectable 2 meters, 250, and stared at the assembled legionnaires, giving their drawn swords as little attention as one would the ground they tread on. The voice was heavy, like steel cutting through bars of gold. "Wow, you guys got far already. Good job, soldier boys."
Actually, wait. Is this your doing?
The creature, and it did not look human, held out a misshapen ball of... Well, he thought it a miscolored meatball before he heard it speak.
Could have just walked.
2 lips on the ball-shaped person gurgled. "Ha! I like your lip. What are friends who can't deal in a bit of friendly ribbing?" She kicked the package like a leather ball, and it rolled to a stop next to their bowl of respite. It was only Alexander's slow reactions and Tertius's physically keeping him back that kept Sextus from storming the figure as they saw the package deform like putty. Vague shapes cracking into limbs, mouths, and one blue eye moving around until they found a face. The girl known as Elia sputtered, coughing as she blinked back to awareness. One look at her face, and Tertius felt he had to revise all his plans for the assault on the castle. She was beaten black and blacker. "Ow, ow," she said, before the figure picked her up and dunked her in the bowl. She came back up with the look of a drowning kitten, but not a single blemish. They all may as well have been kittens in front of a bulldog. This girl was becoming more trouble than she was worth. "Fat man, tell me if she's lying or speaks the truth." The thing playing at night pointed at Tertius. "If you don't, you all die, starting with the young one." A cold shiver ran down every legionnaire's spine. They were all caught with their pants down, armor off, and only their backup weapons at the red. Worst of all, the woman knew of Tertius's boon. "I, really don't know anything," the Elia girl said, almost a whisper. "Shut up." Once the woman had all their attention, she spoke to Elia. "Are you the traitor?" No. No! I'm an Empire citizen. A good prima." The knight's gaze fell upon Tertius. "Truth." She scoffed. "Aight. You know who is or might be the traitor. It's simple, really. All you have to do is snitch and save the world. Or, well, you'll save me a lot of trouble at least." No? Sextus glanced at Tertius. His hair was clinging to his forehead. For the moment, the intruder was focused on Elia. "Truth." It didn't take a genius to feel the displeasure in the knight's voice. "You're fucking with me. You're telling me that you made it out of the maze, killed a giant and an oversized dog, and somehow you're not a plot-relevant character?" I don't know what you're talking about. Please, I swear I didn't do anything wrong." "Truth." The figure squeezed the girl again, eliciting a painful yelp that was quickly drowned in the healing water. Tertius couldn't let his brothers take a single step forward. It was no use fighting an immortal soldier as a mortal, but for a moment the three were a hair's breadth away from piling on, casualties be damned. They just had to treat it like a forest beast, like the good old days. The figure shuddered, then looked to the sky. "Again? Aw, man, guess I should wrap up here. No hard feelings, Kay?" It casually stepped back into the bowl. They weren't all dying today, it seemed. "If you want to come looking for me, I'm with the Old Faithful. Now, be good while I'm off. I've got a bit of an invasion to beat. Oh, before I forget." She flung a handful of green shining things in their direction before sinking beneath the waters. "Gotta pay for goods and services. Be good legionnaires now. Don't go into the forest. Die well. Ciao."
Sextus and Alexander near stumbled over each other to offer their cloaks to the shivering girl, while Tertius went to pick up the 5 or so uncommon bone shards. The show of wealth was staggering, and the thing had trusted him for some Ruth-forsaken reason to say the truth just because it somehow knew he could smell it. He hadn't told the truth. Once, at least, the girl doubted her own words. It wasn't because of some ill-put feeling of debt that he did what he did. He didn't care a lick about the girl. But his brothers, for them, he would lift the world.
What in the hells? Blast! Just came out of the bowl like that. Dangerous, dangerous.
He turned to his model, now partly toppled. The bowls weren't safe. The figure could re-emerge at any time. All the more reason to reposition soon. Though that the figure was so insistent that Elia knew something only made her more intriguing in his eyes. With a sigh, he began rebuilding his castle model. Let Sextus and Alexander deal with the wandering trouble magnet. He was going to pave their path to the rest of their brothers. To Lofton.
I said I'm fine. No, I don't need any wick-wax. The bowl is literally right there. I don't care if it's contaminated now, and hey, stop, no touchy. Don't fucking baby over me or I will take your kneecaps and use them to play hockey. Elia shooed the soldiers away, before staggering towards the bowl of respite outside the walls. That was an unpleasant experience, but at least she could find some solace when Rai did not guess who Runa might really be looking for. The old maiden was safe as a dreg could be, probably wandering the maze again. So, Rai, do you still believe we can solve our problems diplomatically? Rai was silent. When Runa had returned, she had tried to reason with her, possessing Elia's face and voice. Not that either of them had expected to have the woman break her face in instead of listen. Why even go so far if she was going to verify everything she said through Tertius? And how did she know he had a boon for that? She thinks we're her friend. There was a rather large possibility Runa would be less than enthused once she realized the feeling was anything but mutual. How did someone like her treat her enemies then? We're so screwed. She just picked us up and folded us into a sphere. She played ball with us. I think she swapped some of my toes. Can you check, Elia? Elia looked down. Her toes were in order. She wiggled them again just to be sure. I don't have the words to express what just happened. Neither did Elia. Time for a poor joke. Police brutality. First time. I'm an Empire citizen. I didn't do anything wrong. That's what they all say, Elia chuckled darkly. I think you downplayed the part on prejudice against undead. She didn't even treat us like a person. And now we've got a superpowered murder hobo out there looking for us. God, we are so fucked. Is she really looking for us? I mean, we're just an undead, right? The attendant said all undead go to Lofton. We shouldn't be the only ones. We're not that special.
Rai, between that bitch not only remembering past loops but also talking like global resets are a common occurrence, how can you believe we are not the problem? We were lucky she was so self-absorbed, or she would have done much worse the moment she realized our deaths reset the world. Beans. Yeah. Oh, beans. Battling through hordes of undead and monsters was one thing, but evading the authorities when the authorities were a jack-in-the-box assortment of supervillains while keeping her role hidden added a whole new level of difficulty Elia was frankly unequipped to deal with. She just wanted out of the maze, not to be involved in whatever next game the world cooked up for her. Elia? Calm down. Your laugh is creeping me out. But I am calm.
calm with fury, calm with rapture. Wiping away a tear, she shot to her feet and spread her arms. I finally have something that can really, truly hurt whoever put me in that fucking maze. Can you hear me? Your Inquisition was this close to catching me, but I escaped. Again. You beat me down, I'll beat you up. You can't keep me away forever, because I am terminally and unapologetically awesome. Please curb your hubris. I fear the smiting will bleed over. It's called megalomania, and it's a hobby. And she was quite good at it, thank you very much. We can't get revenge on that Runa bitch, not now. But what we can do is gain more souls, more shards, more boons, more greater souls, more equipment and more allies, possibly friends. Glad we're speaking the same language. She deposited the nuptial offering in the smooth pool. The feather floated with barely any point of contact. For a moment, her reflection turned more translucent. The surface stilled until it was static like glass. Through it, the ceiling of Crossroad Temple greeted her, oddly devoid of any churchly artistry. The hooded and mailed figure of the attendant leaned over the side, and at once their eyes met. Elia had the inexplicable urge to boop her. Boop. The impression of soft skin still lingered as she suddenly pulled back. It was a portal, without special effects of swirling rims and colorful lights. The two basins of water were simply connected, like opening a window to the outside, or, in this case, the inside. Elia? Did you just boop the attendant on the nose? Why, yes. Yes, I did. Okay. Why? For science. The attendant opened her mouth, and though she couldn't hear the words flowing out, the offered hand said enough. A portal. A goddamn portal. If rewards like that were what awaited her, then she'd die a dozen times over for them. Though there still was the problem of bumping into Runa on accident. Her existence implied the possible existence of others like her, and Elia preferred finding out if she was in a world full of overpowered enemies before confronting them in any direct fashion. We need to lay low for a while. Crossroad Temple seems like the perfect place to be. With some hesitation, she put an arm through the reflection and hoisted herself through to Crossroad Temple. In an instant, she was standing with one foot on the large temple bowl's rim, one foot still through the portal. The transition really did feel like climbing through a window. She wasn't even wet, and not a ripple spread to the edges. The bowl's water simply didn't acknowledge her existence, or perhaps it existed on another level of reality, like being half stuck in between two dimensions. Finding out how it worked was another part of her bucket list, as was finding out how magic in general worked. You could have at least taken her hand. Welcome back, Elia. The attendant looked at her, stepping back to stand somewhat at a distance. May I ease your burden? How? I offer many a service to your kind. I assure you, even with our humble resources, you may find yourself soothed in body, mind, and soul by the honest ministrations of an attendant.
So like massages, acupuncture, that kind of stuff? Elia eyed her up and down again. She really was making an effort not to intrude on her personal space. That was nice. Pleasant. Also, what happened to your these and thous? I recall you saying you do not trust someone who speaks in Shakespeare. As for my services, I offer anything at all. I merely wish to help. She bowed, and Elia felt herself suffering from whiplash when comparing this to her life a few minutes ago. Elia, I know we just had a traumatic experience or 12, but please, grow up. Don't be abrasive. Apologize. For once, at least, Rai was right. She put on her best smile. Sorry for socking you in the schnoz. You're my favorite woman in armor. Good. Now order a special massage. The slight upturn to the attendant's lips returned. The special massage is only granted when all parties give their consent. Elia didn't exactly know how to react to her reading her mind. Sure, they knew she did this at times, and it was incredibly practical considering their unique circumstances, but it was always an invasion of privacy. Aw, beans, I'm never getting a special massage. Elia laughed, shaking her head at the ridiculousness of it all. Compared to being beaten and betrayed by the first person she might have been able to relate to, it was a small price to pay for comfort. Who knows? Maybe the attendant couldn't even turn it off. I'd rather just level up and go to bed now, if that's not at all inconvenient. The attendant held out a hand, and Elia only accepted it because her gloves were among the few pieces of her gear not shredded to pieces. Nothing happened. You have to kneel. I bow to no one, Elia said, and immediately knelt down, proving herself a hypocrite. Unless it's for leveling. See, respect isn't that a high price to pay. The hand started glowing, and the breath flowed out of her, forming neat rows of happy little words and numbers. Name, Elia. Age, stop! Stop, stop, stop! She shot up. After a moment of back and forth, she whispered something in the attendant's ear. Is this your truest wish, undead? Uh-huh. Age 21, allegedly. Wow. Now you're making me curious. How old are you, Elia? She knelt back down. Not saying. Not even to your friend? I am your brain bud, aren't I? Over my dead body. Attendant, 4,000 into my giant's soul. Increase to strength. Soul of the forlorn giant. Uncommon. 4,000 over 4,000. Moderate. Increase to constitution. 4,000 / ? Moderate increase to strength. Soul count times 14,180. Nothing much happened. No distinctive change came over her physiology like the last time, though she hadn't been the one in control then, and only saw it through a lens. Wait, was that tickle a sign? That trembling feeling, that emptiness in her chest? A sneeze echoed inside the chambers. Not enough? She asked, wiping her nose. Your vessel hungers still. For every step, the demands become greater yet. One might call potential a burden. Are you still willing to bear the costs? Yeah, Elia grumbled. She took one look at her remaining souls. Stupid scaling costs. All right, another 1,000. Soul count times 13,180. Another. Soul count times 12,180. Fuck, how many is it gonna take? 2,000. Soul count times 10,180. Suddenly, heat surged from within her chest, slowly advancing until her whole body was burning from the inside. The muscles beneath her skin filled out, arms and legs no longer a twiggy mess. Tendons tensed, bones readjusted. In one moment, she felt heavy. Then, in the next, like she could hold up the world with her little toe. I have the power. Power! She flexed her bicep, watching the movement with rapt fascination. She wasn't the only one, as she could nearly feel the attention of her other half threatening to burst from behind her eyelids. Oh, wow! Look! There's another patch of healthy skin. My arms, my legs, my muscles are back to normal again. Bless Ruth, Warga, and their children.
Bless you, Elia. Elia was much too busy jumping in place and not being disappointed in herself. She was quite hopped up on that feeling of instant gains. She could get addicted to this. Woohoo! She punched a wall and immediately broke her wrist. Gah!
Elia, my poor body. Ew, stop wiggling it. Ew, ew. A few gulps of magical healing water later, she wiped a tear out of her eye, only half theatrical. Damn, it feels good to be a bit human again. But wait, there's more. She took out Quibbles and squished him gently. He got the message, depositing a small locket and chain in her hands. Oh, is this a memento of sorts? Mm-hmm. I entrust small things with sentimental value to Quibbles. He's my treasurer, isn't that right? She looked the frog in the eye, slowly pushing the locket back into his mouth. The other thing, Quibbles. You know the one. Quibbles, of course, did know. The locket just tasted awful, and this was his kind of idea of a joke. Evidently, Rye didn't get it, and Elia was not much in a joking mood. She could still feel the clobbering Runa had so graciously distributed across her body. The sludge dog's greater soul found its way into her hands. It was an odd thing, a ball of yellow water polluted with swirls of dark. Soul of the Fane-Eater. Soul of Vita the Fane-Eater. Once a loyal guardhound, she was locked away in the northern church after she ate a meal inundated with corrupt tar. Can be crushed in hand for a large number of souls. Ew! It looks like pee mixed with tar. Like an oil spill. Even for a greater soul, it was unusually rancid. Say, attendant, are there any unwanted side effects to using souls like this? The attendant inclined her head ever so slightly. If you proclaim worry for the vessel within your soul, I may purge it from you in offering to the gods. Guess that's the best answer I'll get, she muttered. All right, fill me up.
Soul of the Fane-Eater. Uncommon. 0/2000. Minor increase to smell, touch, and sight. 0/... Major increase to instinct. Elia let out a low whistle. A major increase. Neat. By the way, how can I see which soul belongs where? Thou cannot, unless a boon of great strength reveals it to you. As an attendant of the cerulean waters, I may lend some of its power, and as such I am able to offer insight into the nature of every soul. Ask the attendant or get a better boon. Noted. She mulled it over, but there wasn't much to decide. 2,000 to the senses. That's senses, please. Elia rolled her eyes. Please. The stream of wispy souls had barely stopped, and already was she feeling her eyes bulge against their sockets. More than that, everything felt dirty, itchy, and she swore the smell of wet stone was more pronounced than before. The difference wasn't large, but the world grew slightly less blurry. A worthy investment. Pleased, she got up and took a look at her entire status. Name, Elia. Age, 21, allegedly. Soul count, times 8,180. Bone shards, times 12, times 11. Undead curse mark. Quelled. Greatly diminishes soul. Moderately diminishes body. Slightly diminishes sense and mind. Vessels. Soul of the forlorn giant. Your body is weak, like a sickly human. You have the constitution and strength of an athletic adult human. Soul of the Fane-Eater. Your sense is slightly worse than the average human. Your sense of smell, touch, and sight are slightly above the average human. Your mind is above the average human. Your soul is pitifully weak, like that of an unlearned child. Boons. 1. Psychometry.
2, 3. It was enough to make her skip with joy again. She found herself squeezing the attendant, the hug not as unpleasant as personal contact normally was, before she raced across the temple grounds, stopping only to find she was barely out of breath. This is what makes all the suffering worth it. She skipped down a stairway, taking first 2, then 3, then 5 steps at a time. Not artful mosaics or anything else in the world. I'm too exhausted to argue with you, so I'll just say that art is subjective, and you clearly don't have the education or will to appreciate it. Fair. When she reached the bottom, she landed on all fours and then flipped into a handstand, only to immediately fall over. Coordination was something she'd have to work on. Hopefully it didn't impact her elite knife-throwing ninja skills too much. She worked hard to get those to work with a substandard body, but knowing that she didn't need to suffer through that ever again blew away all previous worries of the day. Time for a bath and then a nap. And then she would go out to start her adventure and finally be free of dimpling away in deathless limbo. Wake up. Take pills, anti-inflammants, antibiotics, vitamins, brush teeth. Watch YouTube while eating bland breakfast. Gluten-free, lactose-free, sugar-free. Minecraft Let's Play number 341. Johnsy steals my horse? The history of the Tamil kings. Cat video. Argue on Twitter. Lose. Work on project, debugging for today. 1 hour, 2 hours. Lie down, migraine. Wait for lunch. Mushy peas, dry bean mash, sausage. More pills. More cat videos. How to build a pool using only a shovel. The outlook for the future after the recession. Back to coding. Find out why petting the cat causes the game to stutter. Migraine. Lie down. Sleep. Wake up at 10, cold dinner. Still have a migraine. Pop a few ibuprofens. Cat videos. Cat videos. Knife fight escalates. Hashtag shit going down. Hashtag oh shit. Hashtag Cleveland. Hashtag snuff. Cat videos. Join Super Mario Odyssey speedrun stream. Donate $10 to make a your mom joke. 3 hours pass. Wake up at 3. Forget to brush teeth. Check schedule for tomorrow. Today? No online classes. Open unfinished project. Fall asleep watching tutorial on how to make burritos.
Chapter 27. Conscious Effort. Waking up never felt easier than today. The air was cool, the bed warm and snuggly, and home filled with distant voices that underlined rather than reinforced the pervasive silence. Mum probably assigned her a buttload of chores, but today was a day like no other. She felt like she could lift the world. Rye stretched until her back cracked with satisfying pops. Too many pops. That was fine. She hadn't slept this long in, well, I don't even remember. Wow. And that was before that wonderful dream. Absolutely nothing made sense besides the occasional flashing image of cats being cats. They were weirdly fuzzy and scaleless, but a cat was a cat, recognizable even beneath a coat of alien weirdness. Most of Elias' dreams were weird, but that just made them so much more fascinating to her. Flashing signs hung low. Sounds she never could have imagined assaulted her every sense, and glowing text everywhere like magic was going out of fashion. Her windows were glass, and so large she must have lived in a mansion. Was Elia a princess? She certainly didn't talk like one. She never talked much about her home at all. While politeness demanded she respect her wish for silence, brimming curiosity was making keeping quiet a losing battle. After she stood up and scanned her sparse quarters, it took 3 seconds for her mind to catch up to the present,
and all her mental fortitude not to scream. Pictures of arrows whizzing by, toothy jaws snarling, bone cracking, and the legionnaires screaming and dying mixed with a never-ending string of way too close calls, and the laughing face of Runa. The Runa. Runa the Terrible. And then there were the deaths. Quick deaths, long deaths, painful deaths, muted deaths. Focus, focus. Find the good, the nice, the pleasant. The Legion soldiers were nice, Sextus especially. Elia was warming up to her. She even apologized once. They beat the giant dog.
The distant voices grew quiet as the sentence dug circles in her head. They killed the dog. That horrible thing, Vita the Fane-Eater, was dead. The path to the keep was clear. They did it. She fell back into the happy thoughts from before. A monster dead by her hands alone. Mostly Elia's, actually. Not even her father could boast of that much. Not that he ever was one for boasting. It was a heroic feat, a tribulation worthy of a soul shard, if anything, maybe even two if the gods were feeling generous. Stories abounded of young shepherd boys or weaver girls who, armed with nothing but a sling or needle, defeated Thalian mountain lions or Biclopses and had their efforts acknowledged by the gods. She knelt down in prayer, sending one to every deity who she could reasonably have caught the eye of, and thanked them for their assistance. After all, a sling or a needle couldn't fell a wolf, much less a beast of the forest, without some divine intervention. And she was only a single farmer's daughter. One of them had to have mingled with her fate. For watching over and seeing me through the darkest times, I give thanks to thee, Ruthi, Warga, Roti, Aurana, Valti. Predictably, there was no answer. She sent another round of belated prayers, this time asking for protection. The whole encounter with the false knight Runa yesterday still rung like a knife across metal. Once again, she felt too small for her shoes. At least Elia was confident, and that was a good sign, right? Right? In lieu of distracting herself from giving an answer, she took a bath. The spring water in the cellar was refreshing and cool, and though Elia had tried better than last time, she still wasn't nearly as thorough as Rai would have liked. 1, 2, scrub. 2, 3, scrub. It filled her stomach with butterflies as she marveled at her transformation. The ugliness still stuck to her skin, undeathly pale and purple, and her hair was by no measure enough to do any styling, but at least she didn't look emaciated. She closed her eyes and listened to peaceful pitter-patter of the flowing water for a while. Only after the coolness had crept into her bone did she wrap it up, turning to her clothes. The brown tunic wasn't half as pretty as the red one. If anybody said it looked like a giant dog had used it as a chew toy, they would have been correct. She definitely couldn't give it back to Sextus like this. Ascending some stairs, she wished the attendant a good morning and turned a corner towards the Morifert merchant's upholstered stall. The pillows and pieces were still in the same place as she remembered. The man himself was snoring away, fast asleep. "Hello, sir?" He stirred, waking after she loudly cleared her voice. She tried to put on her best appearance, though it was an exercise in futility with only her shredded tunic and armor to wear. But it was better than a bedsheet. Another pleasant occurrence. And there would be more. All she had to do was look. The merchant saw her, and she recognized immediately that this was not going to be easy. "Back again so soon to insult my wares? Or perhaps myself? My city of birth?" No. I'm just here for some dealings this time." She bit her lip, cursing herself for the slip-up.
She was stone, channeling the clipped, curt demeanor of her Da. She was Da Rai. And Da Rai didn't stutter, gods darn it. And not a single apology, he claimed, turning away. Fie, fie, I say. Ill weather on you and your progeny. May they choke on a deluge of frogs and— Sorry, sir, I truly am. I don't know what came over me last we spoke. It was like I was possessed by an ill spirit. Though technically not a lie, dragging Elia through the mud didn't make her feel better, even if this was all her fault. Not everyone brushed away her brutish and crude language away like it was nothing. In fact, many would call her out as a witless split-tongue, and rightfully so. It was dangerous being a witless split-tongue. Thoughts better kept to herself. She owed Elia for, well, a lot just yesterday. A whole heap more if they were to actually get through Lofton and back home. Only defeating one fish ogre didn't make up for that. Life was give and take, and it was her turn to give lots. The merchant formerly known as Harris gave her a side-eye. Well, if you're that sincere, I suppose I may give you the privilege to peruse my wares. Thank you kindly, sir. The moment she found a different vendor, she was ditching this man. Every word from his mouth felt slimy, oily. This was all part of the dance of power in a negotiation, and his flicking, leering gaze was almost certainly a part of it, to make her feel small, feel insecure. But she faced the Fane-Eater from the back seat and lived. Initiative. She had to take back the initiative. Merchant, these boots. They were once exactly my size, yet I have recently gone through a spurt of growth. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, both blocking sight while standing tall and imperious. They will be adjusted, of course, free of charge. He smiled and Rai cursed. Generosity need be met with generosity, as was polite. Very well. I intend to splurge, merchant. Tell me. She pointed at 3 round objects sat atop a most expensive pillow embroidered in reds and golds. Are those real pearls? He smiled. Ah, of course an esteemed undead would find their interest taken by these treasures. Pearls they are, yet locked within is essence of purest form, thought and emotion. Some say they were plucked from hidden corners in the world, others from our very minds. Curios, curious. Are you interested? Only 10,000 per pearl. Not turning and leaving on the spot was Rai's win for the day. She could gawk at jewelry and pretty clothing well out of her reach later. For now, necessities were on the list. Basically groceries, except instead of spades and rakes, she was buying swords and mailed plates. Her budget? Soul count, 8,180. It was little more than last time, but she knew it to be that much more. She had her staff, morning star, and a dagger. All she required was armor, preferably an entire set and as protective as could be. 5 sets sat in the back, ranging from mostly mail to thick gambeson and some incorporating plates of dirtied armor. Being stabbed by spears and daggers through mail was not a nice experience. Her choice sunk from 5 to the 2 that protected her chest bits more rigidly. On the one hand, she spied a thick scale set that covered nearly her entire body. On the other, there was a scavenged set of metal chestplate, chain hauberk, helmet, and pauldrons, still depicting a dog with the yellow colors washed and chipped away. She smelled a deal, and more importantly, a chance for style. I will take the blue tunic and 2 uncolored brown tunics, a set of needle and colored thread, boots, and the set of plate and mail in the back, and a cape, the azure one. Harris followed her as she pointed at each item in turn. I see. I would never be so presumptuous as to assume, but you were here not a day ago, young lady. Do you truly have the means? I do. Then that makes 13,500 souls. Rats. Having someone who could figure out the quality with a single finger touch would be really helpful right now, but that half of her was still asleep. And she didn't need Elia for everything. 7,000 at most. I don't need the helmet on that set, and the armor still reeks of dead man. Everything reeks of dead men and women. 12,500. I don't. The merchant scrunched his nose. A point for her. 8.5. 11.
She gave him her best baleful stare of disapproval, and he held up his hands placatingly.
I won't argue further with one who can collate as many souls in such little time. 9,500, my last offer. Going down by that much was basically an admission that he had been trying to fleece her, but even now it was slightly above her budget. What to do? What to do? Would she have to sell one of her weapons? The dagger, maybe? Her hands wandered through her pocket and touched upon a thing of warmth. It glowed even through the leather. It was a large, drizzled soul and a small one, collections of many smaller souls, except missing the identity of the greater ones. They could not be used for her own soul. Their only use was as a currency that persisted between deaths. Oh gods, now she was sounding like Elia. Maybe they really were becoming more similar as one soul rubbed off against the other. Elia was definitely getting the better end of the deal here. Rai didn't imagine she'd want any of her features. She crushed them both and belatedly panicked, hoping that she didn't actually destroy the souls, only separate them. May the gods forgive her if it was the former. You have gained soul times 1,200. You have gained soul times 300. Soul count times 9,680. It was barely enough. She wanted so much more. All right, she sighed, and ever so slowly pulled out her dagger, as if it was the most precious thing in the world. It wasn't. It would probably take Elia 5 minutes until she found one on another corpse. Maybe they could earn some money through scavenging. 9,600 and the dagger for all the above. As he touched the hilt, she held it tight and looked into his eye. And 1 bag of sugared apricots. They each held their gaze for a solid while. You robbed me clean. Me, a poor cripple. No heart, no compassion. Good. The words meant nothing coming from a merchant. No mercy. The moans and lamentations were a compliment. Soul count times 80. She stared long and hard as the stream of glowing soul fog changed owners. Somehow, she managed to spend nearly everything at once. Again. Do you have a boon for haggling? She asked. Perhaps, the merchant drawled, all signs of lamentation gone with a snap. He totally had one. He was still ripping her off, she was absolutely sure. For the equivalent amount in silver coins, she could have bought an estate and a lot of land. As the merchant handed her the armor and boots, she watched with rapt attention as they shook, twisted, and shrunk down until they fit as if tailor-made. It was great. Besides showing how much larger the average person was to her, that part was mildly insulting. Did everyone have giant ancestry here and only eat red meats? What did undead even eat? Soul soup? Her confidence dwindled as she put on her purchases one by one and made way for worry as her mind drifted back home. Hopefully her family was doing okay. Hopefully she wasn't making them wait too long. An ethereal yawn shook her while she was in the middle of sewing an ear of wheat onto her newly acquired cape. Elia! Welcome back, sleepyhead. Can you touch my breastplate, please? Ugh. Twin Peak chestplate. A metal chestplate hardened in glacial dew and finished with unadorned steel grooves over a well-padded gambeson, commonly worn by the captains of Glenrock, denoting their rank and shielding them from the elements. Captain Rye, she giggled, twirling around, watching her cape swish this way and that. Commander Rye. Truly, her fate was blessed. She nearly messed up her next row of stitches when she returned to it, but caught the mistake before it would take any real work to undo. While you were out taking a long nap, I got so much done today. I took a bath, I got us new armor and a cape. We look like civilized people now. And look here! She kicked her feet. Boots! Oh, boots. Yay! Satisfied with the state of the tunic, she folded it and turned to walk out the front to practice her magic. This part was never going to get boring, even if hitting was still an unlikely proposition. Practice made proficient. Is something bothering you? Elia sounded more than just a bit groggy. You can tell me if you'd like, or not, whichever you prefer. Elia took the choice of silence as Rye went set after set of 5 heavy hailstone bolts each. Only once did Elia intervene, only to throw 10 knives at the gnarled tree Rye was using for target practice. All of them hit dead center. 2 even hit the hilts of the previous ones. Meanwhile, her own bolt veered drunkenly off to the right. She winced as it obliterated a washed-out nub of a tombstone. Show off, she muttered, repeating her sets of 5 without lessening her enthusiasm. I sure do hope I'm getting better by just practicing daily. I'd prefer having a teacher, or any instructions at all, but I figure I can gain some proficiency like this. 1 in 5 at 15 feet is pretty good, right? Of course, I still need a long time to focus. I assume it would be a lot easier if my soul were stronger. I wonder what metric they use. Do you know? Nah. She stopped her bolt mid-cast and sent a worried glance to her left. No one was there, but it helped to imagine a small person whispering into her ear when talking to Elia. It helped curb the sharp, often bitter bite of her words. They reminded her too much of her father. Do you ever feel like your life has no meaning? Never mind all that. She was the exact opposite of her father. I certainly didn't expect that out of you today. It's not time to be sad, but to celebrate. You didn't even comment on my cape or the rest of my outfit. Look, blue and yellow, a dog and a symbol that's an ear of rye. Get it? You know what? Forget I said anything. Okay, something was clearly not all right with her. No!
No, please. Tell me what's weighing on your soul. There was a pause, then a sigh. I'm a ginger, Rye. By popular consensus, I don't have a soul. Uh-huh. Silence spread again. Some days I get up. I attempt to do a single thing, just one. I fail. I go to bed and feel like shit because I couldn't achieve even that much. You ever feel that way? Rye sighed a wistful sigh. There has never been a day where I haven't. I don't know about you, but work on a farm never ends. Always some chore, a fence or pen that needs fixing, catching an escaped grug that takes everything but a few hours at the end of the day, and those are spent studying. It's the rare occasion when I can do something I want, just for me. But that's normal. Everyone who's anyone does at least that much, right? Uh-huh. Big workaholic energy right there. She took aim, squinting hard in the hopes it would make her more accurate. The bolt carved off a branch. Rye winced as it shattered against another distant gravestone, muttering an apology. I'm not a workaholic. I'm perfectly normal,
For a prima. Lots of expectations for a firstborn? She paused, took a few breaths in between aiming. Yeah, it's not easy. Another 2 bolts, both misses. When the Fane Eater died, I didn't feel like I deserved the victory. Then that Runa, big night woman, whatever, I thought she was like me. I was wrong. She was just another messenger of my bad luck, sent to build up hopes and crush them. What did the senti doggo matter, when someone like her could just show up and ruin my day? It's like God is taking my victories too now. It wasn't all me, not all skill that we got out of that with our souls and shards intact. Just luck. If this went on any longer, Rai would need some cheering up herself. Elia, I'm going to tell you something you told me. You did well. It was mostly you. And isn't mostly enough? That earned her an ethereal snort and the equivalent of a cold shoulder. Cheer up. We only need to overcome one final hurdle, the keep itself. Where's your adventurous side? The Elia that always talks nonsense and makes jokes, I think. There was a laugh, some mirth hidden in between a sadder tone. What, you can't even tell? I'm not that unfunny, am I? Your constant humor sure doesn't make realizing when you're serious easy. Fuck it. My 20-minute mope break is over. I'll feel a lot better after killing some shit with our new and improved kick-ass body. I wonder, can I do a standing backflip now? What's our lethal fall height? Can I bench a cow? I'd rather you just focus on getting us to Lofton. Rai returned inside the temple, taking a few gulps of healing water against the magic fatigue. Who knows? Maybe the people inside the keep are not all mindless undead. Maybe they're nice. A grasping pair of hands clutched the hem of her cape. Pearl, a scholarly undead moaned. Ack! Pearl! Ack! Elia! He's got me by the cape! Do something! Relax. Look at this dude, Rai. You think he can keep you back? Just kick him across the room. Her foot tingled and wound up for the mother of all clobberings. She tried to fight it, but found that Elia's hold over a single part was as strong as hers over the rest of her body. Elia, stop. To her credit, she did. The undead was still clasping the tip of her new accessory in its hands. A quick tug, and it slipped from his grasp with surprising ease. Pearl, the undead moaned dejectedly, before sinking down, prostrate before her. It was enough to make her feel like she kicked a puppy. He wanted a pearl? The only round things in her possession were Quibbles the toad and the essence of loyalty. She pulled the essence from her pockets, kneeling down to see how he would react. Here, you want this? The undead peered up. He had the looks of a dreg, sunken eyes and bony cheeks, shriveled skin and twiggy limbs. But there, at the back of his eyes, shone a spark of intelligence. Pearl. He extended a finger to touch the marble-sized pearl. It slid off, to no effect. When she next looked into his eyes, they were as dim as all the others. Rai, don't just go around and present our hard-earned spoils to the nearest dreg. They might have rabies. I feel bad for him. She stood up, staring at the pearl. What even are these? They can make certain boons stronger. Never seen one in your past life? No. No, because boons were rare. Even common ones were, well, common in some circles, but I never... This was not part of my education, and maybe I'd known if I grew up in a bigger city. Don't worry, it's probably just a thing used to widen the power gap between rich and poor, like air fryers or fiscal responsibility. What a silly idea. Can I just eat this now? Will my heavy hailstone bolt work with this? Does it have an empty socket? She gave it a quick check. Yes? Oh, can I use it, please? Knock yourself out. She popped the essence in her mouth. It tasted pleasant, like warm citrus with a sharp tingle at the back of her gums. The tingle turned into a fiery blaze, and moments later, she dunked her head under water as her entire head turned red hot. She emerged, sputtering and coughing, feeling like her body had expunged an entire week's worth of sweat. Still, she managed to conjure up the breath while walking down to take another bath. Heavy hailstone bolt. Uncommon. Essence of loyalty. Gather your spirit to launch a heavy bolt of hailstone, which will seek out your designated target. A cumbersome pattern of conjuration, this projectile submits to the laws of gravity in exchange for greater potential. Disliked by conjurers for its crude design, though its efficacy is undeniable. There it was, a tiny difference in the first line of text. Will seek your target? This is great! I don't need to aim anymore.
And it would eliminate her chance to hit anything else on accident. Leave some luck for us poor, wouldn't you?
Oh, shush. You were plenty lucky with the dog. That got something in her mind to physically bristle. Sorry, wrong wording. You're a good warrior, Elia. Be proud of yourself. Yeah, proud I can dunk some brain-dead undead after doing nothing but for decades. Real skill, real achievement right there. Like outboxing a toddler. They don't play fair. The undead, not the toddlers. They come at you with 2, 3, 6 at a time. We're a small girl, Elia. You can't expect us to lift the world. Lifting myself out of soul poverty would be enough. Or undeath. Talking to Elia was harder than usual today. No matter what Rai said, it seemed like she was insistent on having the conversations she wanted with the conclusions she wanted. Was she sulking? Well, if she could bring a stubborn grug to water, she could make Elia drink it too. I think you're looking too far ahead. What about the things you achieved so far? Look at the little victories, and once you've learned to hop between them, the larger ones will come on their own. Rai, I know I'm not doing great, but anything you suggest I've tried 1,000 times. I'm not playing a game I can win. I'm just not trying to lose too hard. After much too long a silence, Rai finally mustered up the courage to ask a question that had long been on her mind. Have you tried to look for a companion? What? Sorry, that was poorly worded. Often I fall on hard times. When the chores, the studying, the responsibility becomes too much and nothing seems to work out. I found it nice to have someone I can rely on, for comfort, for trust, for fun. She smiled, sorting her clothes and armor into neat piles. You wouldn't believe it, but some things I just can't talk about with Mum or my siblings. Not even Callie.
And you want me to cope by what? Finding a relationship? I'm not telling you to woo anyone. Gosh, don't ever try that all willy-nilly and always use protection. If people like Elia were allowed to breed, the world would end with a bang. But put in some thought. Maybe you can find someone who has what you lack. Or, lacking that, a stable personality, a friend you can rely on. Who? You? Sorry, brain bud, but besides the fact that we literally share the same shriveled grapefruit body, our friendship is entirely platonic. You want me out of your head, and I am here to facilitate that process. Rai's next sentence became stuck in her throat. You don't mean that. You're just having a bad day. Now I'm upset too. And you know what I do when I feel upset? She peered at her reflection, let one of her more intact locks fall in front of her face, and lay down in a, hopefully, alluring pose. Oh no,
I am such a clumsy undead, I can't reach my back. Won't anybody give it the service it deserves? It took all of 30 seconds before the attendant appeared at the bathroom's entrance, towel in hand. Rye smiled as their eyes met, and before she could say anything, she threw her hair back, ignoring the strands that fell out and stuck to her hands, and took a deep breath. I require a massage.
Chapter 28. Leap Forward. Rye stood in front of the bowl of respite, feeling thoroughly clean and impossibly merry. The attendant emerged from the baths a while after, and Rye shot her a wink, confidence propelling her forward on her newly acquired boots.
Welp, that sounded like softcore porn. It was just a normal massage. Gods, you're such a prude. She tucked a thin lock behind her ear and smiled. It was a good massage. Few people made her feel like one in a million. But now she knew of one more, even if she still was a shriveled prune. A 1 in a million prune. As her mum once said, those people one must grab by the hair and never let go. After the tribulations of the last day, it was only right to get a happy end, and she had been ripe for a pampering. You sure are oddly grumpy today. Did you not enjoy your view? Still a bit miffed you didn't ask for my consent is all. How do you think I feel every time you kill an undead? Now all of a sudden I have to ask you for consent when all I want is some relaxation? What next? She'd have to ask permission to eat foods Elia didn't like? Why didn't you say the safe word then? Okay, sue me. I enjoyed it a little, but, in my defense, I expected a massage, not a massage with benefits. Which was fair. There were massages, and then there were massages. Well, good baths give good service. And don't worry, you would have seen a lot more if I asked for a special massage. It's not like every bath is a whorehouse then, right? Why not? Baths are more than just a place to cool off. They are a meeting place with friends or business partners. They offer access to the adjacent library. Every bath needs a library. And, well, if someone asks for a meal or a pretty companion, chances are you can find someone offering that there too. The only thing missing here were the books and food. Bathing is a culture, and this is part of mine. Just to be 100% clear on where I stand. Ask me next time.
I'll be careful to keep your preferences in mind.
Just reminding you to do the same. I will. Sorry, I got carried away. It won't happen again. It was a very good massage, though. I recommend you try it. There was a pause while Rye debated asking what was on her mind. Are you perhaps more interested in men? No, I'm only interested in fictional characters of fictional gender and unachievable proportions. It sounded like there was a but hanging in the air. But you did inspire me to make a 30-minute play titled, What We Do in the Baths. Here, a sample. Rye. Oh, egads! Mine heart flutters like an Apache's rotor blades every time I lay mine eyes upon thee. Attendant. Thou art brash, little beanling, yet let me feel. My, it does flutter, and heave like a mighty bellow. That's not... Actually, let's skip the preamble and get to the sauce. Rye. Yes! Scrub the undead filth from mine grooves. Ooh, ah. Stop, Rye hissed at Elia's theatrical moans. Stop it. She can hear you. The non-existent script was flung to the winds, but that was enough. The face in her reflection was flushed purple. And why exactly are you fine with that? I know it's practical. I know the attendant is the last person who'd want to harm us, but being casually okay with mind control is a big red flag that you're actually being mind controlled.
Or that you're part of a fascist dystopia where free will is a crime.
It's not control. I'd feel it if it were.
You sure?
Not at all. But she wanted to believe.
Yes, I'm sure. She probably just has some enhanced empathy or minor future sense or something. I don't know. If it's a boon, it could be anything.
Like mind control.
What proof do you have that she's only taking a peek and not stirring our brain with magic and chopsticks?
Because that would require a very strong boon?
How strong are we talking about?
Uncommon. Rye winced, buffeted by an ethereal sigh. Which, I know, isn't actually as uncommon by our standards. Ruth, they're more common than actual common boons where I come from. But that's just because I live 10 kilometers from our vale, and we're next to our capital and that of the gods. It's bound to be rich in miracles. Is this another one of those topics I need to be careful around? Not for my sake, for both of ours. Look, you do you, and I'll tell you if I notice something off about your behavior. It's not the best solution, considering anything affecting you might affect me, but I don't like it. They spent some time in silence, Rye blowing bubbles into the bowl of respite. At least that part of the water behaved like it normally would. It didn't make her wet, and wouldn't stay if she cupped her hand or used a bowl. Also, did you just use the metric system? Yes. What else would I use but what everyone else does? Did you think I'd use my feet like the barbarians do, or the L's of a giant as measurement? Stones for weight, drams for volume? Please. She gulped down a mouthful of water. I'm civilized. I have standards. And then they fought. Vigorously. Elia and Rye spent the next 3 days at Crossroad Temple, time measured by swaps after sleeping since the sun never set. They had agreed to laying low and not putting a big target on their backs, also known as dying over and over, in fear of the great Runa, who Elia stubbornly claimed was part of a so-called Inquisition, coming over to kick down their door and ruin any chance at getting home. Elia was mostly found running across the temple grounds, bounding from titanic tombstones to grab branches and swing herself in susurrating somersaults. Less than a day into her own turn, she had become accustomed to elastic ligaments and muscles that could put in work, and was now testing out the limit. Hours, not minutes, passed by in parkour madness before she could collapse in a panting mess. All it took was a gulp of basin water, and she could do it all again. You sure seem like you're having fun.
Hell yeah, Elia said, walking on her hands. I feel alive. Alive! It went so far that one day she found herself on the temple roof, inspecting the damage wrought by a massive bronze bell that had fallen from the nearby bell tower, which was now little more than a stump. She wasn't an architect, but sleeping beneath this behemoth of metal could not be safe. Don't touch it! You're going to make it worse! Calling bell. A great bell atop a temple of rest. When the time of the Grail comes to an end, bells like these call the undead from beyond the grave to make them fulfill their ancient promise. The awakening appears at first a trickle, yet over time, all will heed its call. Really? Elia kicked the bell with a dull thud. Is this all? She spotted a hand clasping dull glowing objects as it reached out from beneath the bell. Yikes! Sorry, dude, but your bad luck is my good fortune.
You have gained nuptial offering ×1. You have gained bone shards common ×2. You have gained bone shards uncommon ×1. Rye, meanwhile, approached her days with a more segmented regime. There was a tunic to be stitched, a cloak to be embellished, a morning star to get used to. She wouldn't be relying on Elia forever.
people to chat with. A vis of Vilne was as blue as always. And, most importantly, her magic to practice. Ready? Sure. What are you aiming for? Just so I have a reference for how much you missed. Oh, shush. She peered out into the field of gravestones and knotty trees. Some aggressive dregs still patrolled this place, but she was safe this close to the temple. I'll try to hit that tree stump over there within 2 meters of it. I bet a candied fruit that you won't come within 4. Actually, wait. How many feet is a meter? No idea. She settled into a secure stance and concentrated on her heavy hailstone bolt. The coldness took hold of her arm, flowing down channels laid by her boon before her focus sucked it up and ordered the flow so ice would be conjured from nothing. No, not from nothing. The ice came from somewhere. That much the boon told her through innate knowledge. But deeper contemplation left her just as unknowing as before, and with a mild headache. She completed her cast as the projectile materialized, and instantly tugged at a string deep inside her spirit, a dog wanting to be let loose. But it was too slippery for a dog, too smooth and too crude. Ugly. This was not how the spell was meant to feel. Is that a bomb? Tentatively, Rai opened her eyes and beheld a transformed bolt. Its back portion narrowed much earlier, only to fan out in 2 rough triangles pointing up and down respectively. Fins, she gulped, renewed awe inspiring her to pull the spell dangerously close. Like a fish. A fish nugget. Kind of fat if you ask me. Shush! It's beautiful. And it was all hers. And then the spell leapt loose. Rai near stumbled as it floated dutifully at her side in one moment, then flung in a clear arc towards her goal in the next. It was going to miss. The bolt was already veering 30 degrees to the side, and it wasn't even halfway there. But as she watched her bolt reach its zenith, the deviation had nullified and was beginning to reverse. It tumbled towards the stump, right on target. The stump, belonging to a once thick tree, was obliterated, splinters and shards of ice exploding in every direction, while the bolt thunked into the earth. They both stared silently as it dissolved into nothingness. That was awesome. Now that's a good boon essence synergy. It took some time to get a move on, but worth it for perfect accuracy. Think you can do it again? Oh, did it change the number of shots you can shoot? Did you steer it with your mind, or was that automatic? Too many questions all at once. But she was twice as ready now to test her limits as well. The essence didn't increase the strain every bolt put on her soul, for which she sent a short prayer of infinite gratitude to the gods. It made the change all the more impressive, but in an ironic twist of fate, the target-seeking behavior of the bolts proved near worthless against targets below 10 meters, simply not adjusting their course fast enough to offset her abysmal accuracy. It was that weak spirit of hers. If it weren't for that, her accuracy would be 100% up close, too, and her bolt wouldn't look like an obese trout. As it stood, her bolts only achieved 9 out of 10 hits at distances above 20 meters, and under her furthest record of 55. Though, by flinging them that far, she had to shoot nearly straight up, lobbing them like a catapult. I must have practiced 1,000 shots, she said, gasping in between her migraine and shivering arm. Why am I not getting better? I don't know. Maybe it's a mindset thing instead of a gains thing. Or maybe your spirit is undead as well.
Hard to break down and build up spirit muscles if they're not alive.
One bout of externalized frustration and existential crisis later, she decided to stop for the day and head to the baths. It wasn't much, besides a small spring burbling in a small room beneath the temple, but the service was exquisite. "Every day should end in a bath," she said, stretching her foot while the attendant massaged it with soap, the odor of cinnamon. "Baths provide a most bolstering effect to body, mind, and soul, for humans and undead," the attendant said. There was a hint of pride in between her professional courtesy. I can feel that. Oh yes, right there." Toes curled, mind blank. The woman was a god at kneading feet. An impulsive thought surfaced in her mind, and she found with delight that the attendant didn't go as far, but shifted her ministrations far up enough to loosen the stiffness in her ankle. Eventually, all good things had to come to an end. The attendant gave a curt bow and left with her sparse utensils. Even though she'd had all the time in the world to ogle her, Rye snuck a peek at her receding form. Nice butt. How the heck did she manage to retain such dignity while wearing nothing but bathwear? Aw, I was hoping to get some material for What We Do in the Baths 4. What happened to numbers 2 and 3? An ethereal click echoed in her head. Click, click, clack. Sorry, bud, you're gonna have to pay for those. Artists gotta eat as well. Rye stretched, eliciting a contented sigh. We share our souls, Elia. This is not a sustainable business model. I was more thinking favors, tit for tat. She giggled. You're already doing me a huge favor by fronting during all the bad stuff. I feel quite generous giving you so much time with my body. And all it took was to bribe you with daily baths. It was totally worth the price. But now, letting matters pleasant make way for matters significant, it was time to plan. The portal opened by their first nuptial offering had closed after a minute, and since Elia didn't want to waste their only remaining one, they were left with a return by foot to Glenrock Castle. The 3 legionnaires didn't leave their previous model of the road and castle ahead lying around, sadly, and though Harris sold maps and nuptial feathers, both were well out of their price range. I still can't believe he wants 4,000 for a single feather. We could always steal some. No, Elia, bad! She went over her belongings one more time, fastening belts and armor to her body. Besides, he's never absent from his pile of loot and pillows because he doesn't have feet to walk away. Do you think he has a piss jar? Ew! Elia! That is the single most disgusting thing I've heard all day. With the certainty that all was in order, she plopped herself down on the stairway and closed her eyes shut. If anything, he has a pot. A chamber pot. See, now we're both disgusted. That's because you're weird. Rye yawned, nestling further into her cape. It was a nice cape. It would keep her warm and hide most of her undeath-stricken body. It's perfectly normal. One eternity and an aborted dream later, eyes fluttered open, and Elia was in control. She flexed her arms and cracked her neck, reveling in the energy, the sheer power bound within her coiled muscle. Feels like I'm finally stepping out of limbo, like I've finally run out of bad luck. You have fused. Bone shard, common, times 12, into bones of boons, common, times 1. The die with 1,000,000 sides leapt from her fingers, did half a pirouette on a smooth cobblestone, and then teetered towards a green symbol. With a single nudge of fate, it fell the other way, on a symbol of a familiar animal's mane curling down in fanciful twirls. You have gained a divine boon. Noble equines, common, sense, mind. Noble equines, common, empty socket, 2. A steed in need is a steed indeed.
You have dedicated your life to the care and upbringing of horses, and have attained an instinctual understanding of their needs and how to satisfy them.
2 sockets?
On a useless boon? Never mind, she was still cursed. Bless the gods. I would have loved to get this boon while back at home. Imagine, we could have started breeding horses, the best ones. I'd comb their manes, watch them canter and whinny all over the grasslands, and I'd have an excuse to assign Marcus to grugstall duty, permanently. Alas, 'twas not meant to be. Also, I've got a question, Elia, if I may. Sorry, my head was busy being filled with horse facts. Did you know horses can't breathe out of their mouths? No, but Elia, you have 3 boon slots, right? With a swish, her breath solidified into a picture of her boons. 1. Psychometry, uncommon, essence of ego. 2. Sense, weather sense, common. 3. Sense/mind, noble equines, common. Empty socket times 2. You're going to ask why I didn't use an uncommon one, seeing as we had enough shards for both. I assume you have a valid reason. I do. See, whether common or uncommon, boons are random. Sure, I've gotten more helpful green boons than grey ones, but I feel plenty strong as I am. Though she could spring for a new weapon. Her Morningstar mace was nice, but the metal latches were digging themselves loose, and the wooden hilt had a bit more give after every blow. Now, you're aware of the difference between a common boon of horse knowledge and an uncommon boon for magical bolts. Imagine the difference then between uncommon and rare. That is... oh. With the flood of bone shards in these undead lands around Lofton, I can see how that might be achievable, especially with Harris there to trade for rares. 3 commons to 1 uncommon, 4 uncommons to 1 rare, right? Exactly.
She fiddled with her armor a bit, noting that she still was woefully unprotected around the knee level, and that her left bracer was missing, eaten by the Fane-Eater's acid bile. If the tendency of boons to require less shards the rarer they are holds true, then with 12 uncommon shards we're already halfway there. The rest should be easy as pie. Uh-huh. I trust you won't just up and lose them all for no reason, unless you fall off a cliff. But I'm cheering you on, no matter the result. I read about a few kings and queens who gained a rare one before. Did you know that Lord Oberon, a knight of old who was said to have been doubly blessed by rare boons, once called down lightning from a clear sky and smote a demon from below in a single, frightful blow? Girl, you couldn't have chosen a better time to tell me that. Let's get to the castle, and then onwards. She cracked her neck again, then tightened some of the straps even further. All right, let's speedrun this shit. Chapter 29. Fast as a near unstoppable force barreled downslope, on collision course with one very stoppable person-shaped object after the other. You have gained soul times 41. You have gained soul times 89. You have gained soul times 55. Rye was screaming. Elia was cackling glee incarnate. She jumped, then ground to a stop in the dried-out riverbed. Bolts whizzed overhead, the odd ball of conjured ice leaving splotches of frost along her path. She recognized a dreg by the lingering axe wound in its head. Most of them had come back again, though more were missing entirely. They couldn't keep up with her. Nobody could, and those that tried soon had to chew on 5 pounds of Morningstar to the face. The dogs were the only real threat. Despite being able to lift an undead off its feet, her strength proved just that tiny bit wanting against a horde of 6 coordinated skeletal hounds. Spiky Dugs, ee! She fled, arriving just as quickly at the first checkpoint bowl, turned around, and conked 3 undead laying in ambush across the head. She leapt into the sinking chapel just as an arrow embedded itself into a tree beside. Not this time! Not today! You have gained soul times 104. You have gained bone shards, common, times 1. You have gained Wickwacks times 1. Can we take a small break? 5 minutes? My legs are wobbly. I can't stand. You're a mental manifestation, a mopey moralizer. You don't have legs. But yes, 5 minutes. I think I got hit by an arrow somewhere. After a short refresh, next was the road. It wasn't much different than the travel downhill, except that now that she wasn't pressed for time, she got a better look of the area all around. The swampy forest still loomed to her right, and though she should have spent some more time looting the remnants of past skirmishes, Elia was distracted when she saw a deer frolicking in the forest. It was on fire. Specifically its head, though it didn't seem in pain. It turned its skull head towards her. As she reached for a knife, an undead wielding nothing but a dagger surprised her with a throwing knife of its own that dinked off her new armor. It died, though she took her time, waiting until she memorized every step of how it moved. Its hefty knife was a trophy and reward she was all too happy to yoink. Petal knife. This hefty short sword has one edge and a wide, curved blade. Kindred of the swamp favor these for gutting giant catfish, though against an unarmored foe they prove just as effective. Well, damn, that's pretty lit. I think it looks crude and wicked. Swords and knives ought to be straight. Girl, as the foremost expert on knives in the world, I can tell you that this is one level below a machete, and that much more dangerous in the right hands. Namely, mine. She pocketed the knife and looked ahead, where the ruins of the first wall sunk into the forest. Now for the gauntlet run. Troubles started the moment she entered the field in front of the castle keep. She had died here enough times to know the positions of all the dregs that could prove a threat to her, knowledge which was immediately knocked out of the water when an arrow hit her roughly against the side. Ow! Luckily, plate armor was made for blocking arrows, and her chest plate held firm. Ducking, she ran ahead, 3 more arrows, leaving her without a scratch before she had to jump into a ditch and hide. She looked down, found that a 4th had done a bit more than scratch her lower thigh, right below where the chainmail ended. A great shot by all means. If only she wasn't the target. Now, how to dig herself out of this ditch? The protective trench ended a few dozen feet ahead. She'd need more protection to guarantee her sprint for the gates. A shield would be nice, though most of the gear worn by the dead and undead was absolutely sodden with muck, if they even had gear at all. I'm starting to get an odd impression that most of these people were peasants.
Elia gasped as she broke the arrow's shaft. They do have a lot of forks, flails, and other improvised tools. Not that they could ever hope to take down the walls. I don't know. They had a lot of siege towers, and something has to have taken down the previous 4 or 5. Rye snorted dismissively. Probably the fault of creatures like the Fane Eater, or something equally horrifying. Yeah, probably. Except all the corpses were either human or of the fish ogre variety. Elia crept through the muck, ever forward until she found a shield. The only thing it had going for itself was size, as it was little more than a smattering of wooden boards held together by nails and prayers. Elia lifted it, groaning as it smacked away from the muck. Heavy, slippery, waterlogged. It would do. Whoever is shooting those arrows, I'll kill them once I have a better shield, she muttered before setting into a weighed-down jog. Arrows whizzed and thunked into her shield. Some punched as far as a foot through. None made it past her remaining armor. With a leap, Elia flung herself into the fortified camp and rolled to a stop next to the bowl of respite. Hooray! You did it! Urk! She spat out a hefty helping of bloody mud.
That couldn't be healthy. Hey, don't wipe your mouth with our cape. It's not a napkin. I spent so long on that and... Oh, it's all dirty now. Elia, why? Sorry, she said, and actually meant it. It was a nice cape, faded blue embroidered with a yellow string Rye had bartered for at the temple. An ear of rye grain was embroidered into its corner, and Elia was certain she picked the color specifically so it would mesh with the yellow dog on her coat of arms. She liked it, perhaps more than she ought to. Gong. Elia took a sip from the bowl of respite. The soldiers weren't here anymore. Only a few discarded bandages and wooden balls empty of wick-wax revealed that anyone had ever been present. And a loose tooth. Probably one of hers.
Fucking bullshit-ass Inquisition. She kicked an unhappy-looking weed. Stupid Runa. Suck my non-existent schnutz. One relaxed jog later, she had said hi to Dorothy of the Door, run past the field of dead ogres and the former domain of Vita the Fane-Eater, and into the small cathedral where Elia half expected the Runa woman to pop out of and ruin her day again. Luckily, it was a Sunday. The Inquisition took God's day of rest very seriously, as was commonly known. Elia breathed a sigh of relief. Soul count, 2,805. Shard count. Shard count, times 4. Bone shards, times 12. Whew, that was something. Took us what, 30 minutes? Damn, I can't wait to see which undead thinks it's hotter than this jalapeno. How about you start with me? A tinny voice drawled. One of the statues next to the altar moved, and Elia threw a knife at it. It sailed right past, or through. She was only certain it didn't hit. You made it to the keep after all. Still mostly in one piece. Color me a shade of impressed. Elia swirled to parry with her petal knife, and follow up with a lethal bop to the head. Did Runa send someone to keep watch over this place? Had they found out? A slit throat would set her back to the checkpoint outside the walls, still much too close to escape anyone waiting in the keep. If the few gains she had made her this strong in spite of the crippling undead curse, would someone with so much more time and luck on their hands really lose her? The figure rose, forcing her to look up as always. A hound's mask, black armor, a twisted sword near 7 foot tall. It's the rude knight. He was rude and mean, and possibly a plant, an informant, a spy. And there is only one thing to do when confronted with a possible spy. Act completely normal. Sup! The sup echoed in the impeccable acoustics of the cathedral. Then there was silence. Pure and utter silence. He needs to apologize, or tell us his name. It's only proper. So, are you here to kill me too? Or can I go through to Lofton now? The knight scrutinized her for a scant few seconds. Your posture, it sickens me. Tell me, where did you learn to fight? Picked a bit up here, a bit there. Earned a bachelor's in whoop-ass at Nanya-fucking-business. You might have heard of it. Her eyes warily jumped between his great sword and the pointy helmet that hid any sign of the confusion her words tended to affect. A verbal flashbang was beneficial at times, or came across as abrasive, but the lack of any reaction was now making her nervous. Mostly self-taught, though. Perchance, did you train under a knight for a time? He chuckled, a short, mirthless laugh. Not long, by the looks of it. You make a good crone grasping for her crutch. A sorry excuse, even for a fool thinking themselves a knight. If he was trying to get a rise out of her, it wouldn't work. Nothing would. Elia was invincible, barring a long list of exceptions, and the master of shit talk.
If that's all you gotta say, I can see why they gave you a muzzle. This time his laugh turned loud, guttural, and somewhat creepy. Glad someone appreciates me for who I am. Rye. What? Sorry, I was thinking about what you meant with muzzle and… Oh, he has a pointy visor helmet thing. I get it. It was a houndskull helmet, though stylized to lean even further into its name-giving design. You're supposed to laugh. Ha-ha? Never mind. Let's just go through that gate to Lofton and get rid of our skin condition with some magical aloe vera or whatever. And thus she did. Said gate followed the road this entire castle was built around. It would, of course, be filled with undead, as every place was, but that was a road bump more than a reason to turn around. Elia took one peek out the gate, paused for a solid minute before stomping back to get all up in the dog knight's cheeky little face. It's all right, Elia.
Rocks fall all the time in the mountains. Bridges break when not maintained. The pass isn't, well, passable, but we can find a way around. Please don't be mad on my behalf. I can wait. Back so soon? Must have been quite the heroic journey. That holy thing which you undead so crave. She could hear the shit-eating grin on his face. The day had started so well. Trawling her mind for any reason not to sucker-punch this man in the gut was met with the understandable reasoning of metal strong, fist weak. Oh! A light went up in her head. I get it. You're a quest giver. A what? A quest giver, a lore dispenser, set dressing. And this place, this castle, is a dungeon. Don't worry, I'll play along nice and well. Dungeons always have rewards at the end. She gave the man a wink while leaning on the checkpoint bowl. So, what's your deal? Fallen knight, vagabond, edgy cosplayer? Looking for revenge, peace, or 10 rabbit pelts? Is set dressing a type of salad sauce? Ignoring her criminally ignorant companion, Elia thought he would make a nice protagonist for a revenge story. The berserk type. He had the looks. Now all he needed was motive, and possibly a cape. But not one as cool as hers. A tattered one would be just right. I am the wolf, he said with capital letters Elia could feel. Whom I serve is none of your concern. When I arrived in this castle on the hunt for corruption, I found it rotten to the core. You'd do well to turn around. The demons of the past aren't yours to judge. Better not to get involved. Better to find another way. Oh, Mr. Wolf, if you can hear me, I vouch for this person. Elia isn't a demon. She's just criminally weird. Gee, vote of confidence right there, Elia muttered before turning to the wolf. And? Anything else? His hollow eyes bored daggers into her face. But she was immune. That was what helmets were for. She still needed a visor for hers, one that didn't make her look like she ate children, preferably.
Or maybe one that did.
I highly recommend you take our meeting as a divine omen.
He nodded back towards the gate, blocked by a landslide 10 feet out. Cease your journey at the doorstep.
Or else? Buddy, sounds like you're making a threat.
With a single step, he was towering above her, and for the first time, Elia felt his height might be a problem beyond creating a neck cramp. Slowly, he leaned down and whispered into her ear. Lofton is not the dream, not for you, not for anyone. Your hopes are greatly exaggerated. Good reason and lost souls block the path. Turn around. I can only recommend it. And then he stepped away,
leaving Elia to brush off her pauldron where his touch still lingered like a sharp bite. At least he didn't break her neck and call her a non-person. Compared to Runa, he was practically a puppy. I'm still waiting for the point where you give me genuinely helpful information. I kind of have nowhere else to go besides forward. Yeah. If he had any honor as a knight, he would help us. And tell him to apologize for being needlessly intimidating. They stared each other in the eyes. Her, a 5'1" undead, shriveled like dried jerky. Him, a 6'11" man in a charred metal fursuit. The idea of seeing someone like him at an anime convention inspired a smile. There really was too much detail put in the anthropomorphic parts of his armor. There are many ways to Lofton, but for an undead like you should take the high road. He looked up, then shook his head, a snort giving his disbelief a disdainful note. Maybe the traitor lord won't notice you sneak on by. That is, if you make it past his knights. Psh, what's a knight compared to these? Elia flexed an arm. I can take 5 knights, in a fight if I have to. He shook, a deep laughter rising to rattle his armor like a concert on tin cans in E minor. Rye was giggling like a madwoman too. Oh, Elia, sometimes you really show your ignorance of the world.
The Knights of Lofton are more than simple soldiers in armor. They are the best of the best, and direct subordinates of immortal servants to boot, 2 steps removed from actual gods. Every one has at least one boon elevating them to the first line of defense for our holy capital. The old maiden had magic herself, see? No, Elia did not see. The maiden was special, and this place was clearly not. It was just another step on the slog ahead. Since continued laughter didn't allow for any reasonable interjection, she threw up her arms and walked towards one of the doors leading further into the castle. Fine, I'll prove it. I'll show you all how awesome I am. Training weights are off. Off, I say. This is real shit. This is happening, and it's happening now. You hear me? She peeked through the door, saw a gaggle of undead littering the hallway, then power-walked back to kick the bowl of respite before she forgot. Gong Shi turned, back towards the dregs ahead, all the while flipping off the rude man in wolf plate. Fuck you! On the upside, the knights were undead as well. It was becoming increasingly obvious, even to someone as obstinate as Rye, that whatever plague or curse made people return after death didn't care about fanciful walls, honor, or stalwart defenders. She didn't burst into tears when the first knight they encountered turned around and tried to behead them without so much as a warning, and neither did she berate Elia and moralize about the barbaric nature of not asking politely before stabbing someone in the gut. Elia would have preferred any of the above in place of the waves of anguish wafting over through their shared head. Stop taking my amygdala. I need it so I can ignore it, she yelled as a chop beheaded a nearby candlestick, narrowly missing herself. On the other upside, they were proper undead. Dregs, a shadow of their former selves, infinitely more hungry for souls, and thereby infinitely more predictable. Somehow, Elia was still losing. She staggered backwards, stumbled over the corpse of another dreg before throwing a side table over and booking it. If she could gain some distance, Rye could work her magic. Maybe. If not, pacifism might gain another victim. Tearing down dim halls hung with torn tapestries was the reward for confidence turned petty hubris. She only had a moment to regret running all too straight before a side table plus heavy vase shattered against her back. Within seconds, she tumbled and rolled to a stand before staring down the close helm, dripping some unknown oily substance as she met the knight's sword and board with her knife and morning star. The substance wasn't really unknown. It was the same damned film that crept out of every crevice, clung to every surface, and suffocated the blankets of ivy growing in through windows and murder holes wherever the two met. "Get off!"
In a twist, Elia pushed the sword to the side, only for the knight to nearly take her head off, the second time in the past minute, with the sharp edge of his shield. It was basically a shield and an axe in one, and all Elia had was a piddly buckler, setting a trend that this knight could do everything she could, but better. More armor, more weight, ergo more hitting strength, more reach, and worst of all, sense enough to never leave itself overextended. Doesn't even have a boon like Rai claimed it would, Elia thought in between parrying blows while searching for improvised projectiles. A vase, a prayer book, an armor rack, very noisy, some knives, a pot, a cauldron, apparently they were in a kitchen now, an assortment of candles and candlesticks, and the no doubt priceless portrait of one Lord Jacobius III, all found themselves thrown, lobbed, or toppled towards the restless knight. The painting slowed it down for the longest split second before it transmuted priceless art into two halves of worthless canvas. They want to kill us. Everyone does. The giant, the soldiers, the knights, the great Runa. Gods, did we do something wrong? Did I? Are we crazy, Elia? Or did the world go off the wrong end? This is because of our sins, isn't it? Don't gimme philosophy. I need something more applicable. Physics! Elia got a solid hit, cracking her mace against the knight's hip as she redirected her velocity right in front of a flight of stairs, but it felt like hitting a rubber ball filled with water. Mass times acceleration equals... shit! One step too far and she was tumbling down the stairway. The long stairway. Floor, ceiling, floor, wall, ivy, floor, carpet, ceiling, floor, floor. Definitely took one right too early, she thought, head swimming as she reached the bottom. The knight was taking his time, one rattling step after another. He knew she was starting to flag, that he could reach her in 3 leaps. God, she hated smart dregs. Or maybe just a stupid undead. A wan smile pulled at her lips. As he set into a sprint, she rushed forward, grabbed the carpet spilling down the stairwell, and pulled. The knight fell, armored limbs twisting and turning, only to jerk in surprise when his face met Elia's mace. One hit was enough to stun, quickly followed by another. And another. The visor crumpled inwards, spilling red-black juice out the openings of his armet helm as her enemy fell still. You have gained soul times 1,600. You have gained bone shard, common, times 2, uncommon, times 1. Home run. Even with hands on her knees, panting like she'd run a marathon, her first thought was to how high the reward was and how little it felt. Rai, you still there? Mostly. Just, worrying. All right, shoot. I thought the knights would help us. Like the fairy tales, them, heroes in shining armor, us, the damsels in need of undamseling. If not the wolf, then the others in Glenrock Castle might have lent a hand. I thought that they might have escaped this undead epidemic, if not found a way to fix it. But all I'm seeing is death, despair, more death. I'm scared. Scared that if this pandemic has gone as far as the gates of Holy Lofton, it might have come to our Vale, come home. Scared that if we're just seeing a small part of a much larger catastrophe, then our chances of ever getting there turn from slim to none. What if the capital is just as bad?
What if we have to fight our way through an entire city's worth of undead knights, and worse? I mean, I wasn't looking forward to fighting my way there, you know. It's not fun when you've got a perpetual handicap. Elia swiveled her head until it gave a satisfying pop. Doesn't mean it doesn't need doing. Though, dunking on the other undead was cathartic. Except the high-level zone of the castle kept turning one-sided slaughter into the same old, against-the-odds struggle. Sometimes I forget that this isn't all you've ever known.
Sometimes she forgot that too. Welp, nothing to do but take this one night at a time. On the plus side, it's a lot of good loot, Elia said, taking one look at her mace head dangling from its mounting, before swapping it for her newly acquired longsword. It was long and heavy, enough weight for a good chop and cut, exceptional for stabbing. Twin Peak Longsword, a balanced straight sword made of tempered steel. When the call to man the walls arose, swords like these were wielded by the Knights of the Northern Watch, though they only helped against threats from the outside. Ominous. She was about to step away before any other undead thought about investigating all the racket, when a thought hit her. Against threats of the outside. An implication of other threats, inside ones. Assassins, thieves, traitors? The lion-armored woman was looking for a traitor, but didn't waste a second breath at the state of the castle, and the castle itself was supposedly held by a traitor lord, though the walls under him were still defended. Would the shield reveal more? Tar-sodden Knight Shield. A long, leaf-shaped shield made of hardened steel, enough to protect the common knight from bolt and lance. Steeped in primordial tar, it possesses enhanced durability against physical damage and rust, highly vulnerable to fire and ice. Elia would have jumped with joy at the description if she wasn't sure that the oily sheen covering every part was starting to seep through her leather gloves. She threw it away, making sure to wipe them thoroughly on the carpet. She played D&D. She knew what a cursed item looked like. One last thing rested in the knight's pouch, and Elia quickly snatched it before the blackened blood could seep into that, too. Mending Wedgeling. A marble wedge imbued with the rune of mending in copper ink. Ruth was the first to pioneer the art of imbuement, wringing wonders from the grasp of dead stone. Trace the rune and touch to any object to undo effect until whole again. To undo effect. The wording stuck her as odd, but the issue of the oily tar wouldn't leave her mind. Rye, listen up. Do you remember the wording for the Fane Eater's soul? Yeah? Do you want it word for word? Preferably. As embarrassing as it was, once the soul was integrated into her being, she didn't know where she needed to touch to tickle out its secrets with psychometry anymore. Like losing a remote or a computer mouse because you moved a sofa over it. Well, the Fane Eater was a she. She was a guard dog for the castle, but got corrupted by eating tar, whatever that means. It bloated her body, and that led to... Wait, that thing wasn't a beast from the forest? They shared a look at the corpse in front, blackish ooze mixing with tepid blood. Slowly, Elia pulled the mangled helmet off its head. It's stuck. Be careful. Don't touch that ink stuff. It looks... evil. Sure, Elia grunted. At least we got... gloves. With a crack, the helm came loose and the head with it. Oil flooded the wrinkled carpet, but their attention was fixed on the head. Bending and pulling off the visor revealed a near-featureless skull, a warped and mangled mass of ossified tissue around cancerous bulbs. There was no muscle, and what skin grew along the head was supple with the tarry black.
It sloughed off in long, running strips, and when she looked closer, what used to be a tongue twitched towards her. Like a worm. Elia thought nothing could scare her, but Rye's scream shook her to the core, so much that she flung the head against the wall. It left a wet splash on some tapestry detailing a retinue of soldiers and armored men accommodating a group of poorly robed clergymen, a shining figure at their back. What the fuck? What the fuck? Something was seriously wrong with this castle.